You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, guys? Hey, welcome. We made it through yet another week. In July, we're more than halfway through this crazy month of movies. And yeah, we're in our third week. And we just got what? Next week? And then after that, I don't even know what comes out when it comes to movies. Oh, so good to see you guys. Naturally, let's put on a little mood music right now. Why not? There we go. Get a little romantic here somewhat. Drinking wine tonight, guys. I don't know. I was feeling wine. I wasn't feeling my little vodka junky drink that I usually make. I do have my little mineral water right here, though, so I don't get, too crazy. But doing the Pinot Grigio tonight. Figured why not? It sounded good. It just sounded good, Like I said, it's hot now. It's summertime. Red wine's not exactly good for a hot night, but, Pinot Grigio coming out of the refrigerator. Pretty good. So cheers, guys. Welcome to the Vodka stream. Of course, we have plenty to talk about. Not like last week when we talked about, that one movie that came out. Now we're just, we're still going to talk about that one movie and the stuff that's come out prior. And, we have a tasty little James Gunn interview, which I'm not going to go over all of it. I'm going to go over one part of it for sure. But, I will talk about one certain part of it that was going around. I'll go over the rest of it. This did a new interview with a lot more things that came out when it came to James Gunn and Superman, future things, because we're wondering about that next movie. I do want to get the panel's opinion on what this next movie is going to be, when it comes to James Gunn, I guess, writing and directing it, as well as, it being a Superman movie, but not exactly a Superman movie. So we shall see. Anyways, let's say hi to everybody. Cloned Avenger. What's happening, buddy? Gunn speaking very highly of Cavill. It was nice to hear. I'd love for him to back in the DCU. I may get some hate, but he would be a great Batman. I've seen that. He's got a good jawline and chin. I'll give him that. That's what I look for at my Batman. But I see him as a Vandal Savage. That's what I'm like, make him a villain and make him the big baddie. And I see him as a Vandal Savage. That's what I've always seen Cavill being. And I think Gunn is going to use Vandal Savage. I think very much the fact that metahumans have been around for 300 years. It's already established right there, that opening, all that information dump, which I'm pretty sure was a last minute thing. It just seemed like it was like, oh yeah, let's just put that. We have to put something to update people. And it's like, yeah, okay, I guess so. But yeah, so I'm just kind of going like, oh, maybe there is a Vandal Savage on the thing going on here. I don't know. That's just me. And I would actually think Cavill would knock it out of the park. Although I could see him playing a villain. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Hey, what's going on, Mr. Phil? Of course, Phil will be joining later. Obviously. Phil will be part of the panel. So good to see you, Phil. Talk to you soon. And everything. Yeah. I knew you'd get a kick out of that. I need to get a kick out of that little caption right there. What's going on, Gilmer? We got the Cage. It's all the rage. I like that. It is kind of funny, though, when it comes to all the Johnny Cage stuff, the fact that his movies all have his last name in it. I know they're really, striking that hard. I mean, it's not realistic, but it's also not supposed to be realistic, so I kind of dig that. And, of course, yeah, we'll talk with the panel, of course, when it comes to that Mortal Kombat 2 trailer, which I gave my initial thoughts. I just did a little small reaction. I didn't do a full reaction. When it came to that trailer, I think it looks like an improvement. It looks like an improvement mainly because they don't have that fucking Call character front and center. I think they realized that they're like, yeah, nobody liked the new character that was not part of the games in this movie. So it is a Johnny Cage movie. I don't even remember seeing where Cole was. I was like, sorry, Louis Can. Looks like you're not really in this movie all that much. I mean, I'm sure he is. He's probably going to get killed. I don't know. Anyways, what's going on, Monique? Hope you're having a fantastic Friday. Tonight was New York steak, jumbo shrimp, cherries, and whipped cream, and Dorothy Lynch. Wow, jeez, again, always making me hungry. Yeah, always making me hungry. I was on a steak and eggs tonight. I had a nice little, 4-ounce, 5-ounce filet, cooked to medium rare, in butter. And then I had some, had some eggs. I had 4 eggs that I do like a certain way. I do my scrambled eggs now, which is pretty nice. It almost doesn't even feel like I'm eating eggs, but I love eggs. And then had some raw cheddar, some melted raw cheddar with it, as well as thank you JJ for subscribing to the Patreon. I just got the notification. And then I had some kiwi and stuff like that, trying to keep it as healthy as possible, with some of that stuff. But that was my meal tonight. So, hey, there's Mama Film Junkie. Hi, Mom. Good to see you. We're spending some time with Mama Film Junkie tomorrow. I got to go see a Dodgers game. That's right, guys. I have to go to a Dodgers game tomorrow. As a Giants fan, they're not even playing the Giants. They're not even playing the Giants. Well, it's probably a good thing because the Giants suck right now. They just lost 4-0 to the Blue Jays right before the stream. Of course, Giants freaking lose. They get a bunch of hits, but they can't get any runs in, apparently. So, but yeah, I get to go to a Dodgers game. But hey, at least I have good company. At least. Rational Skeptic. It's crazy how Mike DeLuca and Pam Abdi allowed Cavill to announce he's back as Superman, while at the same time Gunn was just signed on as WBD DC head, intending to reboot with a new Superman film. Yeah, I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about that and talk about this reaction I'm seeing online, because obviously I posted the video and it's been kind of funny to see the reaction. Although I will say I love the fact that most people are seeing the writing on the wall. Of course, there's still the people who have that pesky little James Gunn derangement syndrome who just hate the man so much, who can't even just like sit back and just put their bias aside and really just kind of take in and realize what exactly happened and everything like that. But there's still fucking dumbasses that just don't understand things. They don't understand things. And it's so funny. One-noted. They're very one-noted, too. It's always the same shit. And I'm just like, okay. My God, I get it. You hate the man with a passion because you have a weird obsession with him. What's happening, Jason McKenzie? Cheers, brother. I know you're a wine drinker, so always great to see you out there. Thank you for the $30 super chat. Super chats are always welcome, guys. They help the pirate ship. And if you have a question, especially during things like, especially during the panel, if you do a super chat, of course, I will pull it up, and us in the panel will answer that question, because obviously, if you have you're donating to the channel, I want to answer your question for sure. So that's always front and center. So always welcome to help out the pirate ship. What's going on? Why ARC? Superman and Supergirl team up. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. So. Jose, what happening? Look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. See, yeah, like I said, we're going to a Dodgers game. I'm not wearing any Giants gear, by the way. Fuck no, I'm not. I mean, I'm going to go in undercover. Which I have before. I've been to Dodgers games that aren't, against the Giants, and I just go in undercover. I don't wear a Giants hat. I don't wear anything Giants. I'm not wearing anything Giants. See, my brother does that. He'll go into visiting stadiums, even if they're not playing his team. He will still wear jerseys and all this kind of stuff and all this blah 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 blah. He'll do that. Because he don't care. My brother is just like, fuck it. I'm representing. Me? No. I'm just gonna go to a Dodgers game tomorrow. They're playing the Brewers. I'm going to be rooting for the Brewers. Obviously, if I had a Brewers hat, I'd wear it, but I don't have that. So. Johnny Rampage missed last week's episode since I wanted to avoid Superman spoiler talk. Finally saw it this morning and really enjoyed it. I love how fantastical it was. Looking forward to Supergirl and Lanterns. Yes. It's going to be Lanterns especially. It's going to be great. Game City Savior. I hope the Superman movie and David Korn helps bump up putting Smallville on your music watch list. I've been watching you, my favorite channel, for 10 years. I appreciate you, Game City Savior. And would love if you watched some of my favorite show. Yeah, like I said, one of these days I'll get around to it. I will get around to it. I still haven't finished Superman and Lois. So, yeah, The Rock. Yeah, see, the Three Stooges. You're right. Weapons in August. Oh, I cannot wait for that. First week, right? Well, I think the first week is Naked Gun. I'm just, because August 1st, I don't know what's coming out on August 1st. I'm not going to be, I can still go to the movies, but oh yeah. Also, August 1st, there's not going to be a Vodka stream. Again, yeah, no, guys. August 1st, there's not going to be a Vodka stream that's going to be happening on that Friday. 2 weeks from now, there's not going to be a Vodka stream because I'm going to be in Laughlin celebrating Mama Film Junkie's birthday. That's right. I'll remind you guys next week. But yeah, there's not going to be a Vodka stream in 2 weeks. I'll be gone all weekend because, family and friends are going to be gathering in Laughlin. And we're going to be celebrating Mama Film Junkie's birthday and having a lot of fun. So, but yeah, August, I'm looking, again, after all the madness of summer blockbuster season, it is kind of nice that I'm like, even though that August should still be summer blockbuster season, but apparently it's not. But there's still some movies that I'm like looking forward to. I'm looking forward to the Naked Gun reboot, even though I kind of worried about it. But weapons, definitely that is on. Oh man, I cannot wait for that movie. Watched last week's episode when I got home after seeing Superman and really enjoyed the open, honest conversation. Would love to hear the OG vibe. Yeah, right. So. You got wine too. All right, Indiana Jake. Good to see you, brother. Yeah. Let's see. Hey, we got Dylan. What's happening? Good eve. What's happening, William? Good to see you. Dave, do an Everclear stream. Apparently, you want that stream, William, to last, 17 minutes? Everclear? Holy shit. No, thank you. No freaking thank you. So, all right. Darren, Mr. Laugh Now, Cry Later. James Gunn interview was good. Yeah, I watched the whole thing, but Gunn seemed annoyed when he was asked about Batman and future movies instead of what's coming soon. Yeah, I watched it. It was, like I said, it was a good interview because, Horowitz always does a great interview when it comes to stuff. He always asks the questions that we want to be asked, that want to be asked. It's all, yeah, I didn't like, yeah, you could tell sometimes it was like, all right, easy Jimmy Guns. Speaking of Jimmy Guns, if you guys watch that Rick Glassman, David Cornsweet, I should post it on Twitter. I actually meant to, but when David Cornsweet was on Rick Glassman's Take Your Shoes Off podcast, which I highly recommend because I love Rick Glassman. He's got one of my favorite podcasts. He's a really funny dude. His podcast is so different than all the rest of the podcasts. He has a little flavor to it that nobody else does. And they talk about Jimmy Guns and literally Rick Glassman. And I'm like, I want to have some credit in this. And I'm like, God damn it, Rick Glassman, you got to give me some credit with this because I've been calling James Gunn Jimmy Guns for a while. And apparently, he told David Cornsweet during that podcast, he told him, hey, why don't you text James Gunn and have him say, hey, I'm Jimmy Guns and do the finger pistols. And he did. And it was a constant joke running through the whole podcast. And I'm like, hey, there you go. He's like, hi, I'm Jimmy Guns, I'm Jimmy Guns, and he did that. I have to get that. I should get that drop. That's what I should do. I need to clip that out to give that a drop for the streams, Jimmy Guns. But yeah, anyways, what's going on, RJ? Good to see you, bud. Good to see ya. All right. Finally subscribed to your page. Hey, that was you. Okay. I saw that right there. Like I said, I've been lagging a little bit on the Patreon. I want to do more. I do my post Monday streams. I do a post show on there exclusively, and I post all my clips and my videos first on there. So yeah, anytime that I post something, I always post on there first, and you get it ad free. So and it helps the channel, like I said. But I want to do more. Of course, I want to do more. I haven't done a Patreon stream where you guys can actually come on and be part of the panel and be part of the discussion if you want to as well. So, yeah, let's see. RJ, they're doing what they should have done in the first place, make Johnny Cage the main character. Johnny Cage is the audience surrogate. He's our way into this world. And oh yeah, they learned. They're like, oh, this Cole thing was fucking stupid. You know, I mean, I feel sorry a little bit for Louis Tan, but he seems a little arrogant. So I'm like, I don't, I'm not losing any sleep over it. So not losing any sleep. What's happening, Jade? David Corn Sweats, Superman, universally beloved. You know what? I mean, people are, it's funny because, I listened to Kevin Smith's spoiler video that he posted, and it's kind of interesting because, I've always loved Kevin Smith. And his take on this Superman, I was very curious. And what I love about Kevin Smith is just because I relate to Kevin Smith. I mean, I would love to have him on here and just we could probably have a conversation for fucking days about just movies and comic books and these kind of characters. But what I highly suggest watching his spoiler review, because I mean, he talks about, and even with like some of the other streams that he does, like Fat Man and Batman and Hollywood Babble and everything, he talks about how he's all, growing up with these characters and wanting serious takes on the characters and getting those serious takes with Christopher Nolan, what he did with Batman, and then what Zach did with the DC with the DC characters too. He talks about how it's like, oh yeah, I got those, all right, but now it's like we need something different. And the thing that he never has felt when it came to Superman, because he's his favorite hero is Batman, which is a lot of us. He talks about how this was the first time that he related to Superman. Like, he's never felt like that. It's just like, yeah, he likes Superman. He's the Boy Scout, and he's Superman with all the iterations. But when it came to this iteration, he felt like, oh, shit. Like, when it came to the speeches, when it came to certain things, it just hit him right in the freaking, feels. And he went, oh, my God, I've never related to Superman before. And I was like, that's interesting. And I've seen a lot of people. I've talked to some people and seen people in my mentions, seen you guys in the chat, where it's like we wanted something different when it came to the Superman, and I think James Gunn really nailed it. Yeah, there's things that that don't work in my opinion, and even Kevin Smith said there was things that he didn't really like that didn't really work for him, and he mentions those. But for the most part, he saw the movie twice in one day. That's how much he was like, holy shit, So just kind of interesting. What's going on, D-Man? So far, social media reactions for Fantastic Four are pointing it to be a masterpiece. Yeah, and I've seen both. I've seen some other things too, where people were like, I saw one tweet where somebody was like, it's not, I'm not trying to I'm just saying I saw something, but I'm looking forward to it. They keep cutting it down. They cut it down and cut it down. Now it's an hour and 55. They cut out John Malkovich, which I'm like, Jesus Christ. John Malkovich. That's my terrible impression. What's going on, Mr. Balga? Of course, Balga will be part of the panel as well. Who knew that Coldplay used to be, now they're Coldplayed as a whole? Yeah. He's talking about that. I mean, that thing went viral. I was actually talking with my brother earlier. I don't know if you guys saw the video, but at a Coldplay concert, being at some arena, basically a CEO of a company was caught with his mistress, which he caught having an affair with somebody who works for his company. And when they caught him on the quote unquote kiss cam, they immediately freaked out and tried to duck away. And then it went so viral, they knew exactly who the people were because the internet just works so quickly, and it all turned bad. And I'm like, yeah, if a CEO is doing that and gets caught that easily, he probably shouldn't be running a company. Get rid of that man. He should totally be relieved of his duty as CEO. His wife, of course, should divorce him. And maybe he'll be a fucking manager at a Jack in the Box in the future. Jackass! What a dumbass. You're going to go to a public place with your mistress? You don't do that. But apparently, maybe his wife didn't like Coldplay, and this woman loved Coldplay, and that's one of the reasons why they did it. But man, I tell you what, that's crazy. Tony Chappie, D9 Neil Blomkamp fan. Tony Movie. Did you hear that The Rock was in talks with David Zaslav about to fix the DCU before James Gunn took? Well, if you guys, I'm like, if you guys have been paying attention to what I was saying during that time, and that's what I am going to talk about for sure. That's what I'm going to talk about. Yeah, I'll throw it over the railing. Okay? Ain't wearing no Dodgers shirts. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. What's going on, Axel? Good to see you. Happy birthday. Yeah, it's not quite there. And about, it's August 6th. August 6th is her birthday, but, happy early birthday. Thank you, Monique, for that. Let's see. We got Tyler. Hey, Dave. Hope you have been well. You kept me sane during my overnights back in the day. Oh, yeah, I remember you, Tyler. Missed the days of Colbert, Chris Wong, and the lads. Got off DC when Henry was sidelined. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, those are good times. Those are good times. But like I said, sometimes, that old group, Scott still tries to make it when he can. Steven works Saturday mornings. And, like I said, I don't think Steven was generally excited for the new stuff. And, you had Garza, the same thing. Ben still comes on here. Chris Wong Swenson kind of just went off on his own, took a break. We had some good times. We had some very long Vodka streams during those times, and they were good. And I cherish those. And you guys should go back and watch those. They were really fun. Really fun. What's going on, Taladia Plays? Hopefully your Friday's doing good too. Good to see you, buddy. Scotty, hi mate. How are you? Love Superman. I'm going to see it again this week. There you go. Gotta love that. Nerdy Mastermind, what's happening? Really good interviews. I'm sure you're talking about the Horowitz interview. All right. I think that's all the people looking. Oh, Stephanie T. Stephanie T. What's happening? Always great to see you, Stephanie T. I'm trying to look at your profile picture. Oh, you got some Lebowski things happening right there. Is that a tattoo? Almost looks like a tattoo. But really cool. I haven't watched The Big Lebowski in so long. I still remember the first time I saw The Big Lebowski when they're scattering the ashes, and when John Goodman's character just goes shh, and the wind just blows right into Jeff Bridges' face, and he just sits there. I laughed so hard at that scene. I laughed so hard. I kept rewinding it. I was dying laughing. I mean, the whole movie's great, but that part just fucking killed me. It just absolutely killed me. It was so freaking funny. I remember that. The first time I watched it, it was whatever it was. I didn't watch it in the theaters. I remember I bought it on DVD. It was probably 20 years ago, I think. Over 20 years ago. When I watched that the first time, I laughed so goddamn hard. So goddamn hard at that scene. Just because it was just so out, it was just so off the wall and just random and everything like that. So, it's actually a picture of a hat. I need to change. Okay, it's a picture of a hat. That's cool. Yeah, John Goodman was so good in that. That whole movie is just so freaking great. I haven't watched it in a bit. I need to rewatch it. All right, guys, go ahead and ask some questions. Do all the things, but I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to talk a little bit about I Know What You Did Last Summer. I'm not going to go into depth, and we're not going to be doing some kind of spoiler review or anything like that. I'm not even going to really give away spoilers. I might hint because I had to see this. I didn't have to see this movie, but I chose to see this movie. I should have saw Eddington, yeah. But Eddington only had a late showing, and I was like, they had an earlier and a late showing. I'm like, I can't make the early one because I was, work's been kicking my ass as it does. So I couldn't see. It was like a 4:00 showing, and I was working a little later than I usually do. Couldn't get off, do that. And then they had like a 7:30 showing. I'm like, I'm not seeing the movie that late. So I decided at 5 o'clock. There was a 5 o'clock showing. I'm like, all right, 5 o'clock works. That's all I Know What You Did Last Summer. The reboot. And what are we waiting for here, folks? I don't know. I don't know what people were waiting for. Now, I said this in my first reaction review, guys. I'm not a big slasher film guy, okay? But I watch them. I still do. When it comes to horror movies, I like the more paranormal horror movies, you know? I like those types a little bit better, or something that's different. Slasher ones where you just have somebody who's, you know, covered and then they have a knife or a hook or a machete or something like that. I don't know. I'm just kind of like, okay, here we go. This, that, and this, and that, you know, and I'm kind of going like, all right. Obviously, when they announced that they were going to be doing a legacy sequel to I Know What You Did Last Summer, I'm going, okay, there's not a lot of meat on this bone. There really is not a lot of meat on this bone. Not like how there was with Scream. Scream still has a lot of meat on its bone, which even though I haven't even seen the last Scream movie, and I will before the new one ends up coming out, because I'm kind of curious about what's going to be happening with that new Scream movie that's supposed to be coming out next year with some of the characters coming back. I'm curious. But there's a lot of meat on the Scream bone. There's not a lot of meat on the I Know What You Did Last Summer bone. And that's where I was kind of going like, okay. Obviously, we know that Jennifer Love Hewitt and Freddie Prinze Jr. is coming back. Okay. And then you just kind of go like, when you even watch the trailer, guys, do you even just kind of go like, huh? Huh? You kind of just go, yeah. You wonder. And then, like I said, again, people who are enjoying it, fine. You know, I didn't enjoy it. I thought this movie was really stupid. I think they were really going, well, let's take the approach of like not taking it too seriously. Let's almost make it a parody. And I think, you know, sitting on it for 24 hours, I'm like, yeah, I think they were really kind of taking the approach of like, oh, we're not taking this too seriously, because, yeah, it shows that they were not taking this too seriously really at all. But again, I just kind of go, yeah, but there is something in the story that they could have just based this whole thing on. But no, they had to be like, well, that's going to be a subplot, but we still have to do the young people who are here, 4th of July. They're, for some reason, they like, oh, the best spot to watch the fireworks is on this curvy road. So let's just park right here, and we're going to stand out in the curvy road, and hopefully we don't get hit by a car. Okay, that's smart. And of course, one of them's like a drunk fucking asshole, you know, and something happens. And of course, yeah, then it's like, oh my God, we can't say anything. No, we're not going to speak a word of this. And then, of course, a year goes by and blah, 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 blah. And it's so funny, too, because Madeline Klein, I think her name is, who she, you know, she's like she's going to be like the new, like, it girl, I think, because she's gorgeous. Everybody talks about, oh, yeah, Madeline Klein, look at her. She's fucking gorgeous and this, that, and this. Her character was, it's funny because her character, like, they celebrate her engagement party to one of the other characters who's like a drunk idiot. And then a year later, they're celebrating another engagement party, and then she's going to get married to somebody else. And I'm like, wow, that was quick. Within a year, she went from one engagement to another. I'm like, okay, I guess. The main character that's supposed to be like the main character, she just goes off on a whole little, and it's so funny because they have a character in here who's like has a podcast and is showing up to Southport to talk about, you know, the whole incident in 1997. That's right. They only talk about 1997. Mind you guys, they don't give a flying fuck about the sequel to I Know What You Did Last Summer. Remember the sequel that also came out with Brandy? You know, they also had a sequel. They ignore that. They do that whole thing where they just ignore that sequel. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. This is a world where that sequel did not happen. It's just they talk about 1997 and that's it. So, but yeah, Where was I at? I don't know. It's just a lot of whatever. You see things coming a mile away. Some decent kills, but like I said, there is a plot in there that they could have just really went with, but they couldn't do that. So I thought it was a shit sandwich, But hey, what else? What can you do? Good to see you, Dell. I see you out there. Good to see you, Dell. Saying happy birthday, Mama Film Chunky. Well, like again, we'll say happy birthday again a week after. Like I said, it's August 6th. Where I was just mentioning that in 2 weeks we're going to be celebrating it. So, but anyways, so yeah. So I know what you did last summer. You could wait to watch it on streaming if you want to, but if you're a fan, go watch it. You'll probably enjoy it. I thought I was rolling my eyes and just like going, oh my God, this is like none of the characters were likable at all. And the director really had, he loved putting the main girl. I think it was a dude. Yeah. The director they really wanted the main girl to be wearing short skirts with those schoolgirl like leather black buckle shoes with the heel on them, with the platform heel on them, with the socks, because that's what she was like wearing most of the time. A skirt with the black leather shoes with the weird socks. I mean, I don't mind a skirt, but those shoes with the socks, I don't get the appeal of that. I'm like going, okay, but yeah, like the main girl is always wearing those kind of shoes with the white socks, and I'm going, all right then. Like back in the original one, Julie was wearing just suspenders and regular clothes. I don't know. It was kind of weird. Just kind of like, you got a little bit of something going on here, don't you little freak? Anyways. Oh man. But anyway, so there you go. That's all I'm going to say about. That's all I'm going to say about. I Know What You Did Last Summer reboot. What's going on for you, Jason? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Now, all right. Where's my review for Smurfs? Yeah, that ain't happening. That movie. I remember seeing people, because people want Superman to fail so badly. I remember seeing people that, oh yeah, they were like, oh yeah, Smurfs can do well. It's family friendly. No. All right. Now, let's talk about this. Is that what it's called? Ride-up socks? I don't even know. I just don't think it's a good look. I mean, I get it. There's the whole, like, taboo thing about the schoolgirl type, and they, don't they wear that? I never have had an appeal to that look. Yeah, those little shoes, and then if that's what it's called, ride-up socks? I don't know. Ryan, good to see you too, by the way. Just never, I don't know. And it looked weird. I'm like, why are you wearing that with your outfit? It doesn't go with the outfit. I don't know. Again, I think the director and maybe the costume designer had a little bit of a little kink. I don't know. I'm not trying to put it out there or anything like that. I just thought it was a little weird that the main character was wearing those shoes mainly throughout the movie. But Jennifer Love Hewitt's still look gorgeous. Freddie Prinze Jr., he's aged pretty well too. Anyways, but you can probably see things coming a mile away. I'm just saying. I'm sure you guys even probably figured out who's the killer by just watching the trailer. And then when you watch the movie, you realize, oh yeah, there's probably a second one. Anyway, all right. Let's talk about this right here. Oh, Jimmy Guns, and Henry Cavill. Okay, now obviously there's a lot that you unpack when you watch this interview with Josh Horowitz on the Happy, Sad, Confused podcast, which I love Josh Horowitz when he interviews somebody, because he asks the questions that we all want to be asked to these people. This is why he is where he is, and this is why I'm always talking about his interviews and the answers that we get. And on Monday's Film Junkie Live, hopefully it's Film Junkie Live, Like I said, last Monday, of course, I had some issues when it came to the live part, at least on YouTube. Twitter was fine, kind of weird. But yeah, I'm going to go over more of the answers from from Jimmy Gunn's right here. But the biggest thing, of course, was the fact that he talked about a one Henry Cavill. Cavill? Did I say it like that? I don't know why I said it like that. Cavill. Too many L's. He does have 2 L's in his name. But, you know, obviously, again, when I was watching this and then, of course, posting the video and seeing the reactions, again, luckily a majority of people in my mentions were like, oh, yeah, I know exactly what he's talking about and this, that, and this, and blah, blah, blah. But, of course, you're going to get those, you know, people who just literally have the James Gunn derangement syndrome and cannot, you know, anything the guy says, they're like, no, whatever he said, he's lying, he's this, he's that, he's this. You know, they can't sit there and just put the bias aside, put the derangement syndrome aside and be like, okay, let me just take this in and whatever. But during that time, if you go back, I mean, you go back to some of those Film Junkie lives when all this was happening and the information that I was getting, I was saying this certain stuff. I was talking about what was going on when it came to this power struggle that was happening at Warner Brothers when it came to DC. And I was saying that Dwayne Johnson and $7 Theaters, they were trying, $7 Theaters, that was called $7 Productions. They were trying their best to grab hold of DC so then they could do the Rock version of the DC universe, which, yes, would still be a somewhat continuation of the DCEU, but it wouldn't be, you know, it would be its different thing. Obviously, the big thing of, we heard that they wanted to do a Black Adam versus Justice League versus the Suicide Squad. Apparently, that was like a thing that was out there. But anyways, let's go over this right here. Let's go over this part of the interview, and you know, we'll do the little play-by-play thing right here. But of course, you know, my mentions were a mess when posting this, but here we go.
Okay, so then jumping ahead, I just want to get my timeline down right, because I was somewhat in the middle of this in a weird way, because I talked to Henry Cavill in the middle of when Black Adam's coming out.
Oh, good God.
Yeah.
Oh, good God.
We love Henry, of course. And
Yes.
like,
I mean, right there, I started laughing because, I mean, literally James Gunn goes, "Oh, good God." like, yeah, like he knew it was coming. He's just like, "Oh God, yeah, that whole thing." But I mean, I do love the fact that we get that audible reaction from James Gunn where he just goes, "Oh, good God, let's hear it again."
in the middle of when Black Adam's coming out.
Oh, good God.
Yeah. And we love Henry, of course. And
yes,
like,
he's the sweetest guy.
sweet guy, love him. And he has the cameo at the end. We had a big moment on stage where he thought he was coming back. We all thought he was coming back, but maybe unbeknownst to him or not, you're already writing a Superman movie, which is clearly for a younger actor. Then soon thereafter, you get the gig as the head of DCU, correct? Have I had this roughly right?
Yeah, that's right. Yes, correct.
So then at a certain point, you and Peter have to have that unfortunate phone call, I would imagine.
No, we sat down
Henry.
with him. We sat down with Henry.
So without revealing too much, I mean, what is that like to have to be the guy to tell Superman, thank you for your time, we have to go a different way now?
See, it's funny right there too. It's like, you know, they wanted to sit down with him, and yeah, I mean, which is commendable. It's like, no, let's not have a phone call. Let's actually sit down with them, which is good. You want to do a face-to-face, but yeah. Anyways, continuing.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but believe it or not, I was the day we, so we were dealing with trying to figure out if we could take the job at DC Studios, and we're talking to David Zaslav and all the legal people there and figuring out what our deals would be. And the day our deal closed, all of a sudden they were announcing that, that Henry was back. And I'm like, what is going on? We know what the plan is. Like we know what the plan is. The plan was to come in and do Superman.
Yeah.
So it was really unfair to him, and it was a total bummer. but there was a vacuum at the time, and a lot of people were trying to be as
diplomatic as possible.
Say it. Say some bald, steroided out fucker was trying to swoop in with his production. Oh. He's trying to hold back right here. And again, this is where like James Gunn's like, somebody's like, he probably has some kind of device on him that Peter Safran or his wife is like clicking, like, don't say it. Don't say it.
diplomatic as possible.
There were other people that had a take on what they wanted to do with it.
They wanted to take on what they wanted to do with DC and were trying to force their way, and it just was never
force their way. Woo, baby. Woo. I wonder if Dwayne Johnson's seen this fucking shit. Oh my God.
Part of the equation for David Zaslav, who was the head of WBD. So we came in, and that was really unfortunate. I'm like, this poor guy. And so Peter and I, the right thing to do is to sit down with him and talk to him. Yeah. And we sat down, we talked to him. He was an absolute gentleman, a great guy about it. He said, the only thing I ask is that I'm able to reveal it myself as opposed to it coming from you guys. And I'm like, that's
he's a classic.
I like that. I like the fact that it was like, all right, you announce it. I mean, again, of course, who knows what happened in this meeting? For all we know, they had a big shouting match. Yeah, I mean, there always could be that. But of course, that's naturally not going to be said by James Gunn, Peter Safran, or Henry Cavill. But I'm sure it wasn't that. It was just one of those things where it's like, it is the business. It is the business of all this stuff right here. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, the timeline of all this stuff. And I was talking about this. I was talking about this back then, and knowing that Dwayne Johnson was trying to swoop in because he wanted to be, he needed that franchise because, let's face it, Dwayne Johnson, his franchises are kind of running dry right now.
Exacto. It has been from the start. Yeah. Would it be too confusing to cast him in your DC universe going forward?
As another character?
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
No, I talked to him about it on that day. So I would love to put Henry in something. Yeah.
There you go. Would love to put Henry in something. Again, Vandal Savage. Make him Vandal Savage. I think that'd be perfect, to be honest. That's just me, though. So, again, of course, you hate James Gunn. He's lying. He's lying his ass off. He fired. I love it when I keep on seeing he fired. And I'm like, no, he did not fire. Again, it's like, it was literally revealed not too long ago. I don't know how long ago it was. You could find the article with Pamela Abdi and Michael DeLuca where they talked about this very thing and talked about cheesing that up. Because they did cheese it up. Because they had no idea what the fuck they were doing when it came to DC. No idea. They figured, okay, if we're going to go with what Dwayne Johnson wants to do, we have the biggest, quote unquote, the biggest movie star in the world that is going to have his movie. He's going to be a baddie in that movie. So why not just have, let's see if this works. And then we could just move forward with this. People kept asking, okay, you want to fight Superman? I want to fight Superman. Who's Superman? Who's Superman? Who's Superman? And obviously, it was like, when you think about it, it's like Henry Cavill was also represented by Danny Garcia, right? Who was also representing Dwayne Johnson. The people that were representing Henry Cavill were representing Dwayne Johnson. So naturally, it was going to be a thing. And then, of course, it had to be a thing where WB had to approve of it. All this kind of stuff, and it finally did, and things happened, and they shot the scene. Of course, they shot it overseas, and because Cavill was shooting the Witcher, so he had to get a suit sent to him and do the scene, and they filmed it and whatever the hell. I mean, it was exciting. It was exciting because I really like the scene. I think it's great. Of course, there are people who love Henry Cavill who did not want to see it and shit on the scene, and that's the thing. They were gauging. Is this going to improve? If people are going to flock because they're going to be excited to know that Henry Cavill Superman is going to be coming back, are people going to flock to this movie? And they didn't. And that's the thing. So when I see some of these fucking like diehard Snyder fans that are bitching about this, I'm like, you were shitting on Henry Cavill and the Black Adam cameo when it was happening. So why are you upset about all this now? That's what I keep on going, what the fuck? Now all of a sudden you're just like, what the hell, man? I'm like, you were shitting on it back in 2022. Make it make sense. You didn't show up, you shit on it, you claim that you saw it on, you saw the bootleg, you hated it, the colors looked off. Oh, they're using the John Williams score in the background. You hated it. So why are you bitching about it now? James Gunn never had the intention of writing and directing a Superman movie with Henry Cavill. Okay? One of the things that I will push back on James Gunn when he talks about, they wanted me to do Superman. I didn't want to do Superman. I did Suicide Squad. Not what I heard. From the same information I was hearing about all this stuff behind the scenes when it came to Dwayne Johnson and Seven Buck Productions and all this kind of stuff, I also heard that James Gunn did, in fact, write a little treatment and gave it to a good old Toby Emmerich. Because that's what they wanted him to do. So I'll push back on James Gunn when it comes to that. That's what I heard. Again, take it with a grain of salt. Everything you got to take with a grain of salt because we weren't there. Everybody wants to claim that they were there. Oh, yeah, this is what happened and this is what happened. No, we don't. I've gotten information on what I heard, and it kind of checks out with what he has said. But there's a lot of people out there that just, he fired him. Like, no, he didn't. There was a promise of a contract to Henry Cavill. He still got paid, like, I think, $600,000? He still got a hefty paycheck for being in cameos in Black Adam and The Flash. Didn't even show up in The Flash, but he still got I think he got $400,000 for cameos. So he still got paid pretty decently for a day's work. I mean, my God, that's why I don't feel full on like, oh God damn, Henry Cavill still got a nice little paycheck for all this at least. But yeah, I mean, I always said that Dwayne Johnson and Seven Bucks, they used him as a fucking pawn. They were like, hey, we're trying to win over this. And everybody keeps on asking about Superman. The tracking's not looking well. We're going over budget. We're doing all these reshoots. Fucking A, now we got to sell this thing. We got to get Henry Cavill Superman because that's the buzz. That's the buzz. We're doing all in. And it didn't fucking work. Because, well, I mean, like I said, half the diehard Snyder fans did not even fucking want anything to do with the movie. And they shat on it. And then people were just like, whatever. And the movie didn't do well. And yeah, Pamela Abdi and Michael DeLuca, they were part of that decision-making. Zaslav, not the best leader. Let's face it. We know this. He's not the best leader when it comes to leading Warner Brothers Discovery. And he didn't even and then he was just like, oh, yeah, let's get Cavill back. See if that works. Oh, I think James Gunn, you should really be doing this. Let's start signing the papers and blah, blah, blah. So when I hear James Gunn go like, I'm like, yeah, we were just getting and you guys got to realize that these deals get put in motion way before they get announced. And I specifically remember going, why is James Gunn not even talking about Black Adam? His wife is in Black Adam. Why is he not talking about Black Adam? It's because he was seeing what was going on. Of course he wasn't going to promote it. Even though his wife has a cameo in Black Adam, he talked nothing about Black Adam because he saw what was happening. And they were trying to force themselves in. Like he said, he was trying to be diplomatic, but I think we all know who he was talking about right there. And that's exactly the thing. You can go back to those Film Junkie Lives where I was talking about that specific thing. That's why when I sit there and I'm like going, okay. And like I said, the one pushback I said about James Gunn is the fact that he did write a treatment for Toby Emmerich. That's what I heard. I don't know, like I said. But when everybody sees like, oh yeah, he fired. Like, no, he never had an intention to use Henry Cavill. And then what is the one thing that I always ask these certain fans when they are in my mentions and bitching about this? I always go, and 10 times out of 10, I get the same response. Would you have wanted James Gunn to direct a Henry Cavill Superman movie. Oh, hell no! Well, there you go! That's why it didn't happen. He decided to write his own thing. What are we doing here? I'm like, that's the question I asked. You wouldn't have wanted it, so why are you crying? Maybe Cavill will come back in some other form or fashion in Elseworlds Kingdom Come kind of thing. I don't know. Who knows? Or like a fucking crazy multiverse thing. Who knows? But there ain't going to be two Supermen currently right now in the movies. That's for damn sure. Anyways. That's pretty much it. That's all I got to say. Okay, let's see. We got some super chats here. All right, let's say Cloned Avenger. Hey, thank you for being a member for 6 months. Do you think Hal survived season 1 Lanterns? No, I don't. I don't think he does. I don't think he does. I really don't think he does. Rational Skeptic, thank you for the $5 super chat. Hollywood Report said Sasha Kaya had a multi-year deal as Supergirl. Do you think she was done dirty? Yeah, of course. Dude, everything that was happening under Walter Hamada was fucked. Fuck that guy. He's a cocksucker. Okay? And I've always said he's a cocksucker, and those are not my words. That's not my name. That's not the name I chose for him. That is somebody else who said that directly to me over the phone, who's somebody you guys probably like. A certain artist said that to me. A certain person who might be familiar with the DC universe. But yeah, people were done dirty. People have been done dirty since 2016. From 2016 to essentially 2023. For about 7 years, people who were part of the DC universe were pretty much done dirty. Maybe not Margot Robbie. And maybe not. Yeah, I think that's it. I think Margot Robbie might have been the only one that was actually treated okay. I'm trying to think of anybody else. I'm like, Affleck was treated dirty. Cavill was definitely treated dirty. Ray Fisher was. Gal Gadot was. Ezra was. And I'm just trying to think, is there anybody else? Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's crazy. I know. It's absolutely crazy. But, you know, Abdi and DeLuca are employees. They certainly are. But they helped make that decision, for sure, right? Remember Henry shot stuff for The Flash too? Yeah, I mentioned that. Ooh, geez. Anything Henry gets cast as will be a downgrade. Throwing some shade at Henry too, Jose? God damn. Same people want Cavill to come back to work with Gunn and Snyder. Those same people want Cavill to come back to work with Gunn and Snyder. Henry shit that cameo for Black Adam. Oh, he shot that. And I was like, shit that? Yeah. Yeah. Zaslav has not been the greatest. He definitely has not. All right. I'm going to start sending out the invites here. Get the panel going. Probably, like I said, it's going to be a smaller show tonight. Probably won't be that many people on, and we'll probably just you know, not a whole lot. Not like last week. Let's see. Who else? I think that's pretty much it. And then just sending out the invites. Baseball, you know, you can ask some more questions. I'll get to them. Got that. All right. Did it send? Yeah. Send. All right. Anyways, let's see. To be fair, DC was under Warner Brothers, not separate studio like now. So naturally, DeLuca and Abdi would be calling the shot. Yeah, I know. I mean, that's the thing. Everything was such a shit show. I don't even hate them for doing that. Some people turned on them. Remember when that article came out where they talked about it? People turned on them. People who were champions of them, like, you know, certain diehard Snyder fans were like, they thought like DeLuca and Abdi were gonna be the saviors, and then they turned on them. They turned on them. As soon as that article came out where they talked about that whole thing and James Gunn and everything, where they were talking about James Gunn and praising James Gunn, they immediately turned on him. And I was like, yeah, you guys, you know, I was like, I talked about this where I was like, yeah, they are probably partially to blame too. I don't, you know, it's just so many damn things. They absolutely trashed Cavill for looking bright and hopeful with a curl. I'll never forget how, yeah, exactly. That's the thing. It's like, I don't know how many times I saw like diehard Snyder fans turn on Henry Cavill. They turned on him like many times. Like when they heard that he was game when it came to the reshoots of Justice League, they wanted the more hopeful Superman. And then when it came to, yes, the Black Adam thing where, yeah, he had the curl. They kind of, even though he was wearing the Man of Steel, the actual Man of Steel costume, they still kind of tweaked the color grade where things kind of looked a little bit more colorful. And then, of course, there was the John Williams score a little bit that you heard behind it. So it was kind of like, oh, shit. Just, like, again, it's funny. The Rock on Twitter defending Black Adam's box office, comparing it to Captain America was pretty funny. Like, it's the first movie out the universe or something. Yeah, I mean, it was quite interesting. It definitely was quite interesting to see those reactions when it came to all this. But yeah, it's funny seeing the reactions because, like, I was like, all right, I'm gonna post that clip from that interview, and naturally, I'm like, oh yeah, of course it's gonna probably get some traction. Naturally, it did. It's running rampant. People are commenting, but like I said, most people are like seeing the writing on the wall. The fact that, you know, Dwayne Johnson was trying, and some people are like, oh yeah, I prefer the Dwayne Johnson DC EU. And I'm like, would you really want that? You're not gonna get Snyderverse. I mean, you're gonna have Snyderverse, but not really Snyderverse. I don't know. There's a lot of things. Why do they want Cavill to work with Gunn? We'll just call him a traitor. Exactly. Nothing makes sense. Nothing makes sense. The top doesn't get the same excuses the bottom does. Toby Emmerich ended up getting the last laugh in the end. James Gunn, Superman. He did, but at least the Snyder Cut came out. No matter what, we can always look at certain things, but at the same time, Toby Emmerich did not want the Snyder Cut to come out. Walter Hamada didn't want the Snyder Cut to come out. There are people that were working at Warner Brothers that did not want the Snyder Cut to come out, and the Snyder Cut came out. That's the way I look at it. And those fuckers are gone, okay? Those guys are gone. All of them gone. They're no longer there. Zaslav inherited a shit show. Of course he did. Corn Sweat was not wasted at all. No, I don't think he was. I think he did a fantastic job. I think he gave us a different Superman, and I really liked him. The Rock didn't bring Cavill back just because the fans wanted it. He did it to get what he wanted. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and like Cavill fired that representation. I mean, like the thing. And how many times has Dwayne Johnson and Henry Cavill spoken highly of each other since? Have we heard anything since? No. We haven't heard anything since. I mean, I'm just saying, like, you know, people are like, I saw there was a tweet that were like, I don't care. Dwayne Johnson fought hard to get Henry Cavill back. Did he? Did he really? Or did he look at it as like, oh yeah, we gotta put this in here because this movie's gonna end up fucking flopping? I don't think Black Adam was a flop. Black Adam has some enjoyable things into it. I'm not saying it's a bad movie. It's not. It's got some things where I question, where I just go, what the fuck is this? But overall, I don't think it's a bad movie. It's an enjoyable movie. It definitely is. So you won't see me shitting on Black Adam. I still enjoyed the movie. I watched it probably about 3 or 4 times. You know, I watched it in the theater. I supported it. And, you know, I've watched it a couple more times since. It's an enjoyable movie. It's not terrible. Not terrible at all. If you didn't like it, everyone said that he was a fantastic. Oh, I don't want to talk about it. Thank you, RJ. I appreciate you. Clearly, DJ and Cavill had a relationship. They literally shared a manager. How is what happened actually shocking? Yeah, they did. Yeah, you're right. I mean, there's always that too. Lex Pocket Dimension monkeys will never stop crying. It's funny because Gunn talked about that during the Horowitz, you know, interview too, and he goes like, because it was like, you know, Horowitz brought up, he's like, oh, you know, the internet brought down Superman, and he was like, no, they didn't. It was just that was just an aspect that you had to put in there, and it was like, you know, it was kind of like a funny moment. Doing a crypto movie and a Superman movie are not the same. We'll see how the box office ends up with Superman. They already announced when it's coming on digital. Oh yeah, but that's not till the end of August, though. I don't see that being wild now. In this day and age, it'd be wild if it was coming out. If it was coming out like August 1st, but it's coming out 45 days after its release. So I don't see how it's wild. I don't see how that's wild. It's a big movie. I've seen people complain about why are people talking about the day-to-day box office. I'm like, because this movie's been under a fucking microscope since its announcement. It's so funny when it's like people have been placing this thing under a goddamn microscope from the very beginning, and now that we're post that, and now that it's doing, like I said, not doing spectacular at the box office, but doing decent. So now we're seeing like, oh yeah, here's Monday's box office, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. People are like, what the fuck? I'm like, hey, you've been talking about this movie every day, every fucking day. And now you're complaining that now people are talking about certain things every day, but you don't like it because it's doing well. It's doing well for Wednesday box office numbers. Okay. Thank you, Jade, by the way. We're going to have 2 Batman, though. Yeah, we've talked about this. Batman is more popular than Superman. I had to talk about this when I was responding to some people. I'm like, there's not going to be 2 Supermen because, you know, but, you know, so yeah, it's just, there's not going to be 2 Supermen right now, at least. But, you know, 2 Batman, I mean, again, the circumstances are Matt Reeves already had a popular Batman with the Penguin series, also popular. So they were never going to fucking shelve that, which they shouldn't. You can have 2 Batmen because Batman is just super popular. Even James Gunn talked about that in the Horowitz one too. And he goes, there's no Batman movies that are really the same. You know, he said like maybe Kilmer and Clooney because it was the same director, but they even played like they played Batman differently. And he was just saying like, yeah, but, you know, the DCU Batman is not going to be the same as Matt Reeves' Batman. You know, we'll see if it pays off. So, Sabas, what's your view on how it's looking for the Ayer cut of Suicide Squad currently? What's the latest update, and have you got it? I'm 17. I want to see it before the day I die. Well, you're 17, so I mean, you got more years than I do there. I don't know. I think hopefully eventually they'll put it out there. It'd be kind of cool if they put it out there next year because it would be the 10th anniversary. That'd be kind of cool, but I don't know. It's just like one of those things where, again, I wish that Zach and Debbie, when they were pitching the Snyder Cut to HBO Max and those guys, I wish there was a joint pitching to be like, hey, can we get this version out? And also, we have another version of Suicide Squad that will cost way less. But can we get that out too and put it out there as a package? They didn't do that. And that's one of those things where I was like, I think I brought it up to Zach when he was on here one time, and he was like, oh, yeah. And it was like, yeah, I should write that down. Of course, that didn't go anywhere. I mean, I'm not trying to throw straight shade at Zach. I'm just saying it would have been cool if it was a joint package. People don't talk about that. It's like, ooh, could have been like, hey, shave some of that $70 million that they got for finishing the Snyder Cut as well as doing the additional photography. Shave some of that and just throw about $5-6 million down to David Ayer to finish his movie. He didn't have to do reshoots. He just needed to, edit everything back and put sound and finish some visual effects. That's all he needed. That's all he needed. And Sabas, thank you for thank you for the $10 super chat. Really appreciate it. Oh yeah, I answered your question already. But thank you for the $10 super chat. Much appreciated, sir. Yeah, thank you for being a member. I like Kazoo. And then of course Clone Avenger, gifting 5. Appreciate you. Really appreciate you guys. You guys are doing good. Symfinity, good to see you. 10 years since Suicide Squad sounds wild, doesn't it? Right? I mean, we're 10 years from, we're going to be 10 years from BVS and Suicide Squad next year. Again, and some people just make it seem like some of these movies came out like 2 years ago. And what can you do? Good times. All right. All righty. Let's go ahead and start bringing some peeps in here. But cheers, guys. Thank you for listening to me. I mean, I went on for over an hour. I had a feeling it was going to do that, but hey, it happens. What's going on, Phil?
Same old shit, different day. Another Friday.
Another Friday.
One of those, I know what you did last Friday, Summers.
Jesus Christ. Oh, man, that movie. Whew. I had to do it, though. I had to keep the streak alive. I had to keep the streak alive. Like I said, I did want to see that Eddington movie, but the screenings were either way too early or way too late. And I was like, but no, I already know. Like, I'm just gonna bite the hook and go see. I know what you did last summer. I'm like, I was trying to be like, I always try to go like, even though I know I'm like, I'm probably not gonna like this. I just go, well, let's see, maybe it'll surprise me. But as soon as it started playing, like the opening scene, I went, oh, fuck this. This is not going to be good.
I can make a joke about a movie that came out recently, but I'm not going to because I don't feel like just pissing in anyone's Cheerios. Anyway,
is it a movie with a man with a cape?
Maybe. No. It immediately my first thought was I had a similar thought about Jurassic World Rebirth.
Oh, yeah.
You and I, we kind of went into it like, how's this going to play out? Like,
yeah,
I like dinosaurs. I like that franchise. And you and I are kind of on the same page in terms of like, well, at least Scarlett Johansson's in it. And when it comes to this one, fucking Jennifer Love Hewitt. And it's like, she's very, very, very good looking. And I saw that like, of course, internet trolls doing what they do. Like, apparently they were like shaming her body. And I'm like, guys, she's fucking 46 and she looks incredible. Who the fuck is?
Oh, I saw that. I was talking to my brother about it. I'm like, oh yeah, people are, of course, were doing that thing that they do. And I'm like, when I saw the video of her like on the red carpet, I'm like, oh yeah, she's 46. She's got mom curves. Oh, and they are great curves. Scott and I talked about it too. I think it was after DC Fanimated. We were I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, yeah, she's not going to be like, what she was in 1997, you weirdos. She is, again, 46, still looks great. And she's got the mom curves. There is nothing wrong with the mom curves. Come on. There's a reason why the term MILF came to be existing, people.
She definitely grew into that mommy ass, and I'm here for it. I am here for it, my friend. But it's funny because, like,
seriously,
I got the trailer for that in front of Jurassic World, and like typically what I do before I watch a movie is I'll usually like commentate on the trailers that play before the movie. And when I got that one, I told you this I think last week. I was like, oh yeah, I'll watch this in the comfort of my own home.
Yeah.
And then like as soon as I saw your reaction, and like even after seeing just some of the interviews, I immediately knew exactly what the twist was. And I messaged you. I was like, it's this, isn't it? And you were like, ding, ding, ding. And I was like, fucking go figure.
Yeah. It's one of those. And yeah, they went for some things. They definitely went for some things in there. So
good.
Yeah.
One of the main chicks in that plays a part in the studio show with Seth Rogen and Ike Barinholtz. She's
really?
third one in charge. It's the chick with black hair. The damn it, I forget her fucking name, and I'm gonna have to look it up on IMDb.
Yeah, because I know Madeline Klein because she's the
blonde one, right?
Yeah, she's the one that's like becoming like the new it girl. I mean, yeah, she's gorgeous. She also got some good curves too.
Okay, so it's Chase Suey Wonders. That's who it is.
Okay, is that the main girl?
She is the dark-haired one, I think.
Well,
the one who goes to
dark-haired ones in there, so that's why I'm like, is she the main? Let me IMDb. Because I don't know, because there's like the main girl, and then there's another girl who also has dark hair.
So in the trailers, I think she's the one who goes and gets Julie.
Julie, okay, so that's the main girl. Yeah.
Okay, then yeah, she plays Seth Rogen's second in command in the studio.
Okay, interesting.
She's got some range.
She's the one that I was talking about, where she was wearing the schoolgirl shoes with the socks.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's a interesting wardrobe choice, which I was like going, why? But hey, whatever. I'm not the one that's doing the costumes when it comes to all that. So what's up, Chris?
Howdy, gentlemen.
How you doing, bud?
It's Friday. It's been a long week, and I'm very happy to spend it with you too.
Yeah.
And everyone in the chat.
Yes, exactly. Always great. That's what I always look forward to every Friday. Chatting it up with you guys and getting your opinions on things and everything like that. It's not going to be quite the hefty episode as it was last week. Last week was fun. We had quite a big panel, and it went on for 5 hours. Obviously, it was very just Superman. Next week should be good too, because we're going to be talking about Fantastic Four, and that's going to be a full-on spoiler discussion, probably as well too. So, yeah, so that'll be fun. And then, of course, the week after, there won't be a Vodka stream 2 weeks from now because I will be out of town. But
the good son that you are.
I know. Hey, it's Mama Film Junkie's birthday celebration. We're going to be doing all that. And I'm like, oh, yeah. All right. Well, that's cool, And it unless I decide to do it from Laughlin on a Saturday, that ain't fucking happening. It'll be fun.
Out of town next weekend.
Oh yeah, you'll be in my neck of the woods.
Right, exactly. I will be near you, but
Yeah.
I'm going to be in San Diego that Friday until like 10 o'clock.
Yeah. So don't expect Phil to be on unless he comes in on his phone maybe or something like that. But
probably not because I'm driving.
Yeah. It's all good. But yeah, hopefully, Phil and I have been talking about. Hopefully, we'll hook up and get some lunch or something and hang out while you're.
Who's going to be behind who? Are you going to be in front or behind?
Yeah, we'll do the prom photo. Post.
I thought you were referring to the whole CEO.
Oh no, I am.
Okay.
I am referring to that.
I've seen that going around. And I'm just like, what the fuck is this about? And then I looked into it. I was like, oh, that's bad.
Oh, that's really bad.
Wouldn't have been a problem if they didn't react. I'm just saying. I'm not promoting what they did. I'm just saying if they
That's
didn't
exactly
react
what my brother said. That's exactly what my brother said when we were talking about it earlier. He goes, if they didn't react, it probably wouldn't have went viral. I'm like, yeah, you're right. You know what? If they just would have been like, hey, but I think like it's just when they saw it, they just couldn't help themselves. They're like, oh shit. It was an oh shit moment.
Especially when the lead singer calls it, oh, they're either having an affair or really shy.
Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. I mean, it's so funny, too, because then you start thinking, well, what were they? I mean, first off, if you're the CEO of a company and you're shtucking one of the employees, that's just not good decision.
The head of HR.
Yes. The head of HR. Oh my God, that's what's funny. Is the head of HR.
It gets worse.
Yeah, I didn't.
Or better, depending how you look at it.
She is the head of HR, and oh my God, and then it's just like, if you're going to be doing that, you should not be making decisions for a company for sure. But I get it. Maybe things. I don't get it, but I'm just saying like, what I mean by I get it is like, well, you have a spark with somebody and you just feed it. But I'm like, why are you going to go to such a public place?
Because people are dumb.
People are just dumb. And I'm like going, well, you should not be a CEO of a company
or a husband
if you're this dumb, or a husband. Yes. Oh, I'm hoping that the wife, divorce, gets half the shit. I mean, he's probably not going to be. I mean, I think they both got put on leave. If I got the update correctly, I thought I read that they both got put on leave. They're probably gonna ask him to step down, like whatever board that he's reporting to. They're probably gonna be like, "Fuck it, dude, what are you thinking?" You know. And he's probably gonna lose half his shit with the divorce. The dude's gonna be like managing a Staples in like a year, and that's gonna be bad. Yeah.
But hey, let's talk about fun geek stuff. How about that? Superman movie?
That's great. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was. It's so funny. Again, it's so funny how that just went so viral, and everyone's talking about it.
Oh shit! Flightcast is in the chat. Oh my god!
Wait. Hey,
I did mention our discussion last week to say how much we have missed him. So
okay, Ray, if you want to join, tell me where to send it. I don't know.
I can
where
send it
you
to him
are
on
anymore.
Instagram. He might be
Send
able
it
to get
to
it
him.
from there.
He's on Patreon
Yeah.
too. So.
That's true. He is
Oh
on
yeah,
Patreon.
wait,
yeah.
he is on. Okay, hold on. Holy shit, man! It's great to see
The
that.
ghost
Well,
of Christmas past comes back
Travis
at the
Snell
turn of
back
the
from the
tide.
dead. Dick move in the chat, Travis. Dick move.
Travis is also there.
Yeah,
Big
Travis
mistake.
is in the chat.
Huge.
All right.
That's too funny.
Wow.
Too funny. Is that the Philip? That is me, Chainsaw. I'm always here. Most Fridays.
The Philip.
That's-
Except no substitutes.
Friday Phil.
Exactly.
Come on,
Oh,
man.
man.
It's
It
in the
writes
name.
itself.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Always.
Hmm.
Get your
But
Philip game
you guys
Friday.
aren't going to see it. Well, Chris, you're not going to go see I Know What You Did Last Summer or Smurfs?
The wife and kids are not here. I have other things that are. I'll just say no, absolutely not. Sorry, I'm not going to waste. No.
Why the Smurf not?
Well, I did see Ballerina last night finally for the first time, so that was
What'd you
pretty.
think?
I still need to watch that.
I liked it.
Yeah.
I was impressed by just how many action sequences there were. I mean, I know it's John Wick and everything like that, but I was impressed by just
Oh, man.
they kept it moving.
Cool. Good to know.
So
I know it does. It moves, and it's a really good action flick. But yeah, I'm excited right now, guys, because
Ray.
he's back. Raymond.
I'm back, baby.
Damn.
Damn. How about that?
God, it's all yeah.
It's funny.
You put up in the chat. Oh man,
Because
Love
I
it.
sent this guy an email earlier today.
Oh,
Did
you
you?
did? Oh,
I think I sent you a fucking Dorsey-sized missive.
I
I don't
cannot
know.
wait to read that. I seriously, because I heard through the grapevine. So I didn't. Last week it was like, damn it. Of all days, like I was like, I know they're talking about it. They have to be talking about it. And I didn't get a chance to really hear a whole lot of it. But yeah, I was just not everybody emailed last week. We only got like 4 emails for it. So, but there's like Stu emailed this week and like a couple of others. So we're definitely going to be continuing the spoiler conversation this weekend. But I wanted to know, like I heard a few. Well, I didn't hear completely what you thought about it, but like I was looking forward to. I was hoping you would send an email. I was really hoping you would send an email because I just want to hash through, and have a. You know how I am. Like, I've told everybody for years. It's like, dude, it's not about like, I don't have an issue with differing opinions. You know what I mean? It's like, let's just hear everybody's perspective. So I'm just
don't
really
be a
curious
jerk about it. That's the key.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Bingo.
Don't be a jerk.
Bingo. Exactly.
Yeah, don't be like Ben.
What happened? What did you do?
I'm being cheeky.
He is. He's being
I'm being very cheeky.
But man, Ray, what have you been up to, man? I know you obviously work and shit like that. I mean, and you got rid of Twitter and yeah.
So yeah, so Twitter. It's been almost 2 years.
Yes,
I ditched Twitter before like
a lot of people did.
a lot of people ditched Twitter. I ditched it back in like August of 23.
You left in August. I left in November. Sorry, I don't mean to keep cutting you off, but it's like the timeline is just so fresh in my fucking mind from this shit.
well, and it's funny because like when I left it, like, and I went to Threads because Threads was brand new and there was like nothing there, and I was for months was just like, this is not gonna work as far as like getting updated on stuff, but obviously it's grown like massively in the last to the point where that's what Gunn uses. Like you guys, I don't know if you Dave, I don't know if you talked about this earlier, but the Happy Sad Confused today. I watched that today, the whole
So
thing.
did I. Wow.
And when
we're
he
gonna
was
talk about it.
when he was talking about social media, he didn't say Twitter, he said Threads. Like he was talking, and he's he's probably the most active on any of the social media platforms, like on Threads. Like a lot of his stuff pops up there because now it is viable, like as far as information and whatnot.
It seems like Gunn, where like he'll post things on Twitter, but he doesn't. That's it. He probably has somebody post it for him. But when it comes to Threads, he'll answer like fans and respond and everything. And of course, that always makes its way to Twitter. Everybody screenshots and does.
I loved his answer today because that Wonder Woman nonsense a couple of days ago was just like, okay. All
what
right.
did somebody a little scoopy guy try to get a little scoop out there?
It was Siegel. It was Tatiana Siegel.
Oh, was it Siegel? Oh,
yeah.
Okay, so there's two parts to
gem in
this.
the world, right? A gem.
There's two parts to this. Tatiana Siegel said the Wonder Woman movie was being fast tracked. Dumberto Fuxales said that the actress was being chosen from TV, and Gunn was like, nope, bam, bam, you're both wrong.
I did not even know. I did not even know about Umberto, and I had no idea he said anything. I only knew because the thing was, I saw people share it, right? And so whenever I see like Culture Crave or like discussing film, I'm like, okay, where's the link? I need to go to the source. Where'd they get this from? And so I go to the source.
Never source it.
Well, they what they'll do is they'll put the link in like the next post, right? So I find the link, and first off, it's Variety. Oh shit, find Variety, and then I see the writer, and I'm like, oh, you gotta be kidding.
Oh yeah.
And the whole piece was just like, if anybody actually read it, is like it's not even a positive piece. Like they're questioning like, why would Zaslav celebrate so early? It's barely made anything overseas, and it's questionable. And so then there's this one line about how sources say Wonder Woman is being fast tracked by WB, and it's like this is it. This is what we're going. Another sources say, okay, all right. From the writer of many hit pieces against DC and Marvel, because what was it, like a year ago she wrote the Marvel in Crisis piece. Oh my goodness, like that was her big arrival at Variety after Rolling Stone booted her or whatever. So whatever, just I was glad he shut that down and was like, no, because he's been saying this, he's been consistent the whole time about how like, we're not doing anything until there's a script and until there's a good script. So that doesn't mean fast tracking is going to happen, guys. He's going to, if he sticks to his word, which I feel like he will as a creative, because he's not like a producer only like Safran is. He's a creative. So he actually thinks about scripts. He actually thinks about concepting. He's actually a student of the source material.
One of the things that I liked what he said in that interview too, when they were talking about the DCU Batman casting, he was like, yeah, I've thought about actors, but until the script's done, that's when we're going to cast. It's like, we need to know like what fits the story. And I was like, all right, good. Another great thing that he said right there too.
Well, to your point too, when Horowitz brought up The Authority, he said, yeah, it's been unfortunate, but he talked about how the writer's on something else and really killing it.
Yeah.
So it's not, hey, you're just not working for this. Try this. Hey, this is your baby now. So
and I feel like that's another benefit of having him there, like as a creative, because I feel like another producer would have just moved on, and not tried to find another fit for that creative. But obviously, he's handpicking these creatives, and I think
one thing I really like, and even though I'm not like James Gunn's biggest fan, is that like he's not even naming who's working on what, and I think that's really smart because look at how much harassment Matt Reeves is getting of like,
oh my god,
when's the script, whatever, and it's just like people are like, well, who's writing Brave and the Bold, or who's writing Wonder Woman, who's writing The Authority, and it's like it's none of your fucking business,
right?
Like we're not gonna find out until we find out. Like cry about it, sure, but like we'll find out when we find out. Honest to God truth, I think the next project in the DCU that possibly could go forward if all things fall into place is probably going to be Wonder Woman by the sound of it. Anyway, he sounds pretty enthused about that, but we'll see what
he does. It sounds, I mean, to me, it's just like, now that Superman's out and they're probably like, all right, Did it do spectacular? No, but it still did very decent. And I mean, it did what they want. They were like, okay, that's, it didn't maybe it underperformed slightly, but I mean, even in some world where I go like, well, you look at that opening, it's not bad. I mean, yeah, they probably wanted it to be like, have a better international box office. For some reason, it's struggling internationally, but it's doing well here. So, and then they're just like, all right, now we got to kick this, now that we're here, we got to kick this universe into gear. And obviously you got to get the heavy hitters out there as well as having these smaller projects, which, I mean, I'm so looking forward to Clayface. I cannot wait for Clayface. And I'm so curious about and I love the fact that he talked about it. It's like, oh, it's a full on horror movie. Like it's a horror movie, and I'm loving that.
Well, and that speaks to what he's talking, because I think there's even another quote he said where like someone asked him, I think again on Threads, like there's no set like tone for the franchise. Yeah. Mm-hmm. He wants to keep it like individual, like to each movie. So like people that think that the entire DCU is going to be like Superman will be gravely disappointed, because you're not going to do a Clayface movie like you just did the Superman movie, and you're not going to do the reverse either. So
no, sure. Exactly. Yeah. Okay, but now that you're here, Ray, let's get your. I mean, we talked about it all last week, but I want to get your thoughts on Superman.
I saw it a third time today.
Third time. I saw it 3 times also.
And it was one of those where like it's funny because it's kind of the same effect that Man of Steel had on me. I remember when I first saw Man of Steel, I had like this cognitive dissonance because I was raised obviously on Christopher Reeve and the Donner movies, and so you see something that is so like different in terms of like how the hero is portrayed, and it was just a shock to the system. I liked it, but it was one of those cases where every time I watched it got better and better and better, to the point where it's like my favorite Superman movie. And so it was kind of the same thing here, where it's like, okay, even going into this, I know it's going to be different. We all knew it was going to be a different tone. We knew why, whatever our thoughts on it is. And so the question was like, how different was it going to be? And when we saw it, like, I remember we went to one of the Amazon Prime screenings, one of the early ones.
Yeah, the Tuesday ones. Yeah.
Yeah. And we saw it in Super IMAX with like 350 people. And it was a really good crowd. Like, it was a really good crowd that like reacted to just about everything and applauded twice. There was one guy that booed at the very end, and he shut up really quickly because he was the only one booing.
What was he booing at?
I don't know if it was the movie or if it was the credit scenes. I know some people thought the credit scenes were a waste because they don't point to anything, and it's like, well, welcome to credit scenes before 2008. That's what credit scenes used to be before the MCU. They used to just be gag reels and deleted scenes, right? And it was a throwback to that. But I remember that like Tuesday night, I was at an 8 out of 10. I was at an 8 out of 10. I liked what I saw. And I remember the funniest part of it, Shonda was like, she liked it, but she was like, I did not like Green Lantern. I thought he was annoying as hell. And I was like, yeah,
that's what he's supposed to be.
Yeah, I'm like, Nathan Fillion played that character 100% accurately. So yes, if he annoyed you, he did his job completely. But I was thinking about it. It was one of those where I slept on it, and the next day I was like thinking about different scenes. Like, okay, no, that was really good. I like that part of it. And then I said, all right, I need a second viewing. And so I saw it after work on Friday, like that following Friday. And after that viewing, I was like, okay, no, there was a lot more that I didn't, because like when a movie is, when you're hyped for a movie, sometimes you're so hyped you don't relax. Right, you're tense and you're sitting there because and seriously, most of the time the Tuesday showing, I'm like this, like, like because the brain is going to mile a minute. Like, okay,
that's why I was glad I saw it by myself on Tuesday, so I could take it in that first showing, and then I was watching it with other people the other times.
Yeah, and so like the second viewing, I was way more relaxed and was just because I know what's here. I know the basic story. Like there's no spoilers. So it's like, okay, now I can, because the one thing that I didn't catch the first time was the second apartment scene. I didn't realize like how that I didn't really pay. I don't know if it was I didn't pay attention or whatever. It was like, or something was going on, or maybe I was too distracted by the dimensional imp that they were fighting in the window or whatever. But like, I didn't catch the pacing, because one of the things I was looking for in the movie was, okay, how does he pace this movie compared to like Guardians, compared to like how the humor and the pacing, those are like the two things. Like, okay, how much is he gonna like deviate from what he normally does? And after that second viewing, I was like, okay, no, he actually deviated a good amount from what he normally does. And one of the things he brought up today in Happy, Sad, Confused, he talked about how scary it was for him to rely on score instead of needle drops.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that was something from the beginning that I'm like, okay, dude, listen, I know you love the needle drops, but this is a character that you gotta lean into score with.
Oh yeah.
And he recognized that. He understood that, and it played out. Like it paid off in that regard.
It definitely played, when I, especially like, the second and third viewing, I was really paying attention to those beats. And I mean, yeah, I know like a lot of us were like, move on from the John Williams score, but I think like just certain way, I mean, I don't know. There's just something about certain aspects of that score, especially that last scene when Lois and him, go off, and then of course they start kissing, and then she says, "I love you," and they float off. I mean, that scene hits, and the score just, I don't know. There's something about that. Even like, I've even seen online, even people who were like, yeah, but it's, but they were like, oh, but the chemistry and this, the last scene, people were just like, that is just, it would just like strikes them like as, and I'm like, yeah, but there's just some, even with that first teaser trailer and hearing the, with the guitar and everything, I was like, okay, yeah, I would like it to have a distinct score for this new Superman, but at the same time, I'm just kind of like, but I do dig the fact that they're using elements, but they're not. It's not like when you watch the Donner Superman and you're hearing that full on score. It's not like fully the same. Like there's just there's something different about it, and there's something modern about it.
It's not lazy.
It's not lazy. It's definitely not lazy.
And that was the thing that hit me, was like, okay, because did I want Corin Sweat to have his own thing? Yes. I don't buy into this whole, it's like James Bond. No, it's Superman. There's no multiverse in James Bond. I know it's different actors, but they're all supposed to be playing the same guy. It's not the same thing. And, I always go back to like, well, Batman has how many themes? Technically, his most iconic theme is, you want that in Pattinson's movie? Is that what you want to do? Right. So, like, yeah, I'm a huge proponent of that. But if you're gonna use the Williams theme, if you're gonna do it, just don't be lazy about it. And I will give John Murphy and David Fleming all the credit in the world, because they weren't late. It wasn't like we were just hearing a retread from, like what I like John Ottman, but like one of the most I remember Scott and Tim talked about this when we reviewed Superman Returns for our Patreon at Squadcast Media. We talked about how hollow Ottman's impersonation of John Williams for that movie was. It just didn't ring nearly as true. It wasn't as vibrant. It was lazy. It was. Yeah. And John Ottman's an awesome composer. Like the X-Men, the X-Men theme that they used every once in a while in the Fox X-Men movies, like he's a good composer, but like he was just retreading what we had already heard in the 1978 film. And Fleming and Murphy were like, no, we're still going to make our own score. We're still going to build a score that fits this film. We're just going to give homages and craft it. Like we're going to fit it in. We're going to fit his theme into what we're doing. But what we're doing is still going to be what we do. And if you're going to do it that way. Right? Like, don't let it step all over what you would normally do and just be lazy about it. Just incorporate it into the pieces that you have. And that's why it works, in my opinion, subjectively speaking, because like it's still got to be your movie. You're not doing Superman 78 Redux, which is what a lot of us were worried about initially. This is not Superman, the movie Redux, and it's not Man of Steel Redux. And that was the biggest thing, Dave. I wanted it to be his movie, and it is. It's 1,000% his movie, and I'm okay with that. I'm good with that, truthfully, because I like seeing variety. Like, not, I watched it 3 times, and yet, you know, neither of those times erased my copy of Man of Steel. Like, it didn't poof into dust, right? It's still
That
still
fifth
back.
dimensional imp might be fooling with it now, so you've got to be careful.
Yeah, that's that dimensional imp.
You know, so and people were trying to listen to see if you just said dimensional or if you said fifth dimensional. In which case, it's like, oh, right.
I think
but-
you said interdimensional.
Yeah,
Well, I was watching it today, and the bat, the green bat, and you can
Yeah.
like if you listen carefully, like it's like when Superman's drinking the cocoa, and you just hear like the ping, ping, like he's just whacking the thing with the green bat. Yeah, no, I liked it. I really like it.
I will admit I didn't like that scene at first, but I think the third time around I was like, okay, I mean I get it. It's kind of like an interesting, but it's funny because that part of that scene that I didn't really think about until I watched Kevin Smith talk about it was like when Superman tells Lois, like, I'm gonna turn myself in, and she's like, why? And he's like, because maybe I'll get taken where crypto is. And she's like, well, it's just a dog. And then he goes, well, yeah, and he's not really a good one, which gets a laugh. But then what he says after, but he goes, yeah, but he's out there and he's scared, and it's just like what James Gunn was really trying to do with this was just show like the big ass fucking heart that this character has. I mean, he saves a squirrel. And I like the fact that in the Horowitz interview, he said that was one of like
That was the things they fought about.
They fought about it. It's like, why are you going to do that? Save a squirrel. But I think that's what Gunn was really trying to like emphasize was like, this guy, I mean, he wanted the kaiju to go into some intergalactic fucking
right.
zoo.
He didn't want to kill him.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
he was not happy that they killed him.
Yeah.
Well, to your point, Ray, you bring up the idea of homages. Like we talk about all the time how when studios take risks or try to do something different, we what we clamor for is it's like, oh, why do you have to do the same thing and the audience doesn't come out? Well, then you do something that they like, and they say, "Oh, we like it, but you do something unique." It's like, where do you draw the line? Well, I think James Gunn found a good way that you have homages to 78. Saving the squirrel, saving the cat out of the tree. You have homages to Man of Steel. You have big homages to the animated series. Like, you have enough of those that it's really frustrating for me, and I know it will never change, but when people fans just actively just are trying to hate something because it's just not exactly the same thing, it's like, you're never going to get the exact same thing you want because that happened,
Right.
And then if he tried to do it, you say, oh, you're just copying Zach or whoever. It's like, no, I would say, and I said it last week, like, Gunn made safe choices, but they weren't necessarily lazy. They were okay to be safe. This is trying to get Superman back in the zeitgeist, trying to get Superman to feel that connection, that good heart. And again, I had a fun time. And like you said, homages are important because it gets people remembering what they like about the character, and that's what they needed to do. And he was successful.
Well, and safe, like, whether he was mandated to do it or not, he knew he had to make a 4-quadrant Superman movie. Bottom line, regardless, whatever he did, it had to be one of those, right? But I did like how he brought up today that, like, and I didn't realize that the interview scene was 12 minutes. It doesn't feel like a 12-minute scene at all. And he talked about how, like, that's arguably the riskiest thing he did in the movie was put a 12-minute dialogue scene in a superhero movie. And I'm like, yeah, that is risky, but
one of my best favorite non-action moments in that entire
I mean, that's
film.
the thing.
It sets up both characters so well.
It's so funny because, like, I don't, and I think all of us here probably wouldn't consider that risky because we kind of like that. I mean, I think like some of my favorite moments are when it's just dialogue. I mean, in the first Suicide Squad, even though, like, we didn't see the full realized vision, but I love that bar sequence when they all, before the final act starts. Yes. I like it when they all start talking. I'm like, I like those scenes where it's like, hey, it's the characters being the characters. So when I heard about this scene, I was like, oh, I'm gonna like this because this is we've seen it many times where Lois Lane interviews Superman, but this is going to be a different. She knows already she's dating the guy, and it's going to be a different kind of take. And he's going to, she's not going to hold back. She's going to be Lois Lane. He's thinking, oh, she's just going to, it's going to be playful. It's going to be fine. Yeah. And he's like going in so confident and kind of joking and just like, oh, yeah, But then when she starts hitting him with the hard questions, I mean, he just obviously is like trying to defend himself. And that's why, I mean, again, it does in the context of that scene. I understand why he's like, people were going to die. I'm not trying to, I'm like, I'm this. Why are you, I understand it. I mean, obviously when you saw it, just a brief part of it in the trailer, people are like, Jesus Christ, why is he getting so upset? It's like, well, we don't see the context of the entire scene. Now that you do, it's like, are you still feeling that way? Or do you understand why he got like this? And yes, it's not a Superman that's like the Christopher Reeve Superman or Henry Cavill. This is the Superman that it is a little more emotional. He is more emotional than other Supermen.
That was my favorite part of the trailer.
Yeah,
like of that trailer, like when I saw that, like, because like you say, we've seen those interviews happen before, and then when it became clear that it was going to be like she was actually going to be a journalist with it, I was like, ooh, okay. And then when he like started getting emotional, I was like, oh wow, okay, yeah. This is, but the aspect of it that I did that surprised me, and like the journalism part of it, and like her being the journalist was one thing. The relationship part of it was the one that was like, oh, this is a little too real. This is I've ended arguments just like that, where I've said where I've said I'm gonna go and I leave. That has happened. She'll tell you that has happened. And so I'm sitting there in the theater and I'm like, wow, okay, that I did not realize that that he was gonna present their because we have not seen their relationship like this.
No,
it's certainly not on the big screen. And I haven't seen.
It shows that they're gods on earth, but they aren't infallible. They aren't perfect,
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, well, and certainly in his case, because this movie really hit, like the one thing he posted on Sunday where he talked about there's been a lot of movies that have focused on the super. It was great to make one that focuses on the man, and this one 1000% does that. It almost feels like part of the unwritten mandate was, okay, for all the people that for years have said they can't get into Superman because he's boring and he's unrelatable, it's like, well, we're just going to smash the hell out of that. Yeah. We're going to make this dude as relatable as possible to the point where there's something about him that you can relate to, whether it's his big heart, whether it's how he deals with Lois in that situation. And then, of course, in the other apartment scene I talked about, he apologized for that earlier. I love the fact that that's the point where he tells her, I love you. And it takes her the entire second half of the movie to say it back. I love that. Like, that's just part of the natural evolution. Like, that's real. Like, that's how shit goes with relationships.
And you have a dog that doesn't listen.
Yeah.
Technically not his dog. So that makes sense.
That's
true. But
at the same time, it was like when Kevin Smith pointed that out, where he's just like, oh man, he wants to go find the dog. And it was just like, it was just kind of funny. Like, again, that's why I like watching like the different reactions, reviews from people that I respect, like Jeremy Johns didn't like it all that much. He didn't shit on it completely. Some people were like, he hated it. Like, no, he had some good things to say, but for overall, yeah, he didn't really enjoy it all that much. Someone like Chris Stuckman liked it a lot. And then when I'm looking at Kevin Smith, and even Kevin Smith, like when I watched, because he has an entire spoiler review out there, which is him talking.
And it's solo nonetheless too. He didn't have.
Solo. He did it solo. Yeah. So, but like the fact that he just talked about what he related to, but he also talked about the things that he didn't like, which is good. I'm glad that he didn't like the Jarrell thing and and that whole thing and stuff like that. He didn't really dig it all that much. There's things that he didn't dig, but at the same time, he was like. And then he said like, oh yeah, the second time when I saw like the end when it's showing all the home videos.
I love the end.
And then you see Jonathan lifting up young Clark and he's flying and it's just like zeroing in on that and then it zeroes in on his face. I'm like, yeah, that That was I really like that too. I mean, it's just, and then he said oh yeah, it struck him right in the heart, like right in the in the balls of the heart.
Because that's the resolution of his journey in the movie,
pretty much.
And the thing. This is another thing I picked up on the second viewing. I didn't realize the cyclical, the circular nature of it, where when he first goes into the fortress, it's the birth parents' message.
Yes.
And then when he ends the movie in the fortress, it's the foster parents' message. And it's like, okay, this is where, it's not about how you were born. It's about how you were raised.
Yeah.
And that really hits home. Like that was really well done. And I want to say, I mean, I don't want to make it seem like Superman has never had character progression, like throughout a movie. But this was like obvious.
Yeah,
he went through an arc in this movie.
He definitely did. And we're gonna be hey, let's bring on Paul right now. What's up,
hey,
Paul?
Guys.
Hey, Paul.
How's it going?
It's going pretty good. How's it going?
How
you doing?
Real interesting, real fast.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? I'm sure Paul, he loved the movie. I mean, he's gonna come. What are you talking about?
Oh,
Hi, Paul.
okay. Well, everything's going fine. I'm going to be in Barcelona for the next week, so hopefully I'll be back Friday night this following week, but I can hopefully join the stream again if you let me on.
Yeah.
But yeah, other than that, I'm doing great. Still in Florida right now, getting ready to go, and other than that, just been taking care of business, just writing, doing other stuff, and yeah, that's pretty much it. But yeah, I saw the movie, so I wrote some positives.
You loved it. I'm just kidding.
I wrote some positives. So my thoughts aside, I enjoy the cast.
Okay.
I think the cast is talented in who they are. I think if they were in any other type of movie or in another movie, I think they would just be as good, if not better. I really did. I was engaged with the fight scene with the giant monster, with the Justice Gang and Superman. And though I wasn't huge on the Skrull scene, I liked the idea that Superman, regardless, was like, we don't know where this thing is from. Let's take our time here. The civilians are far enough away, or let's strategize this. Because again, Superman's been around for 3 years. Makes sense. I like that they took time with that, because I actually had never seen that done in live action before on that grand scale. And again, I haven't finished watching Superman and Lois, so I don't know if that was ever talked about in there. But as far as my knowledge, I had never experienced that before in a movie. So I was like, okay, that's an interesting take. I like that. Mr. Terrific. Granted, I wasn't a fan of all of his dialogue, but I enjoyed seeing him. He's one of my more, I find him one of the more interesting sort of C-level DC characters that aren't talked about as much, but he is himself like one of the smartest people in the DC universe. So to see him actually be intelligent and to do things efficiently, and in my opinion, be one of the most grown-up characters within the movie, I found that really refreshing. And I like that actor. I think he did a very good job in terms of that. And last but not least, I think it could have been a better scene, but overall, I found it genuine in comparison to everything else in the movie. But I liked the scene between him and Pa Kent, and Superman kind of being a little conflicted, and Pa just being regular Pa Kent as he is usually in the books, and just being straight and honest with him as he would be in almost any other iteration. So I like that. I thought that was nice, and I thought that was genuine.
That was my favorite part of the movie.
Yeah, Phil, as you can tell, Phil and I have probably had a conversation or two about this movie beforehand. But yes, I agree with Phil. That was a good scene. That being said, now granted, I probably would have seen this movie in theaters, mostly for this live stream. But my friend, my best friend Ben, is a huge Superman fan, so he couldn't see it till the 13th, so I waited, and we waited till then. He got tickets. It was me, him, our mutual friend Bob, who's the same age as us, and Bob's fiance, who's about 8 years younger. Now, she's not a big movie person, but she generally likes the Marvel movies. She's not she doesn't go out of her way to know all the things, but she likes superhero stuff when it's done like really fun and all that kind of stuff. So I was curious what her perception was going to be on it. We all left the theater hating the movie and severely depressed. We did not have a great time. It was not fun. Now I've had time to obviously simmer over the movie, as you can see. and think about it for a bit. And now I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it again. I've only seen it the one time. I will say, it's an interesting take on the Silver Age stuff, which I'm not always the biggest fan of. I don't mind stuff from the Silver Age. It's always about how it's more or less executed. But overall, it's not a good movie in my opinion. In many ways, especially if it underperforms, I think it could be the death of superhero movies if this doesn't do better.
Oh, this doesn't do better?
I generally had a hard time with this movie. By the time it got to, and again, this movie was interesting to me. I didn't get to see all this to film. We were talking, but every time the movie started to build, it did immediately other things that kind of I felt kind of undercut it. But by the time it got to the pocket dimension stuff and the monkeys and the super shit, and I was starting to check out of the movie. My friend, who's one of the hardest Superman fans I know, next to me, we almost simultaneously said, "That's fucking stupid." Like, we literally were on the same wavelength. It was hard. It was hard for us to watch the movie seriously after that point, especially. Now, that being said, like I said, I enjoy the cast. I think that they do well with the dialogue that they're given, or the stuff that they're made to do and everything. Nick Holt's Lex Luthor is interesting to me because I like his performance. I'm still very confused how it's 2025, and Phil and I talked about this. And again, it's not all of the plans. There's other stuff that Luthor is doing throughout the rest of the movie, but the main focus is that he's doing this thing in Bavaria. He's getting all of these missiles, or he's doing all of this sabotage. And at the end of the day, it is about, again, getting land and real estate.
He corrected that.
He corrected that.
He said no. That was just the icing on the cake. This whole thing was about to end you.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was all
right.
Yeah.
But I will just add to that. The fact that James Gunn really went the extra mile to include the fact that Luthor would use a fucking land plot to get at Superman. That's where I checked out. That's where I was like, we're doing this again. Really? Yeah. That's the part where I was like, okay, this is a little too much 78 for me. Even if you're doing it to get at Superman, fine. But the fact of the matter is like, you really went that extra mile.
Area, huh?
Right. I get
it.
Okay, checked out. And on top of that, like, Paul is much more nicer in terms of how he feels about Lex Luthor. I'll be frank. I didn't like Nick Holt Lex Luthor at all. I love him as an actor, but I did not like that portrayal, like, at all. The 1A bullshit. I'm like, dude, I've seen like video game nerds mash that shit when it comes to fighting games. It did nothing for me personally.
I want to preface that was our group. Now, I talked to my comic group. They also weren't fans of it. But I have other friends. I've had at least maybe 3 or 4 friends that generally liked the movie, maybe even loved it, you know? And I know 1 or 2 of them are big Superman fans. So it's like I said, that's just me. And I want to make, and again, you guys know me. I am not stomping on anyone's, good time. I'm not going to, hit a popcorn bucket out of a kid's hand. Paul. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
if you guys love this movie, great. It's just not for me personally. I don't respond to the things or the take in which Gunn is doing. That's all. It's not necessarily like, I love other versions of Superman. I love the 78. I like the new Adventures of Superman that they're doing. This basically anime Superman. I like Superman and Lois. I love the animated series. I love Man of Steel, as you guys know. Like, but this one just was not it for me. I had a very rough time watching this movie. And you can argue it's not Redux, but there's a lot of stuff that just rehits basically. It was interesting. I had to reevaluate Jimmy Olsen after this because I know that he has had wild adventures within the comic books, especially the fact that he had his own, the fact that Darkseid was introduced because that's how Jack Kirby introduced the New Gods. Essentially, I've read those books and it's a fun time. I did not know that he was a ladies' man. Apparently that is a more newer development that I was just not made aware of because I see the Twitter discourse. So apparently that's been a thing for a while.
It's
but
it's one of those things where, and I mentioned it last week, that I don't know. I think all of us know that one guy that just has something about him where you go, what the fuck? Even when Lois goes, how do you do it, Jimmy? And I'm like, yeah, I've had a couple of friends where I go, dude, how is it that every 2 months to see you with a different girl? I'm like,
I just want to make it.
What? Like, can you sell it in a bottle? I mean, what the fuck? You know?
Riz.
I want to preface, I usually would not care if that was the case as far as like a Superman plot goes, but one of the main focuses of this movie is laid out because of Jimmy's ability to nab women, basically. I was generally concerned that now granted, Eve sounds and acts like she's very annoying, apparently, one-on-one, apparently with Jimmy. That being said, she's with Lex Luthor, who's already a questionable fellow, and Jimmy knows this, as well as Lois and everybody else.
I like how you just call him questionable. That's very nice of you.
Yeah, just questionable. I'm not even saying I don't think. Yeah, he doesn't know about the pocket dimension stuff. He doesn't know about the ex-girlfriends being in there. He doesn't know about any of the other weird shit that Luthor is really up to. But he has an inkling that Luthor is messed up. But Eve, is on a phone call with him, and she's cut off while threatening to expose Luthor. And Jimmy's kind of like, at least in my opinion, he was a little bit more nonchalant about it. Like he was oh, Eve's off. I was more concerned that Jimmy was not concerned for this woman's life, that she's going to possibly die. I thought that was messed up. I thought
we talked about that last week.
We did.
You know, we kind of talked about where we kind of we're like, yeah, it was like, I mean, he just kind of brushed it off as like, oh yeah, she drops her phone in the toilet. Yeah, there's certain things where it's just it got a little too and the Jimmy stuff. Yeah, some of it was like, yeah. I didn't really even fully like it all that much well.
I'm okay. Again, I think the Daily Planet staff were fine. I think Cat Grant was a little bit too sexualized, but that's Cat Grant. That's kind of her thing to a degree.
Have you watched Lois and Clark?
Yeah, I know. And I my favorite version of Cat Grant is actually from the CW Supergirl show, because it was
Calista Flockhart.
Flockhart, and she was. I mean, at least season 1, she was a genius, in terms of she knew how to manipulate.
Well, she wasn't a reporter though; she was in charge.
Yeah. Right,
she
exactly.
was the boss. So.
She was essentially Perry White, but yeah.
But no, she had, she had some real character, I guess. But point being is that I'm okay if Jimmy Olsen is just a guy that's friends with Clark and they get along. I don't need him to be I guess again that's my preference. I don't need him to be a suave guy and having a thing with Eve Tessmacher and mutant toes and whatever. I just thought that was so weird in terms of that's how Lois finds out where Superman's at. I thought it was just a weird choice. I'm glad that Lois does enough investigative reporting, and then they have to do the exposition dump as they're going up to the roof or something like that. I'm like, okay, whatever. You got to get it out. Okay, but yeah, it's just. Yeah, it is a Silver Age comic done in modern day. And if that is your bag, if that's what you're really digging, then great. That just seems to be more. And again, I'm not saying that you're you're silly to like it or something. It's apparently doing very well with certain at least American audiences seem to be really digging it and stuff. I was just not into it. I tried to see positives. I tried to really look at it, but I don't know. I just could not get into it. It was like Phil was saying, at some point I just kind of checked out a little bit, but I mean, I still try to stay with it and everything. You guys probably know at this point, the scene where he's having a rough time and he's sitting down in the chair and Lois talks to him, and the other creature in the back,
the interdimensional imp.
So that's Mr. Mxyzptlk doing a thing. Is that what's happening?
No, it's just
people are suspecting. People are making theories that is that, but no, I don't. I think that was even mentioned in the Horowitz.
He didn't.
Interview.
He didn't. He didn't confirm that it was him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just
I
kind of was like, yeah.
I didn't hate the conversation between him and Lois in that. I'm sorry, like I know a lot of people like the line, the whole kindness is punk rock. I still think that's really, really silly. But that's me. But I thought it was so weird for there to be something happening in the background, and he's just like, yeah, the Justice Gang can take care of it. I just thought that was so weird. I would not have put that in the movie myself, or I would have had it just be a regular. I don't know. Maybe I would have changed some. I wouldn't. Maybe I just wouldn't have had that going on in the background. I think it would have been just fine if it was like the moon and he was just chilling out and just having like a rough end of the day or something like that. You know, I don't know. Personally, that's me.
So
Um,
well, what I would say about that is the juxtaposition of it was what he was actually doing, which he was looking for crypto, and that
Yeah.
was the whole point. Is like she assumed that he was helping them, and he goes, "No, I was looking for the dog,"
Right.
because the dog is like, I mean, for a good portion of the movie, the where's the dog is like a big focus because he cares that much about this dog, and it's probably not even just because he has a big heart for the dog. It's also because, well, the dog is his responsibility,
Mhm.
and he doesn't want to fail in his responsibility looking after this horrible dog that does not behave.
It's his cousin's dog. He's Superman. He cares about squirrels. He cares about the dogs. He cares about people. Like that's fine. Like I would not have made crypto that huge a focus in this movie, but again, that's just my personal taste. As far as the Jarrell thing goes, so again, I've read enough Elseworld stories. They briefly touch it, I guess, in Smallville. There's probably even a few comics that I'm not even remembering where
My Adventures with Superman though is like the big like that's because I haven't read any of the comics, but My Adventures with Superman dives hard into this.
Okay,
But the thing is, technically, it's not Jarrell who does it. It's a rogue Kryptonian trying to invade Earth.
True, but right, but it's but the idea of the Kryptonians being the Empire,
right.
Yeah, there's I still have to get through Adventures. I've watched a good portion of it. I don't even know if I finished. I think I finished season 1. I'm pretty sure, but I think season 2 I'm still going through.
Season 2 is phenomenal. I love.
That's where a lot of that happens.
Yeah, and I figured that's the case. I like how they play with Waller. I like how they play with General Lang. General Lane, and I think that's really cool. And yeah, so it's and again, Phil and I talked about this multiple times. Every story outside of the books, the main books, is an Elseworld story. So like, what I think is funny is, again, there's headlines where James is talking about it, and there's a whole fucking point, and the far right and all this bullshit, just it's an immigrant story, which I agree. And technically, as Paul Dini had said, he's not even really an immigrant, he's a refugee when you really get down to it. But again, he's an immigrant, and the whole story of Superman is that he comes to Earth and he embraces, he assimilates the American dream. For me personally, as far as Superman goes, I prefer one where he's both into Krypton and into his civilian life that he's grown up with, and he's a man of two worlds basically. But I find it ironic that James is propping it up as an immigrant story, where in the end he basically kind of, I don't say he fully rejects Krypton, but he at least rejects his parents' message. I mean, thank God, because that would be Superman.
I was about to say, I was like,
he would. He would do that, but I find it interesting that by the end of the movie, whether it was intentional or not, to me it comes off more of like, well, forget like the old country, like embrace the the other side, and kind of forget. And I just think that that's kind of interesting. I'm fine that he's happy to embrace more so Ma and Pa Kent. I don't know why he wouldn't have before so much. I get that he wants to have an ideological, good standing about Krypton and like where he's from. He wants to embrace that, and they challenge that kind of thing. But again, I do find it funny because me and Phil were basically discussing that it's kind of weird that I had to, at least just in terms of the previous version, I had to hear for 12 years about Pa Kent wanting to, basically protect his son from being outed and let his son, be ready when he wants to come out as Superman. Essentially, it's a weird execution, but I understand at least it. And I had to hear about that for 12 years. But this is also like just as insane, if not more so, about Jor-El and I'm not hearing as much backlash online about it. I just think that's kind of weird. I don't know.
Well, it's one of those things where see, this is where I'm like seeing that, where when I see it in my mentions on Twitter, it's like when people go, wait, why aren't the people upset about this? Why aren't I'm like, I just go, who are you talking to? You're not talking to me. I love Man of Steel. I love BVS. I loved all that. So why are you talking to me? And I'm like, anytime that I go like, all right, when we start bringing up like, well, what happened? Like, there was a lot of this. Why isn't it happening here? I'm like, because that was over a decade ago. I mean, the thing is like, it's not going to be the same. Back then, like when Man of Steel came out, I remember walking out. Me and my buddy were like, Jesus Christ, that was insane. And there was things I didn't like. I didn't like the tornado scene. I was like, that was dumb. I'm like, why wouldn't they? Why would this? Why would that? It took me a few watches before I went, okay, I get what the fuck Zach was going for right here. At first, I didn't like it because I went, heart attack makes sense. Superman can't prevent a heart attack. But then as like I watched Man of Steel and watched that scene, even though at first I was like, this scene's dumb. And at second time, it's dumb. Third time, okay. Fourth time, okay. Fifth time, I see what he was going for here. It's like one of those things where I just had to rewatch it. You got to really, I mean, this is still fresh. So there's going to be things where people start like, where the excitement washes off and maybe they start going, there will be starting to be like those complaints and everything like that. But at the same time, I don't ever want to just like go, well, I defended this. Why are people like not freaking out? I mean, it's just, I don't know. To me, it's just one of those things where it's like, I don't want to like, just like be like, well, I'm going to, start complaining that people didn't, defend this before. So I'm going to start, and I'm like, cause I don't know which people were. That's why when I get it, when I get those people in my mentions, I go, who are you talking to? Like, are you talking to me? Or who are these people that you were talking about? It seems like you're just like yelling into the ether. And I don't know who you're referring to. Go talk to them. I'm not one of those people. I love Man of Steel and this entire Snyderverse trilogy of these movies. So I don't know why you're complaining. It's just like, I don't know.
What's funny about that?
Yeah.
So 2 things. Number one, I have like one. It's not even an issue. It's a nitpick with Man of Steel, and it's still consistent to this day. I love that movie to death. It is my favorite Superman movie. I still don't like the way Zod Gorilla climbs up the fucking building. I think that looks ridiculous. That has always been like one thing where I looked at it and I was like,
fly. Yeah,
sure, yeah. And I'm just like, I don't really like that. I get what you're going for. There's like a difference there between savagery and control, and I get it, but it still just looks kind of goofy.
It does.
I fucking love the movie, and I love Zach. Anyone who knows me knows I love Zach. But when it comes to comparatively, like between the Jor-El thing in this film and the backlash from the tornado scene in Man of Steel, I gotta be honest, that was the one time in the movie I actually laughed, because in my mind I went, people are either going to lose their fucking shit over this, and sure enough, if people I respect and people I actually listen to weren't a fan of that. They weren't a fan of the whole change with Jor-El, and
not even Kevin Smith was.
Bingo, yeah. Or I also thought to myself, people are going to give this a fucking pass because it's James Gunn, and there's going to be some story thing that happens to wrap this up. Sure enough, what fucking happens at the end of the movie, right? So, like, when it comes to my problems with this movie, and there's a list, and it really, my problems all just go back to the center of it all, and it's James Gunn. Like, and I'm not saying that to be an asshole. I'm not saying that to be shitty. I'm not even saying that to like rally behind the doofuses who are saying restore the Snyderverse, because fuck all that shit. No, I just, there are things that James Gunn does as a filmmaker where I'm like, not a fan. It really just boils down to execution, truthfully. And so one thing I heard about that was superbly ridiculous about Man of Steel very recently was someone complained at the fact that Lois and Clark, when everything's all said and done, when all the Kryptonians go in the Phantom Zone and they come down and they kiss in all the rubble, someone literally told me Superman would never do that. I said, fucking what?
I'm thinking of 5 panels in my head where he's done that.
Yeah,
I was like,
that's
what? Well, Superman would never do that. I said, on what day of the year and how many years has he been active. Well, that doesn't matter. No, it absolutely matters.
See, and right there, because and I feel like all of this, like however we feel about it, however the trolls and idiots feel about it, it all comes down to like our personal connection to either the source material or the character itself, and like our personal expectations. And like there are people, the rational of us, can look at this and go, okay, well, this character's been around for nearly 90 years and has had countless writers, countless artists, now multiple directors, right? You know, big screen, small screen. We're not going to enjoy all of the takes,
and you don't have to.
We don't have to. And on top of that, we can still look at it and go, well, it's not any less valid. Like, you don't care for James Gunn, and I knew you weren't going to like this movie.
Yeah, I knew it. I made that clear.
I knew you weren't. I knew it.
You weren't the only person who told me that too. And the thing is like, I kept telling people like, look, I don't fucking know, because I'm literally 50 at the point.
I knew, Phil. I knew.
50. I was 50-50. I fucking like Creature Commandos, and I say that proudly. Like, I think that is hands down the best thing he's ever fucking written, and he's not even writing season 2. And I'm like, okay, fine, whatever.
Yeah, he admitted that. Yeah.
But you know, there are just things that he does in his movies that I just don't like. But I don't think he's a shitty person. I don't think he's I don't think he's a great writer. But I like, as a person, I'm just like, dude, I don't even fucking know the guy. Okay.
Right.
He seems well composed in interviews. I listened to the whole Josh Horowitz interview. I saw and heard his insight, and I'm like, okay, I can at least respect where you're coming from in terms of execution. And it's very clear to me that he's a huge fan of 78. And even I would say, to a very smaller extent, Quest for Peace, because you can't sit here and tell me that the whole thing with Ultraman wasn't inspired by Quest for Peace.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of Quest for Peace in
I
this
saw
movie.
that. I saw that too. But no,
He literally cloned Ultraman from a strand of his hair.
Of his hair.
Yeah.
And that's part of
I
the
think
whole
even
thing.
the symbol on the hammer guy, which is Ultraman
Hammer
anyway,
Barovia.
but like
the Hammer Baravia. Yeah, it's supposed to be. It looks kind
It
of like
looks
Nuclear
almost
Man.
like Nuclear Man.
Yeah.
like,
yeah, my friend turned to me 2 seconds after looking at that symbol. He's like, "Why does that look like Nuclear Man's symbol?" I was like, "It kind of does." And then we just kept watching. But yeah,
Hey, all I'll say is Quest for Peace is fucking way better than Superman 3.
Yes,
all
it is.
right?
Amen to that.
Yes, it is.
Amen to that.
Superman 3
Okay,
is not a.
okay. As much as I love Richard
out of line,
Pryor
but you're
as
not
a
wrong.
comedian, I love Richard Pryor. He's one of the best comedians that's ever lived. But that was a Richard Pryor movie that also co-starred Superman.
Thank
and they
you.
just used that.
Yes,
Yeah.
we Scott and I have been saying this for years.
Yes.
Because Tim disagreed with us on it. He thinks Quest for Peace is worse, and the both of us are like, no, it isn't.
No.
Because at
No.
least Quest for Peace is a
No.
Superman movie. Quest
Yes.
for Peace
The
is
only-
actually a Superman movie.
the only thing I remember from Superman 3 that I didn't see later in like a YouTube video, like Clark and Superman fighting or something like that, was the woman henchman
Yep.
who gets turned into the robot, because
yep,
that
yep.
literally traumatized me as a kid. I was
Mhm.
mortified, and I
Yep.
think my mom had to shut the movie off after that, because I was like, "What is
Because
happening?"
it's fucking scary.
It's scary as shit for back
Yes.
then. Yeah, like
Yeah.
even now, but like it was.
Dude, I watched Quest for Peace last week, or like the weekend. Yeah, like last week.
The weekend before
Yeah.
Superman.
Yeah, the weekend of Superman, because I was just like in a Superman vibe. So I watched Superman 2, not the Donner cut, sadly. But I watched Superman 2. I watched Quest for Peace. I was like, fuck Superman 3. I'm not. I just know. And I watched Superman Returns. But I'm like going, yeah, Superman Quest for Peace is, it's not good either. But I'm just saying, like, I remember watching that way more than Superman 3 and enjoying like certain things when it came to nuclear. And I know like Christopher Reeve didn't want to do the fourth one. He was over playing the character, but he was like, all right, well, if I'm going to play it, I want to like represent the fact that, he was, passionate about the whole thing when it came to the nuclear crisis and all this kind of stuff. So he wanted to emphasize that. And he does for the most, that is pivotal to the whole thing, and everything. But, at the same time, there's some really bad things in that. But at the same time, again, Superman 3, and I can understand why Christopher Reeve didn't want to do it after that, because they literally just like, hey, let's take the most popular comedian, put him in a Superman movie, and Jesus Christ.
The movie
What a
literally starts with him. Like,
Yeah.
he's the first person you see in the movie. Like, he's the lead. He's
Yeah.
the lead of the movie. It's
totally
Gus,
is.
it's Gus Gorman featuring Superman. It's totally what it is. So
Yeah. There's a
And
reason
I
why.
also can appreciate the callback in Office Space. You know, like what they did
Oh
in
yeah,
Superman 3.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. There's a reason
totally.
why Superman 3 is at the bottom of my Superman solo ranking list. And it's
Mhm.
largely
Yeah.
because, like, Superman Quest for Peace, by any stretch of imagination, not great, but there are great things in it. Like
There are.
Yeah.
the speech he delivers in regards to nuclear warheads.
Right.
The Luther coming back, the nephew, Nuclear Man there's a lot of great ideas in that movie. Like
Absolutely.
There
the
are.
idea of the kid asking why Superman can't do the thing, and then they try to handle it as best they can for that movie. But it's an interesting idea of a kid
Right.
being like, why can't Superman change this horrible thing about society? And so it's like, but Quest for Peace has a lot of good in it for sure. I liked it when I was a kid, and then I got
It's
older.
really good ideas, horribly executed.
Sure.
Exactly.
Because they like you just saying, like, bringing back Lex and then the nephew, which, like, that's, I mean, the best thing about that is
future Lex too.
I was
Future
gonna
Lex
say
as well, yeah.
that was the best thing about it, was that John Cryer turned into, like, one of the best legacy castings in all of DC.
Yeah.
In that regard.
Saved his own legacy in DC.
Complete 1000%. But like just thinking of that again and just realizing that, like, the idea of, okay, yeah, you're gonna bring Lex back, but you had him on a chain gang, and Lenny drives up in a car, and it's Keystone cops, and you bust him out. Really?
Fucking ridiculous, but man, is
Really?
it funny.
Hold on,
In a
because
bad way.
I do have to ask, because it's been a while since I've watched it, and again, I think it could be theatrical. It could be, I forget if it's different in the Donner cut. It may not be, but in 2, doesn't he get away from prison by balloon by Eve Tessmacher?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes, it
so
Yeah.
Yeah, him and
Yes.
Otis.
is it any weirder than that? I mean,
Well, no, it's
I-
not.
It's a referendum on the American justice system too, if you think about it.
mhm.
I mean, they're both, but I tell you what, at least in Superman 2, it's at night. They're sneaking around and they're trying to be quiet. This is,
Yeah.
and they're in prison, not on a
Yeah,
chain gang.
That's true. He does a projection, right? And then, like, the guards.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was cool. I liked
Yeah,
that.
it's
Um,
more care was taken to lock his ass up in
Mhm.
Superman 2 than in Superman 4. Why you
Right.
have, of all villains, right? And think about everything that he did already in the
Everything
first
that he
movie
can do.
alone.
'Cause
Right.
he's Luther. Yeah.
And your best idea is chain gang with 2 cops, like, with shotguns. That's it. Like, it's just, it's
No,
a
you
lot of
know
good
what?
ideas, terribly executed.
Superman 4
Yeah.
should have been with him. Luther should have started with him just serenading an old woman and getting her fortune and getting a giant boat and getting all of his henchmen.
And finishing the signature after she dies. Yeah.
You get it. You get it.
Yes.
So many things that we could pick apart when it comes to this movie.
It's fun.
I mean, I picked apart the whole thing of, like, in Superman 2 of him getting rid of his powers for Lois, and I was like, I mean, I get it. It's so pivotal to the plot, but then I was like, that night when I was watching it, I was just kind of on a good one. I was like, I get it. It's pivotal to the plot, but I'm like going, fuck, she fell in love with Superman.
Yeah.
Like what you could do, and then you're walking away from humanity.
You know what my
Because
biggest
of
problem
that?
with Superman 2 is? Both cuts.
Yeah.
I can't stand either ending.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
it's kind of, yeah.
Well,
I-
it's so complicated because the ending of 1 was supposed to be the ending of 2, and it
Bingo.
just,
yeah, it was supposed to be
yeah.
the one. Yeah.
Bingo. That and like, I will say the magic kiss is fucking far more.
Oh, no,
absurd.
that's
Oh,
always
I hate that. I hate that.
Thank you for bringing that up, because I will at least say that the one thing about the Donner Cuts ending that I do like is, instead of her being like this weeping damsel in distress mess of a woman because she's jealous of the whole world because she can't have him, she has the scene on the rooftop of her apartment where she takes ownership and is like, I know we can't have this. I understand I have to sacrifice our relationship, and I'm willing to do that because you need to be Superman. Like, it's a wildly different, like, portrayal. Like, it's total dead opposite. I mean, the rest of it is still messy. I'm with you on that, because and this is why, like, I haven't talked in person with Scott about this, but I know he rated Superman the movie ahead of the current one.
Mhm.
And for me, the thing that immediately knocks it below the current one for me is the turning back the world.
Sure.
That's the one thing that's like, no, I can't do that. That's just
see, but at the same time, like I'm forgiving of that, like as an adult, and the fact that I've read so many comics, I'm like, well, it's 78, and at that time they were just starting to transition away from the Silver Age. So it's like it makes, because like I would even argue that the beginning of the movie up until the Fortress is basically all Golden Age, and then becomes Silver Age as he's like Superman, and is turning into the Bronze Age, but then they get that little bit of silver back in there. Whereas like modern day, now this movie is like a full like old Silver Age comic almost, but with with modern stuff like social media and all that kind of things. But like yeah, I don't know. See, don't get me wrong, I'm not a fan of that ridiculous ending of Superman 1, but I don't think it's any more ridiculous than like, hey, there's a giant wormhole that just opened up all of Metropolis and Mr. Terrific's going to bring all of the buildings back together and somehow nothing else got broken. Like, just things like that.
So there's two things with this that I observe. One is between our perspectives, like all the stuff you just rattle off with comics. Yeah, that any of the guys here will tell you that, no, that's not how I started with any of this. There's so many Superman comics I have not read.
Right.
And so my introduction to this is the movies. So my baseline for expectations or story starts with the 78 movie and continues through. So that's where, and any other, like, I mean, not even animated series, because I infamously as a kid hated, because I love Batman animated series because Batman's my favorite superhero.
Yeah.
And I hated at the time, that they altered his animation for Superman.
I get that.
And so I checked out of the DCAU then.
Wow.
And only in the last 3 or 4 years have I gone back to watch any. I just watched Superman the Animated Series for the first time a couple of years ago.
Okay.
Same with Batman Beyond. Like I only grew up with the animated series. I did not watch the rest of the DCAU.
I will say I'm jealous because you get to actually like experience that for the first time, which, for me, I can't ever, repeat that because I love the DC animated universe. But looking at it from your perspective, if you're looking purely at movies, I can actually understand a lot more of why you dig James Gunn's version, because in terms of film, you're seeing a whole bunch of stuff that you never saw with any of the other Superman movies. So on that level, I can totally kind of get where you're coming from.
Right. And so then the other part of that is also quite on when you talk about like the silliness between the two things. If we're specifically comparing the Pocket Universe stuff with Turning Back the World, this is where me being a lifelong Trekkie helps me, because there was a shitload of comic book science with this is why you don't open a pocket universes and black holes and all that and stuff that it's nonsensical, but it's comic book science. There's a shitload of techno jargon in all of Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
And I have watched it enough over the years that if I hear a word, if I watch an episode, whether I've seen it or not, like if they come up with a new thing in one of the Paramount Plus shows, I will already in my head know how they're going to fix it because of all the techno jargon I've heard over the years. So I'm just used to that. So when Mr. Terrific is rattling off how all of this works, my brain goes, okay. And I don't think of the silliness of it at all. It's just, all right.
And it's not the same as like, I'm just going to, rotate the earth and turn back time.
Right.
At least there's some thought that goes into like, well, there's a plasma fucking river. I'm like, okay, that doesn't make sense. But at the same time,
colorful cubes.
It makes sense for that. You're holding up a weird baby up, fine. Cool shot when he goes and Metamorpho has him and he's like in crypto. I love that shot when you see like the
that is the most Guardians of the Galaxy shot.
Totally,
it is.
Oh,
it is.
And I don't say that as a slight.
Is.
It's just like visually, you look at how colorful that shot is, and you're just brought right back to those three films.
I will say. Oh, sorry, Ray. I'll let you.
No, all I was going to say is with respect to. I mean, you're right about that, but I would also say that like. This movie is arguably like this movie goes places that even Guardians of the Galaxy didn't go.
No, I'll give you that.
And that was another thing that I actually like, because I wanted like if you're going to go for broke, and that was one of the things, we knew that they were going to drop us in the middle of a universe that was already fully formed. And I'm like, okay, cool, because that's different. And his whole thing about we don't need origin stories. Everybody's heard the origin stories. he's not wrong when it comes to like the fans. We do know the origin stories. We don't need to be told that anymore. But as far as suspension of disbelief is concerned, like even the MCU, as crazy as what I'm about to say sounds, even the MCU is more grounded because they had origin stories and they showed regular people still react, like there's still regular people reacting to the blip, right?
Yeah.
Like they're still like a shock to the system. Whereas in this movie, there is no shock to the system. The civilians of Metropolis have accepted this is our life, and we're just going to do this, right? Like and there's so you're coming into this movie with suspension of disbelief turned up as high as it possibly could, and everyone just accepts it. Like there's no grounded perspective because they don't want one. Everybody's just in it. We're in a comic book universe. It is not real. Everybody has just accepted that this is how we operate.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I think for people like me and Paul, when it comes to that grounded sensibility, when we are, Paul and I specifically, like when we're fans of things like The Dark Knight, Man of Steel, when we really hone in on that grounded element that really separates the fact that these are films about superheroes and comic book characters, you kind of have to, like, will it or will it not work for you, right? Like, how much suspension of disbelief are you willing to give into to accept the film for what it is? And like, where do your preferences lie in terms of suspension of disbelief, and how realistic do you really want this shit to be, and will it or will it not work for you? And I think that is kind of where a divide can happen amongst sensible fans, because obviously, you know, there's two sides of a shit-stained coin here, having it out on all manner of
Thank you for
media.
using that phrase.
No problem. I mean, it's universal. I mean, there's no secret. We spent years being thrown shit for liking a fucking movie about a dude who snapped a guy's neck, who happens to wear a Superman symbol.
And,
you know?
and I also think that's also, and I was going to bring this up earlier, I also think that's sort of part of our, because you were talking about the people that were like, well, why aren't they complaining about this? Why aren't they complaining about that? I feel like even amongst us rational fans, there is still a part of us, even though we know we're not going to get it and we're not necessarily owed it, there's still a part of us that wants retribution for the last 9 years, right? For the fact that we were like, to this, I mean, even now, like the like Scott did a video. I don't know if you guys saw it. He did a video the other day. He started this new thing on a Squadcast Media YouTube called Squadcast Corner. Yeah, and he starts it by taking a drink.
Yeah,
and I'm like,
towards the drink. I'm like,
right, and I'm like, okay, what's this? And he just talked about like the shitstorm of like back and forth about like the box office arguments and whatnot. And it's everything that he's seeing over on Twitter. And I'm like, well, damn, that's like, really? Like, we're still doing that. And then, so after I watched it, I was like, okay, I'm really glad I'm not over there anymore, because it's not as bad on Threads. And then I say that, and of course, the last 2 days, it's just been Man of Steel. No, Superman, Man of Steel. I'm like, literally, I was just like, guys, there's a new fucking Superman movie out. Why can't we just talk about that? Why is it always got to be the pissing contest?
Well, it's always going to be that. It's always going to be that. And you know, but it's at the same time, it's like, it's always just like, when everybody started comparing numbers, and then of course you have to incorporate the inflation. And what I brought up when I talked about it, I went, okay, so we're going to bring up the inflation. Yeah, we got to do that. Too. We got to do the budgets as well if you're going to do the box office poll. But then I'm like, well, not even. Yeah, I'm just doing that just to be kind of petty and be like, okay, if you're going to inflate this, well, let's inflate this. And I talked about, I'm like, what would the budget be of Man of Steel right now? 288.5 it would have been if it in 225 numbers. And then I'm like, and then I did the math and I'm like, ooh, it gets a little close of not being a success. But I'm not going to do that because more tickets were sold than here in the opening weekend. I'm looking at it like that. And I'm like going, okay, so I'm like, and then I just kind of just wrapped it up, not really wrapped it up, but I said, but guys, fucking hey, the first Superman movie, you incorporate 2025 inflation, it blows every Superman movie out of the water. It literally is 1.4 to 1.5 billion dollars. So
why are we even comparing box office?
exactly. But why are we doing that?
Why?
Comparing is the thief of joy.
So
that whole thing, yeah.
When it
Well,
comes to
hold on.
box office, for
Yeah.
me, like I do a thing on my show every week, Box Office Banter. I do it not to compare the films and how they're going to stack up against each other. I do it to see where we are landing now in a 2025 landscape, post-COVID, post-pandemic, streaming, all that shit included, because it's just a different landscape and it's a different beast. On top of the fact that like it's always been a fucking crapshoot. No one is ever going to truly guesstimate how much a film is going to make at the box office. 100%. I mean, yeah, if you really wanted to be petty, if anyone wanted to be petty, you could just say easily, if you factor in the Man of Steel numbers from 2013, if you include the Thursday numbers, which a lot of people aren't including the Thursday numbers.
Of course, they're not.
They're not. Technically speaking, Man of Steel made $3 million more than Superman did in its opening weekend, but who gives a fuck?
I do not.
Right.
I didn't before, and I don't
my
now.
check from Warner Brothers yet, so I don't care anymore.
Yeah, I don't.
Right there.
Big
Right
thing.
there.
And like I even left a group today because some jackass was like, "Oh, this Mortal Kombat movie looks mid." And I'm like, "What the fuck were you expecting from a movie titled Mortal Kombat?"
Yeah.
Well,
we're
I
gonna
haven't
talk
seen the
about that
tournament
trailer.
yet, so
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna talk about that trailer.
Oh,
soon.
I'm sure, but
So I'm just gonna mention two things. The only reason the box office, and I'll leave it at this because I don't want to get on Man of Steel, Superman back and forth, unless I'm just comparing it on my personal taste in terms of how I view the movie. But the only reason the box office is even being a thing is because everyone knows that if this movie does not do what it needs to do, if it underperforms, the DCU is going to be in trouble. And
No, it's not.
you
No,
don't
it
think
isn't.
so?
No.
I before Zaslav made his big statement Sunday, I would have agreed with you. His
Yeah.
statement to me nullifies that.
No, this is like one of those things, and Williams talked about it on here a lot. This is more of like, hey, don't freak out because of like, oh yeah, of course they would have wanted it to be over 300 million. They want the international box office to be better. But at the same time, it's like it did well enough for like, okay, this is an investment where, just like how the MCU didn't start off like making fucking crazy money or something like that. It's like you got to start thinking in that mindset if you're trying to jumpstart a universe. You can't just go, oh, that didn't work, let's scrap everything. We got to start pulling everything.
Paul, let me give you a more cynical take on what he just said.
Okay.
Tell me what other choice David Zaslav has to succeed at Warner Brothers. He has nothing the fuck else. Nothing.
Except for selling everything to other studios.
Exactly. If he actually wants his shareholders to be happy, he's got to go all in with the DCU. He has nothing else to go to.
Hey,
Nothing.
listen, I'm not saying that it's not worth investing in terms of like if the fans want to come. It's just, I was under the impression that was going to be. And again, I'm talking more so about Zaslav, like in the sense that this is a man who has cut and cut and cut.
Mhm.
Like he's not a good person. I
No,
mean, CEOs in
no,
general
he's
aren't
not.
good people. But if that's what he wants to do, that's what he's going to do. I am curious how it's going to perform then if that's the case afterwards. I'm not talking Superman, I'm talking the later projects, but that's to be determined. Okay. All right, let's end the box office if that's the case and move on to the grounded stuff because I want to get back to that real quick because I'm with Phil and I'm with Ray. I'm with your take. I get that. I think that that's interesting to come at it from that perspective in terms of just watching movies and then you're seeing all this stuff you haven't seen before and you're getting with the idea is that there is no groundedness. That's it, period. This is completely opposite in the sense of the MCU, that this is just gobbledygook nonsense, but in the sense that the citizens just know it. They are living in it. They are breathing in it.
There was a dude eating yogurt, like in the middle of a battle.
I saw them doing the phones. I saw the monster running around in the Justice Gang. I got all that.
You know what it reminds me of? Honestly,
equate-
you know what it honestly reminds me of, and everyone's gonna hate me when I say it. Well, these guys will. Batman and Robin.
So
The parallel.
Here's why I love Phil.
Hold
on. So I want to
go ahead.
preface because the Batman Robin comparisons aside, and again, I'm saying this. I'm not saying that that's not a weird thing to do, or that I'll give James Gunn the credit. I'm glad he got to make the movie he wanted to make for the most part, as far as I can tell. And going with that take is ballsy, and I say yes. Me personally, and I'm talking not as a comic book person, I'm talking as a movie person. I think on some level there has to be some version of groundedness, but that can be on any. It doesn't have to be like citizens reacting to a monster. To me, it's sometimes it's subtle, sometimes it's even small. I don't know. Maybe you found this in the movie. Maybe I just haven't seen it yet. But like, take Batman '89. Batman '89, I've seen that a million times, and I didn't realize until I got much older that Vicky Vale is the groundedness of that film. She is literally the audience's perspective. Everything that now granted, she's screaming and yelling all the time, but so would you if you were driving in a Batmobile or about to be killed by the Joker or whatever the case is.
No, I'll agree with
and
that. Yep.
Right, and I found that kind of interesting. I think it's why I have such a hard time with Batman Returns, which again I appreciate more as an adult. But Vicky Vale was not there. Everyone was insane, and it's a very insane movie.
It's another thing we talked about at Squadcast Media. 1,000%. There is no. It's similar to this in Batman Returns. It's just the big difference though is that it's weirder, it's darker,
sure,
and it's more sexualized.
It's Tim Burton. It's 100%.
It's full Burton. It is the full Burton.
But again, Tim Burton got at that point he got to make the movie that he really wanted to make, as opposed to Batman, which was more him and studio kind of making the compromises back and forth. But again, and I find it funny because I know that everyone about the cartoon comparisons, but I found myself talking with many friends and comparing it in some ways, not like Superman to this, but in a sense of like, I found the world of Roger Rabbit more believable. And as I kept thinking about it, because this is a world where cartoons and live action characters live side by side. Literally, Toontown is right across the bridge, and it's living and breathing, and these citizens take it in as a normality. This is life. But Eddie Valiant
like Angel Grove with those Power Rangers.
Yes.
In a way, yeah. But Eddie Valiant is that grounded element, and it's not just because he's the main character. It's done intentionally through the visual of how Zemeckis presents it. You literally have the cartoon of Roger, which is completely a 1930s, 40s Looney Tune. That is hands down what that is. And then it ends, and it's not just Roger like losing it and the thing. The first thing you see is Eddie. And what happens? He's taken a big swig because he's an alcoholic. And what does he say? Tunes, because he's lived and breathed in that world. And somehow, I don't know why or how, but the way that it's done, the way that it's shot, the way that it's filmed, it grounds me in that world, even though the world is completely insane. And I don't know, maybe for me, that's kind of missing from this movie. And for what you're saying, it seems like it is, but you don't care about that, and that's fine. Like
I'll tell you what it is with Eddie. I'll tell you what it just sorry, but
no.
Because I hear that's a very intriguing perspective. I think what it is with Eddie is the way that they grounded him in that movie is everybody else is accepting of it's not that he isn't accepting of Toontown, he is accepting of it. He doesn't like it. And the reason he doesn't like it is because Doom killed his brother.
Yeah. Right.
Spoiler alert. Sorry.
Everything ties back to Toontown and his brother. And that whole segment where he's looking at the old photos, there's not a word of exposition said. I mean, you've gotten hints about what happened.
Oh, dude, Robert Zemeckis is a fucking brilliant director. Absolutely. And he visually gave us the language in that film. Even as a kid, I could still watch that and go, oh, well, that's his brother who got the piano dropped on his head. Okay. But that's like, so it isn't even that Eddie isn't initiated into the world. It's that he doesn't like the world. He's begrudgingly dealing with the world. He doesn't want to take the Acme case, but he has to. He doesn't necessarily want to help Roger, but he has to. And you see, but you also see a change in his character later, you know, especially like when he goes to when he goes into Toontown and he breaks out his old gun, the animated gun with the animated bullets, right? So there's even like
you're a cipher. Yeah, sorry.
Yes, Dave.
It's a fucking brilliant movie. But that's why it works, Paul. I think is because that's where they come from with that grounding.
It's a very good of the hero redeeming himself and becoming his old self, but becoming a better version of what he starts out of the movie.
But see, that's the thing. Like I'm sitting here going, what grounds this Superman is his ma and pa. As much as I didn't like the fact that he went full on like, hey, how you doing, Clark? But then I'm watching this like for a third time and seeing her with the phone completely flat on the table as if it's some crazy like magical device.
I've seen old people do that.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think that's what's the grounded element the most. I think
take it a
because
step further.
it's different from all the it's different from the other. I mean, yeah, I didn't necessarily, but each time I went, I kind of appreciate it because James Gunn was like, no, we're going to make them more like these Kansas farmers and how they actually are. And he did do that as opposed to like, I mean, let's face it. The last Ma and Pa Kent that we got was Kevin Costner and what's her name?
Diane
Lane. Two very fucking beautiful people. And it's just like that are farmers in Kansas. You kind of go, okay. When you look at these, you're kind of going, well, that's, yeah. I mean,
well, they also did the thing too because I think they did more of the birthright element with it was either Birthright or Secret Origin, but they did it with Man of Steel, where like they're actually more parent age for Clark, whereas this one is more the classic where they're old people already, basically.
And let's go ahead and talk about the one thing they do that cinematically hadn't been done yet. They kept Jonathan alive.
Yeah,
both alive by the end.
Right.
Yeah. And we got somebody else that's going to be showing up right here. Where's his? Oh, it didn't work. There we go.
Hey,
it's so quick. What's up, Ben?
What's going on, guys? I'm
funny.
just here for Ray's moral support. Since he's the only one who actually liked the movie.
You're making it sound like we're beating him up in an alleyway and
not saving him. That way, I was like, let me jump in. Let me hold my boy down.
We're fine. Yeah.
No, I didn't. No, I'm growing.
Okay.
Like I'm maturing, but no, it's also like it. Not that this, it's fine. People, it's also it's all subjective, but.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it does, at least as far as the general perception of the movie, there are way more people that enjoy it than don't. There are like that is demonstrable, but it's so even that's a weird position to be in because we're not used to that even like in the last 9 years. Like usually we're the ones like we've all got to like pull together and defend, and now it's like, well, we don't really have to do that if we actually like the movie. If we don't like the movie, well, now we have to defend our right to not like it. You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. So
it's funny. Dave mentioned like the Ma and Pa Kent of it all, and like having grown up on a farm in California of all places, I've seen like both manner of farmers. Like I've seen just regular ass people who fucking run cattle farms, and they talk with a pretty simple accent, and then you get your Southern-ish type of accents like portrayed in the recent movie. And it's like I've seen both sides of it. Like my granddad, he grew up in Oklahoma. He had 120 acres worth of just land for years and years and years, and he kind of talked with an accent for a lot of his life. And then I've also just grown up around other people who've had farms who don't have that kind of twangy accent. So I've seen both sides of it. So when it comes to like the depiction of the Kents, I'm like really not one way or the other. It's just when I initially heard the vocalization from Ma, I was like, oh, that's choice. Like I get it because James Gunn grew up in Missouri. Like you can tell where the influences lie. But to Ray's point, like, and even Dave's point, like they are, and even Paul's, like they are older as it is in the comic books. I think for me, like the thing that kind of came to mind, I think it's Gary Frank did the art. There's a panel of Clark and John, and they're having a beer over the fence. And that's what the relationship and the scene in the film where Clark is kind of having this confliction of like whether or not he is doing the right thing because of his birthright or because of the way he was raised. And John just says, your choices, your actions. That's what makes you who you are. And of all the things I did not like in the movie, that was one thing I absolutely adored, because of all things you have to get right with Superman, it's his relationship with Jonathan Kent, I think, is one of the biggest crux of the character.
Well, and he brought that up today in Horowitz's thing. He talked about how he went from the arc that he goes through in the movie is he starts out thinking that it's his destiny to help people, and by the end of the movie realizes no, it's his choice to help people, and that whole scene with him and Pa Kent absolutely cements that. and helps him realize that at the end of the movie. So that's why, for going back to what you were saying before about like the people that don't like the change that's why the change is important, because you don't get that lesson unless he's got something to juxtapose it with in terms of the birthright message being not what he thought it was. He's got to have a reason to turn away from the destiny and lean into the choice.
Yeah, and that image you're talking about is Action Comics 869. It's part of the Brainiac storyline.
Is that what it was from? I figured it was Brainiac, but I wasn't 1,000% sure because I'm not a fan of the writer who wrote that story.
In the background, the moon is kind of shaped like Brainiac.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Mr. Ballcap wrote that story.
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I figured.
Who wrote that story?
GJ.
Mr.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that bozo.
I gotcha. Yep.
Yeah.
Fair
no.
enough.
But like, yeah, when I think of Superman, dude, it's funny because like when I think of that change specifically to the Kryptonians and like Lara and Jor-El, I don't know that it really bothered me because again, we've all seen all manner of different versions of Superman. So I was just kind of like, okay, it's a change. Is it one that I have a preference for? Probably not. But at the same time, like at the end of the movie, what's the message? And it's like, I get it. Does it work for me? I don't really know that I care one way or the other. But like, I just know that like there is a version of Superman that I can appreciate where you don't really have to like emphasize one over the other. If there's a balance, great. But if you want to emphasize one over the other, that's fine too. I think arguing about which one did it worse is pointless. And we've all seen all manner of that, I'm sure, in the last week or so.
Yeah, it's 1,000% pointless. And and that's also where like you guys talked about how silly the whole like monkeys at the typewriters thing was. And I've seen so many people attach that to allegories. And I mean, he even said what it was. Like he said that like he,
I don't believe him.
You okay, so
I'm a supporter, and I still I'm like I don't know.
As far as
I think this is a slide on people who fuck with him constantly on social media.
So right now that part of it, I mean, I wasn't. Yeah, he did say that because Horowitz was like point blank. Like Horowitz asked him a couple of questions. That
really good questions.
Okay, you're going for it. You know he's not going to give you a straight answer, but you're going to ask the question anyway. And he does that. But like, yeah, like whether you believe him or not that he didn't think about it. Here's the thing, man. He may consciously not have thought of it, but subconsciously, of course.
Yeah.
As a writer, that's you're not gonna like if you have a personal like connection. If that's happened,
he enters your mental state. Yeah,
there's no way you're not gonna put it in. Like even if you consciously don't mean to, subconsciously, what that like the part where they show what the monkeys are typing. Come on, I guarantee. You know what the bad tweets look like. What the hashtags look like. It's
sure,
like, okay, for sure. But no, it's like the representation of like all the bots and all that. And he's not wrong when he says the governments have used that shit.
Oh yeah,
like he's not wrong about that at all.
As easy as it seemed, I was like, wow.
And it's funny because like even hearing him talk about that, I was like, okay, I see where you're coming from. I still think it's fucking stupid. I still 1,000% just thought it was fucking stupid. Just visually, like, and that's a me thing. I acknowledge wholeheartedly. I am in the minority on this, and that's totally fine. Like, it just didn't work for me because I know, to me, it just came off as like that is a thing James Gunn would do, and I'm not a fan of it.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a burning question, and this is critical.
As you tend to. Go
ahead. Death is not an option. James Gunn or Taika Waititi?
James Gunn.
Oh God!
James Gunn.
I didn't think that was a hard choice.
So it's funny you mentioned that. It's so funny you mentioned that, Ray.
Because Judge Dredd.
Because when the Judge Dredd news came out, I even said today I would rather watch Guardians 2, The Suicide Squad, and Superman on repeat for 24 hours than watch whatever the fuck Taika Waititi is going to do with Judge Dredd.
I was asking Phil specifically that question because I know how he feels about both guys, and I just need to know which one is worse, and
Yeah.
I'm not surprised because, and
Wasn't
I
he
don't
attached
disagree with
to
you either.
To an Akira film also at one point?
Yeah, that all got canceled
Yeah,
because Warner
that
Brothers
fell through.
lost the rights. To
They lost
Akira,
the
thank
rights,
God.
right? I'm
Yes.
so
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
relieved
Yeah.
that they did.
Oh, that's right. That was
Yeah.
like a week ago. Everybody was celebrating that happened. That like, no, it's over. That's not going to happen. But now
Yeah.
they're back to being upset that he's going to do Dread.
Yeah,
See,
the-
I'll give
When
James
I
Gunn
saw
this.
that, I was like, no.
I'll give James Gunn this. At least when he says, I feel like I'm gonna do something, and he ends up doing it, he actually does it. But then you've got Taika Waititi out here. I'm gonna make Judge Dredd. I'm gonna do Akira. I'm gonna do Star Wars, and then nothing fucking happens. And it's like, dude, you are one of the
Yeah.
laziest, uncommitted filmmakers I have ever fucking seen.
Well, then,
Eat
so
shit.
his Dread movie's not going to happen.
I fucking hope
Yeah.
so. I hope it doesn't
I
happen.
would.
I fucking
yeah,
hope so.
I'm
Yeah,
with
when I
Phil.
think Judge Dredd, I don't think Taika. Just
I
Bingo.
don't either.
Oh.
Same.
That is that's a really weird
Oh,
fit. It's
God.
a really
Just-
weird fit.
Just get Alex Garland to write it and just find a competent director to direct it. And
Did you
Carl
see
Urban.
who's
That's
writing this?
Drew
Oh,
Pierce, Iron Man
Guy
3.
Pierce. Guy Pierce.
Guy
No, is
Pearce?
it?
No, it's Drew.
Guy
Drew
Pearce,
Pierce.
that's the actor.
It is Drew Pierce. You're
Yeah.
right. Yeah, you're right. Guy Pierce is the actor.
Paul, do
I
you
mean,
not
hey,
like?
I get him
wants to write
fucking
it,
mixed
he
up
can.
because the last name.
Paul, do you
Yeah.
not like Alex Garland as a director?
No. I'm just saying. So Alex Garland, I think, ghost directed Dread 1. But Alex I think he's pulling back from directing in general. I think he just wants to stick to being writing. That's what I had heard. So
Oh, that's a shame. I loved Civil
Yeah,
Yeah, that
War.
really is. A
But if
shame.
he-
Civil War was great.
Yeah.
I like Civil War. I didn't love
Absolutely.
it, but I liked it. But I'm fine if Alex wants to just write out the movie and Carl comes back in some way, and then they get a competent director that maybe Alex is, in good cahoots with, and then they collaborate or something. Like that's what I would like. And it doesn't even have to be a movie. I'd be fine if it was like a Netflix or some kind of streaming, like, with like a decent budget or something like that. Just to see Carl B. Dredd again and see Alex Garland Dredd script come to life, that's what I fucking want.
Do
period.
you think they're gonna bring Carl back?
I mean, he's doing fucking Johnny Cage. I mean, why the fuck not? He's more popular than he's ever been with fucking The Boys. Like,
He
I mean,
gave
just
he
Yeah.
gave him
And
that most accurate portrayal of Dredd that Stallone didn't give us.
Without
in
question.
fairness, he
and you
also
don't have to
worked
worry
with
about
Taika
him
in
like
Ragnarok.
aging because you only see this
He
much of
did.
his face. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
just,
Well,
he's got the chin.
One of the things I keep referring back to our Squadcast movie reviews because we reviewed the Sly Judge Dredd movie, and one of the things that came up was apparently like we were talking between Scott and Tim we were talking about the lore or like the original comic
Mhm.
and like how there was a lot more of the, for lack of a better way to put it, the goofiness that's in the comic that wasn't like or the camp, I guess you could say, that wasn't
Yeah.
quite handled like effectively in 1995
It was
for
not.
an American audience. And so my thought process when I first heard that Taika was attached to it was like, oh, he's gonna try and do that.
Yeah,
He's gonna try and
I
do
don't want that.
yeah.
I mean, I don't mind the design of the Sly costume. It's very reminiscent of the books in some ways. And again, I haven't read a lot of Dredd comics. I should preface. Yeah, exactly. And I like the minimalist approach within Carl Urban's version. I like them
Love
being
that.
kind of just, straightforward and gritty. But
And he never
there's
took the helmet off. Never
No.
took the
No,
He stuck to his principles.
That's against the whole thing.
There's literally-
2000 AD.
There's literally
is the
panels
way.
where if he takes the helmet off, like it
It's
says it's
censored.
censored.
Sounds
Yeah.
Like you can't see it. Yes.
Because the whole point of Dredd is that you're not supposed to know. Like
Yes,
he is
yeah.
the faceless of the law version of the law. Like that's There's
Man
a
with-
lot
the
of
man with no
commentary.
name, just in the future.
Right. There's a
right.
lot of commentary on American politics. There's a lot of it's done through a UK comic and stuff like that. And again, I have to read a lot more of Dredd, but as it stands, I don't want the more goofier aspects of Dredd necessarily. I would like a more.
You're the law. I'm the law.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I just want a straightforward.
It's the
I'm
goat.
the law.
They can do.
Get Rob
they can-
Schneider to be the fucking-
No,
Oh
No.
God,
No.
man,
No.
no.
they can
When I
do.
saw him in that
Comic
movie,
relief.
I was like, "Oh, this isn't gonna."
Was
be
it
good.
in Demolition Man 2 with him?
Yes.
Yeah, Demolition.
Yeah.
But Demolition
Yes,
Man's
Yep.
great. That's
I love
that
Demolition Man
version
worked.
is-
Demolition Man worked.
That movie
Demolition Man
worked.
worked,
Yeah.
yes.
movie
That
works.
movie knows what it is.
Yeah,
Yes.
they can.
True.
The Carl Urban version can do the dead judges or whatever. I think there's a whole bunch of those. They can do all that if they want. Like as long as it's taken with the way I look at it. The way I look at Dredd is the same way I look at like Paul Verhoeven's RoboCop.
Yep.
Like
Yeah.
it is goofy and a little over the top, but when the serious shit happens, it's either extremely fucked up or it's taken very serious. You believe Murphy in that moment when he is like depressed as fuck.
Mhm.
He knows that his life is
I can feel them, but I can't remember them.
Yeah.
dude,
Oh, I
like
love that
and
line.
Yep.
Such a good line.
and I'm not saying Dredd has to have that emotional moment because he's Dredd, but when the shit goes down in Dredd, it's real and it's serious and it's
Yes.
awesome. Like that's all I'm asking. I'm not asking that it has to be 100% all gritty because it's like I said, if you're thinking like RoboCop like that, that's what you can go for.
That actually, you know what? That's a really good comp. Like if you
Yeah.
Verhoeven specifically with that movie in terms of balancing the satire with the action and the serious drama. Yes, I'm with you on
God,
that.
you know who'd make an excellent Judge Dredd movie? Zack Snyder.
No, of course not.
I'll tell you what.
I'm not disagreeing, but can we handle it being announced on social media?
Hell
Like,
no.
No,
No,
people would be
God, no.
okay with it. I think people would actually get
Actually, you
I
know what? I
think it
take
would
that
be
back.
like, yeah. No.
I feel like there would be a lot of people that would be like, okay, that's for you hear a
especially
lot of,
after the slow motion shit that was in the original the other one. I mean,
you'd see
Yeah,
a lot of people.
seriously.
you could watch that and be like, "Is this a Zack Snyder movie?"
Well,
I mean,
also
you
like
could.
Right.
like Snyder's mentioned on more than one occasion. He's a huge fan of Paul Verhoeven anyway. So it's like
Yeah. Oh no.
Highly
he takes
recommend
a
it. If you've
lot
never
from
seen
Paul,
it, watch
for sure.
RoboDoc. Highly recommend.
Yes.
Watch
Oh yeah,
RoboDoc.
I
I've
do
seen
want to
some
see
of
that.
Very good.
By the way, Chris, did your steelbook ship yet?
Yes, it did, and I got my
just-
Sinner Steelbook too today.
Oh,
yesterday.
you finally got it.
I
Good.
did.
Yes, good deal.
oh damn it! I forgot to write that in my email. I forgot to tell you I watched Sinners.
Oh my
Oh.
God! Send another
Wow.
email.
Yes,
Send
that's
another
perfect.
email. I want to know what you thought.
It was fucking
listen,
amazing, is what it was.
Because I will say this: as much as I enjoyed Superman, it is not the movie of the year. Sinners is the
No.
movie of the year.
Sinners
Oh,
is.
Yes.
Oh,
I
Sinner.
think my movie of the year. I think I'm kind of with Dave. Probably Companion. So far,
Yeah,
Oh, I need to see.
Companion-
I need to see
Companions
that.
up
I
there.
would think
it's either that or Mickey 17 at the moment.
Yeah.
Oh my
I like-
God! I saw
I
that
like
yesterday.
I want to.
I-
I haven't seen that
I
one
like
either. I need to
Mickey
see that.
17.
I
did
couldn't.
too.
I couldn't fucking
Although,
stand
to
it.
be fair,
Yeah, I
Running
get it.
Man and Predator Badlands have yet to release, so there's still time.
Okay.
Also
I
weapons.
forgot about Running Man.
Weapons.
Weapons.
Okay, you know what though?
When does Badlands come out? Is that August?
Same day as
November-
Running Man, November 7th.
Okay,
I gotta go
November
for
same
it.
day.
that Running Man trailer. Holy
Oh,
shit!
God.
Oh, that was
Hell
fun.
yeah. Dude, you know what's funny? Like when I think it was in front of Jurassic World, and I remember watching the original, obviously the Schwarzenegger Running Man with my dad numerous times. And when it came on, I always love it too because I was like, oh, it came on, and I looked at him, I pointed, I'm like, and he goes, what is this? And I'm like, just watch. And then all of a sudden he turns to me, they remade Running Man. And I'm like, he looked at me, he was like, dude, this is what I love about my retired dad and having him just like watch movies with me now that because he needs to get out of the house. But I was like, I hope he has not seen the Running Man trailer. And sure enough, he did. And I was like pointing, and then he goes, they remade Running Man. I'm like, hell yeah. He's like, we gotta see this. I'm like, of course. I was like, he got so excited. I was like, and of course he loved the trailer. So yeah, This one though, of course, it's Edgar Wright. So Jesus Christ.
Number one, Edgar Wright,
Yeah.
but also there's because I forgot that it was based off the
The
Stephen
book.
King's novel.
Yeah. And this again, somebody that comes into this from the movies and not the original source material. I watched the trailer, I was like, oh, so that's how it actually is. Like
Yeah,
he's not
Total Recall.
he's not a framed cop.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it's a totally different, not totally different, but like a different enough premise. Is like, oh, okay, this is actually a little more interesting. All right, and dude, Edgar Wright, come on now, Edgar Wright.
Come
That's
on.
honestly kind of where I'm at. I it's been a long time since I've seen the original, but just the fact that you have Edgar Wright, Glenn Powell, Josh Brolin in all of this, I'm just like, here, just take
Sold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Well,
forgot
and
Edgar Wright was
Who's the
writing it.
dude that plays the host of the game? I forgot his name.
Oh, is that Coleman Domingo?
I think so.
Yes.
And I'm like, dude, he's like, oh yeah, the way that his presence when you see him on the screen, I'm
Well, like Jamie Lawson's in it too, right?
Yes.
Yeah, which
Yes.
is crazy because like when she shows up in Sinners, I spent like 10 minutes like, who is she?
Mayor in the
Bella
Batman.
Royale. Okay,
Yeah.
like it
Battle Royale, yeah.
took me like 10 minutes to remember who she was.
It took me a lot longer. It wasn't until they were actually in the juke and forgive me, I forget the character's name, the guy with the guitar. He's
Sammy.
like yeah,
Preacher Boy.
what Preacher Boy, when they're like in the back and doing the thing, I was like,
Oh yeah.
that's the mayor from the Batman. That's when it fucking occurred to me. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, it took me a bit too. I was like, I know her. There it is. It hit. Yeah. And no, yeah, I'm glad you like Sinners. I mean, that's just one of those movies where again, it was just, you know, and I talked about this when it came to Gareth Edwards, you know, Jurassic World. I'm like, oh, you made one for them. Can't wait to see your next movie there, Gareth, because you're gonna make a paycheck. They're gonna, you know, because even though like, yeah, Jurassic World Rebirth might not be, you know, people are like, whatever. You know, some people really like it, some people don't. I didn't really like it. But, you know, and that's why I said in my review, I was like, yeah, you got brought in, you made it for them. You're going to get a paycheck. Cannot wait for what's next for you, because that's what happens. That's what happens. And when you watch Jurassic World Rebirth, you go, this is not Gareth Edwards strong. This is him going, here's a Jurassic World movie that they wanted to make. Put it out there. It's making money. Fine. But I want to see, what was his last movie? God, I always forget the robot movie. With the what?
The creator.
Oh,
Creator,
yeah, the creator. Yes.
I mean, that's what I want to see. I want to see something like that next, because I really enjoyed that movie. I thought it was a fantastic fucking movie. You know, I didn't love it, but I still thought it was great. But I'm just like going, all right, you made it for them, and that's what like happened with Ryan Coogler. You know, he got into the Marvel machine. He made, you know, obviously Black Panther, crazy, huge. The first one, the second one, a little rough, but still did it. He's still going to make another one, but at the same time, he now has that ability to be like, oh, I want to make this. And he made Sinners, and it was just like, fucking, there you go, man.
One of the things that's become really apparent with him, and he hasn't directly said this, but he's kind of indicated that he's essentially on the Nolan track, because he keeps mentioning Nolan as like one of his that's mentors.
His, like,
and he's doing the same fucking thing where like Nolan did the Dark Knight trilogy, and that allowed him to do Prestige and Inception and Ben's favorite movie, Tenet.
I fucking love that movie, dude. Tenet's so good.
I'm still trying to figure it out, but I'm almost
Don't try.
Okay.
Subjectively.
No, but you're right. I mean, that's the thing. It's like Nolan wasn't really a name until Batman Begins. I mean, I knew who he was because I fell in love with Memento. I was like, oh my god. When I saw
same here.
That movie
Made
just
Equilibrium. That's why he
That
got
movie
hired
for
for that film, for the Batman film, right?
Well, technically, what happened was he was trying to do the Troy movie. He wanted to do the Troy movie.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that got given. And Wolfgang Peterson was going to do a Batman versus Superman movie. And
The I Am Legend.
So then Wolfgang ended up getting the Troy movie, and then Warner Brothers, and they were like, "Hey, sorry, you want to do Batman?" Because David Goyer confirmed that with his recent interview that he had.
Yeah, I saw that too.
And he was just basically saying like, "Oh yeah, there was that wasn't going to happen. It was like a consolation prize because he lost out on Troy, and then full circle. Now he's doing the fucking Odyssey, and again, just take inspiration from Christopher Nolan, where he was going to do a movie in that world, and now he does the ultimate movie in that world, which is the Odyssey. And I'm like, fucking A, dude. And every time I've seen that trailer twice now in theaters, I'm going, Jesus Christ, this movie's going to be like it's probably going to be his best. I don't know if it's going to be his best movie. I don't know.
I mean, it's tough to. I mean, the brain thinks yes, it's because it's Nolan, but Oppenheimer is so good.
Oppenheimer is my number 2, right behind Interstellar.
See, Interstellar, I still think is his best movie.
Yeah,
my favorite movie is Memento, because
my favorite is Inception. My favorite.
Inception.
I think that's my second
really
favorite.
I would watch Inception over Dunkirk, but those are my 2 least favorite Nolan films.
I forgot about Dunkirk.
I just saw Dunkirk for the first time like earlier this year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I know you remember I was teasing it, and then
that's right. Yeah.
reviewed it. Yeah.
And my favorite, the one I think is his best is Inception. I think my favorite is Prestige.
Okay.
Yeah,
See, that's the
Prestige is
thing.
very good.
Prestige is so good too. I mean,
There's not a wrong answer, guys.
No, there's not.
Yeah,
there really isn't.
Yeah.
Well,
He's
if you
not
said
made a
Tenet,
bad
it's a
movie.
wrong answer.
The dude has not made a bad movie, in my opinion. Even Insomnia, which is a lot of people don't even talk.
I love
talk about it.
Insomnia.
They
But it's
forget
still-
that's a Nolan movie. A lot of
It's funny.
people
I
don't
actually
forget it.
rewatched Memento last night.
Oh,
Mm.
I love that movie so much.
The only movie his I haven't seen yet, which that's the last one I need to review, is Following. I haven't seen Following yet.
Following is
Following.
terrific.
The one with
I've
this
seen
one.
that.
Following
It's
is
great.
good too.
Very good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Black and white, and yeah, it's you could tell it's like, oh shit, yeah, he was already like a really good storyteller in the way that he crafts the story, like right from the beginning. It's like, holy shit. I mean, that's what I love. And I love that video where he explains how the storytelling of Memento and like a paper clip, he draws a paper clip on that board and he does. I'm like, see, that's why I love this movie so much. It's so unique. The storytelling is just so fucking good. The way that this story goes, there's a forward story and a backward story. And it's so beautifully crafted because, you know, while the things are happening, obviously he's got the short-term memory loss. You're with him when you watch that first time, you're with him and going, what the fuck happened previously? You don't even know.
Right.
Yeah. And then meanwhile, you're having this black and white little, you know, inserts that are like moving forward and you're going, what the fuck is happening here? And then when it all meets up at the end, you go, oh shit. You know, it's like, that's why I just the way that storytelling. That's why it's one of my favorite all-time movies.
Well, I just love how essentially the movie gives you Leonard Shelby's condition.
Yes,
because you're trying to remember, you're struggling. Like my head, I got a headache the first time I watched that movie because I'm like, I don't fucking remember like what happened, where.
Yeah,
I was like as disjointed as he was.
You have to watch that movie like 3 or 4 times to really get like grasp it. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, like Tenet. You know.
Yeah, like that too. Yeah, some people are watching it for a 15th time and going.
I really one of the things about Tenet that I will say, like, I mean, I do like Tenet.
So do I.
It's my number 3.
But one of my biggest things that I was kind of. It's weird to say this about Nolan because as great of a storyteller as he is, he's never really been great with action choreography.
No.
But Tenet was like, okay, no, you upped your game for Tenet. As far as this is a far cry from The Dark Knight Rises, and really the TDK trilogy in general, the fight choreography and that.
The fighting it was horrible.
After watching the warehouse sequence in BBS, you can't go back and watch.
You're ruined.
It's very hard.
Ruined
in terms of Batman action choreography specifically. Yeah,
I'll tell you right now. Like regardless of who, like however Brave and the Bold happens or whatnot, right? That is your baseline for a Batman fight sequence. Otherwise, I will feel like Phil with respect to because I like Superman, but Batman is my number one. Like I've read more Batman comics actually, and there's still a lot.
I think it just has to shock you because I remember watching the first trailer and also watching the movie. Oh, Matt Reeves the Batman when he just fought those kids on the train platform. So like that was fucking badass.
Oh yeah,
and, like I don't try to compare it to the BBS warehouse fight, but I thought it was like this is fucking valid. So I think they just need to make it a valid action piece with the Batman.
And the Batman choreography. I mean, it's not the same as the warehouse sequence, but there's still stuff in there. Like I love the whole sequence in the hall where it's just all lit by muzzle flash.
Yes,
that whole fucking sequence is amazing. And
I didn't think it was perfect, but I liked him taking out the Riddler goons in the the hall, not the hall.
Oh yeah,
at the top of the.
There are so many shots in the Batman that just scream lore from Batman's history.
Oh yeah.
Like when he flies down in the third act, it is.
I was about to say, the way he enters that stadium is like, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
I remember when I was watching it for I think a third time with my ex, and I was like, I was like, watch this, and then when you see the and then and he just comes down and dun, dun, and he does this barrel roll and he starts fucking fighting them. I'm like, so Batman.
Yep.
Like,
It's funny. It just occurred to me. The only movies I've ever seen at least 4 times in theaters, they're all Batman movies. The Dark Knight, Batman versus Superman, and The Batman.
Yeah. It's funny
There you go.
because I saw the Batman 3 times in theaters. I think I saw the Dark Knight also in 3 times. I think I saw Dark Knight Rises twice. I saw Batman Begins
The
twice.
Dark Knight Rises, really?
Yeah, I saw it twice.
I
I liked it.
It's
I
not
have
a,
issues. You know,
You should
but
forget about the Batman trilogy. I think the Dark Knight is the GOAT.
of course it is. Well,
Well,
depending on how I
I-
feel.
Damn.
Batman Begins is
begins
really fucking good.
Yeah,
But the
Batman
other thing
Begins.
is,
Yeah.
like,
Oh my
when I
God.
watch Batman Begins, I go, God damn, this is. I mean, it's the best.
But it was a
origin.
Bruce Wayne Begins because
Yes.
like we.
It was.
Well,
I mean,
it's
debatably,
that
the whole
origin
trilogy
story.
is a Bruce
Is
Wayne
about Bruce
story.
Wayne. Yeah, that's
Bruce
the main
Wayne.
difference between
Yeah.
that and the other Batman movies is that it's basically Bruce Wayne dealing with all of these things and trying to
Yeah.
save Gotham. For me, when I watch those movies now at this point in the game, I always just watch Begins, Dark Knight, and Rises. Like I do it as a trilogy. Same thing with
Yeah.
Back to the Future. I just see it as a trilogy at this
Of
point.
course. Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
No, it
seeing,
makes sense.
seeing that trilogy on screen back to back on Batman Day, that's a
Ooh.
whole different fucking experience.
I kinda
Because you
like it.
literally you literally just go from one to the next, and it's just fucking.
I don't know. I still
beautiful.
can't. I think he bitched out at the end of the Dark Knight Rises.
I think it was one of those things where he had an idea already, and he already was contracted to do it. And I think like he was very much going to have Heath Ledger's Joker be a part of it.
I agree.
So he had to change some
Yeah.
things. I
Mhm.
mean, he had to change some things, and then of course, everybody's going, "Oh, he's got to do the Riddler." I mean, it's Christopher Nolan. He's got to do the Riddler. And he didn't want to do the Riddler. He was like, "No, that's too easy." And then he decided to take a different approach. And I like the approach that he took to Bane. Like I said, some things didn't quite, I
His
don't think
brother
worked
mentioned
out.
that like they were toying with the Riddler, and then they moved to Bane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah, 'cause-
and I
'cause-
remember hearing stuff about that too, where it was like, and the Riddler would have been right up his alley, and he probably could have came up with something. But I think I don't know. I think he just was like, nah, it's just too obvious that it would be the Riddler. I don't know. But yeah, I think that's where that kind of fell a little flat. I mean, there's things. It's not a terrible movie. I mean, it's got one of the worst death endings.
Oh,
Death-
yeah.
That's yeah.
It's a big movie with a lot of big ideas, and it also has to cap a trilogy too.
Yeah, and then and I know Nolan is very and I always say this, and I'm sure it bugged the shit out of him, that the fact that it's like he's so like he wants every detail, and the fact that it's supposed to be cold and snowy, but they shot it in Chicago in July, so you have no breath. You have, and even I watch it and go, I don't feel the atmosphere of the cold,
Right.
and I'm kind of going, I bet you Christopher Nolan was like,
You know what I've come to
fucking
realize
hell, man.
is like Batman visually as a character almost never works well in broad daylight
No,
because
Oh yeah, no, and that was something that Zach understood
Yeah.
fully
He's a
because
nocturnal animal.
and Matt Reeves definitely understands that.
Oh yeah.
yeah, and I
so-
feel like Andy Muschietti was kind of shafted a little bit with that Ben Affleck Batman action scene in the beginning because it happens to take place in broad fucking daylight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like Batman looks kind of cheesy, but all the other stuff with Michael Keaton, for the most part,
all in the
takes
dark.
place at night.
That
in the dark.
was incredible. That fighting scene, and even the third act, all the stuff that he did against the Kryptonian and the ship, all that stuff was fucking gas.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, we got somebody else joining right now. Let's see, which drop should I do for?
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it seems
I was trying to figure out what the fuck is coming on.
That was very appropriate.
I couldn't think of who that was.
No, I was surprised by the drop too, but it's all objective, right, Ray? It's good to
Wow.
have you back.
Okay.
Good to have you back in
Yeah, how's it going?
these realms of all justice. You know why? Because we talked about this a couple weeks ago, where there's like eras of the vodka stream. There's like the first era, and then I feel like I was in the second era, where it was like me, Ray, Casey, Amanda that were all on all the time, and now there's like the new era. So I have one of my people that were with me around in those times. So Ray, how everyone, how you doing? But Ray specifically, because I haven't talked to Ray since last November. I
Yeah, the
think.
last
Yeah.
trivia
Trivia battle.
Oh,
Trivia
the last
battle,
little
yeah.
thing, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that was the
Sir.
last time I did too. Yeah.
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 But great joining. Thank you for joining, Travis.
Of course.
Yeah, we're just
Still talking Superman.
we were talking a little Superman, but you know,
Yeah.
I mean, we veered off into
No, that's
talking
fine.
about Christopher Nolan and all that kind of stuff.
Oh.
But I did want to ask you guys, what do you? Because one of the things that was brought up in the Horowitz interview too, that he shined a little light on, is the next movie that he's doing that has Superman. And there's been, obviously he's been very coy and very, obviously he's not going to reveal it. And I love the fact that he said in due time there is a timeline where we're going to reveal it, and he basically poo-pooed the whole thing of like, it's not going to be Batman versus Superman. It's not going to be World's Finest. So everybody's kind of going, is it going to be, obviously, since we know that Supergirl's coming out, it's in the can. We got the poster, which, I mean, like the poster, I like the poster. Did not even think about that it does give Shazam vibes at first, but
I didn't think about it until you said that. Yeah. I guess so.
I didn't think about it either until because I recorded my Wednesday show and then premiered it, and then people in the chat were like, Shazam vibes. I was like, oh yeah, it kind of is that.
Mhm.
But I didn't think it, but at the same time, I still like the fact that she's wearing the jacket. She's just like, they're playing on the fact that it's not look up, it's now look out.
Mhm.
And I'm going, okay,
I like that. I like
did
how
like that
I do
too.
too.
they
That's
basically
clever.
took the tagline of his movie and just graffitied over. I like that.
Yeah, I did like it too. But a lot of people are just kind of going, is it going to be a Superman, Supergirl building the Superman family? I don't know. What are we thinking here?
I mean, the Supergirl stuff is going to have to be established and what her story is. They're probably going to do some cross between.
Well, good thing a movie's coming out next year.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, the movie's going to either be a cross between Woman of Tomorrow.
Step one,
right?
a movie.
Step one.
In the
Woman
can.
of Tomorrow, they'll probably deal more with her actual origin, which is like, this whole, because she, at most versions, she gets put in a rocket when she's a teenager. She's lived and understood Krypton, but by bad chance, she ends up on Earth after Clark's already like a grown-up. So playing with that alone could be a very interesting movie because we've never really seen it done to that full extent. I have not seen the Helen Slater version since I was a little child. I don't remember.
I almost watched that the past week, and I almost did. It was like,
watched that.
Yeah, we reviewed that at Squadcast Media.
not,
Yeah,
I
we
never
that
watched
within the
it.
last 6 months. Doesn't hold up. Not that it ever held up, maybe, but it's
No,
a
it
tough
never
watch.
held-
It's
it never
it's like
held up.
Superman 3, where it's
never
for
held
me.
up.
It feels like those 2 hours are 3 hours. It's a long.
I mean, it's at least a Supergirl movie, whereas we were saying earlier, Superman 3 is a Richard Pryor movie featuring Superman.
There you go.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be a Superman Supergirl story. It wouldn't be
No, I
shocked
don't
if it
think so
was,
either.
but I think, given James Gunn's wheelhouse and his just natural instinct for using underutilized characters and characters who are not so known, and given that this takes place across a timeline, this universe, I think he's going to thrust Superman into the future, and we're going to see the Legion of Superheroes.
You think so?
wow.
I mean, maybe.
Interesting.
No,
Huh.
that's a big swing. I don't think he's
That
taking
is
the
a
big
big
swings
swing.
so early.
I like it. I like it though. I do like that.
I like that idea
the head-
though, but
yeah.
Well, let's see. James Gunn's formula is a wild bunch of goofballs all get together to face a giant bad. And
Well, that's why
let's
people are
see,
thinking
we
the
need-
Superman and the Authority. That's what
See-
they're
Yeah.
thinking that they're going to merge the two.
Plausible.
So did,
Well,
so
it's
did or did
comic
not
books
the
there.
Authority movie get scrapped?
No,
No, it didn't.
it is
It
not.
didn't get
scrapped.
scrapped. It lost a director.
He said
Yeah.
it's
Writer.
Lost
Lost a writer.
Yeah, it's still,
Yeah.
it's still.
And he's just said it's been rough. That's what he said today in the interview.
Yeah.
It's been a rough
Yeah.
production.
Which makes me
Okay.
think that is not a factor into his Superman movie, even though there is basis for Superman and the Authority if you read Grant Morrison's Superman and the Authority. But I don't think it's that. I think he's going to do something different with Superman, because you could do. He mentioned that Brainiac was discussed for this movie, and I feel like that honestly, that's kind of what I want. I want a Superman Brainiac movie because I'm sick to fucking death of Lex Luthor, truthfully. But I could see him doing something completely out of the box that nobody's expecting, and there is precedence for Superman in the Silver Age of going with the Legion of Superheroes. I can absolutely see that being a possibility.
I think it's on the table if that's the case in terms of
be.
like what we've seen so far. I wouldn't be surprised. I guess that's the best way. But that's a good. I think that's a solid guess, honestly.
The Trinity? Anybody? The Trinity?
That's what I wanted.
Yeah.
No.
So,
He said no. He's not doing that.
Well, he said no. Yeah, he said no to Batman.
He
He
said
said no to
No,
Batman.
he
No,
said
no,
no,
no.
he's not doing the Trinity. He outright said on the red carpet, no, you're not seeing Batman and Wonder Woman in the next movie. So,
Well, not in the next movie. I think that he's outside of Wonder Woman, because Wonder Woman has only had 1 or 2 movies ever at this point. I think he's taking his time with everybody else, especially Batman. He's not in a hurry to do Batman, and I don't blame him, because as a Batman fan, I've heard, and I heard some people say that, well, if he's not in Clay, like I think Anthony, one of my listeners, he's like, if Batman's not in Clayface, then there's some issues there, and I'm like, okay, I kind of get that, but
he also cheekily, like Horowitz asked him, are we going to see Batman first in Batman Brave and the Bold? And James Gunn was like, I don't know about that.
Well, he also said Gunn's also said like Batman's one of the hardest ones he's trying to figure out.
True.
He said he thinks he has an in, but it's discussing like what kind of Batman we're looking at. Yes, we've heard the idea of Damian coming in, but how do you what do you make that work? Yes, you can look at the comics. There's different ways, but he's honest that it's not been a struggle. It's just like we got to do this right.
Right, and as a Batman fan, that like I've said this many times, we have no room to complain. I got a whole shelf. Batman fans have been the most well-fed DC fans ever, period. Well, arguably the most well-fed comic book hero fans as far as movies. We have nothing to fucking complain about. So take your time. Do what you got to do.
I mean, that's why when I had people today, after the whole Cavill thing, they're like, well, they give Cavill a send off with Elseworld. I'm like, they're not doing 2 Superman, iterations right now. And they were like, well, what? They have 2 different Batmans. I'm like, yeah, it's fucking
because he
Batman.
Inherited one.
Yeah,
inherited one. It was already there.
But Batman's also more popular than Superman.
Yeah,
I'm
like,
I'm trying to,
more easy.
I'm with you, Dave.
Do you think that Matt Reeves' sequel is going to be his last one?
I think there's a chance.
That's not
okay. Are we going to do a trilogy?
Okay.
I would assume.
I've
always said that. I always thought 2 was happening. When people asked me about 3, I said that's a long time, and we got to wait and see, because you could live in. I don't think it would, but if you live in a universe where Batman 2, let's say, underperforms, and they're like, well, it's kind of a hassle to have another Batman 3. Well, we're doing the DCU Batman. We'd rather just go forward there. So much can change in the next few years. So I think there's a possibility 3 doesn't happen, but I bet Matt Reeves maybe leaves the Batman 2 a little open-ended just to try to, get some favor. Very similar Snyder cut-ish of don't make a cliffhanger. Yeah,
and just for point of reference, I mean, aside from the fact that Horowitz did ask him if you could bring a director into the DCU, who would it be? And he said Matt Reeves. But beyond that, Batman doesn't underperform.
No,
I'm just saying, you never know, though, right? Let's say it's been 5 years, and let's say, every week we get a superhero fatigue reel. Maybe let's say in 2027, Avengers underperforms and Spider-Man. I'm just saying, I don't think it will be, but I'm saying that'd be the only route unless there's a falling out.
The funniest thing about the logic in that is people say, oh, there's so much time in between the sequel. What is the one thing people keep asking James Gunn and Matt Reeves about? Where's the sequel to the Batman? This is going to be,
though, right? That's the Twitter users,
not just us. That's everyone in the trade sphere, dude.
I mean, online though. I don't have people at work being like, "Hey, Travis, do you got an update on Matt Reeves' Batman 2?" They'll say, "Who's Matt Reeves?" That's the people that I don't think James Gunn's getting asked every day by regular people. Hey, James, have you talked to Matt yet? Where's that Batman 2 script? It's just us crazies that every day want to know what's going on.
Regular people just found out this week there's a Superman movie.
But the thing is that David said from the beginning that he didn't want multiple Superman, multiple Batman, multiple Wonder Woman running around. So that's the only thing that gives me pause. This director already had a finite idea for his films. All of a sudden, he took forever to do the sequel, which is it's not a rare thing with him, because he kind of took a little bit long with the Apes films. But he's still very pragmatic when it comes to the entire thread. So, but now you have to contend with this DCU Batman potentially. So now this is a thorn in James Gunn's path, because now he's thinking, how can I make this work? Do I wait for this man to finish? Do I give him just, hey, finish this movie and done, so I can introduce this Batman, which is gonna take place in this heavily invested universe? So you know, those things you got to take into consideration. You can just say, yeah, we're gonna get a third Batman.
It's all interesting because obviously Matt Reeves is actually making other things besides he's producing, you know, the Robin fucking animated thing.
Dynamic duo,
yeah, the dynamic duo. So I mean, like, there's things that he's invested in, and it's like it's very interesting. Paul, I know you got to go.
I'd honestly would stay on the whole stream, but I have to leave in the early morning to go to
I get it,
Barcelona.
man. It's all good.
So
You're going out of the country. It's
I'll
okay.
say yeah, sorry guys. Sorry, I like traveling. Anyway, I'll wrap it up real quick. Two things. Mortal Kombat 2 trailer. I know almost next to nothing about Mortal Kombat in terms of just I played a few of the games. I've seen the old movie and I've seen the movie that was before this. This looks and breathes and smells and acts like Mortal Kombat, making Johnny Cage the main character as far as I can tell. As a washed up actor is great. Carl Urban's gonna kill it. Looks cool. Real quick, unrelated to superhero news, I did get to early see Eddington, Ari Aster's new movie.
How was that?
It's a lot. I'm gonna say this: I have not seen Midsummer. I have not seen Hereditary, but I have seen Beau is Afraid.
Oh, you gotta watch both of those.
Yeah,
I know.
Those two.
I know. Believe me, I know. But Beau is Afraid is a wild fucking movie. That was.
I haven't seen that one. Yeah.
Without spoilers, I will say Beau is Afraid is the movie that Ari made for him, as opposed to making it for them. Eddington is kind of a mix. It's a lot about 2020. It's a lot about coronavirus. A lot about the left and the right. There's a lot of all of that in there. It's a fascinating movie. I highly recommend it. I had a blast watching it. It's not for everybody, but amazing cast, great acting, fun dialogue. It's a movie I'm going to be thinking about for a long time. There is also a tremendously awesome third act sequence that I do not want to give away, and the ending is both hilarious and tragic and sad. It's just, it's one. It probably will be in my top 10. I feel, well, at least right now. But it's cool. So I say check out Eddington if you can.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to see it. You know, I like Ari Aster, so.
Yeah. Midsummer is a fucking mind trip. If you haven't watched
that movie, I remember walking out. Of Midsummer. And the dude in front of me, who was also watched it by himself, he was like, he looked back at me and then looked forward and then looked back. He was all, "What did we just watch?" I'm like, that fucked me up a little. I literally said, I was like, that kind of fucked me up a little bit.
I have not seen a single Ari Aster movie.
Dude.
Every movie will mess you up. Everyone.
I think Eddington would be an interesting one for you to start with if you'd want to go there. But I would recommend maybe start off with Midsummer and
movies. Sorry, go ahead, Ray.
No, I was just saying, so many people have told me Midsummer is like this crazy mind fuck.
Yeah, he makes movies where you go, I don't need to watch that again soon.
I need to go in the corner.
I really
and
like
think about
it,
my
but I don't
choices
need
in
to
life.
watch it again. I'm not in a hurry to watch it again.
It's a heavy afternoon.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like Seven?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like
I feel that way about Seven.
Like Joker.
Yeah. This wasn't Seven.
Yeah.
This had a lot of dark comedic elements. It had a lot of heavy material. It has very goofy characters. It almost feels like a satirization of both Westerns and the Coen brothers. I can't really explain it. It's unique though.
Yeah.
Which is what I want. So
no, I definitely want to see it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say at least give it one shot, if nothing else. I've seen some people hated it, some people love it, but I really dug it. So that's the best I can say. Overall, Dave, thanks again for inviting me on the stream. I always appreciate it.
Great having you, man.
Thanks,
Be safe
man.
in your travels, Paul.
Safe
travels.
Yeah, have a good
Stay
trip.
safe, brother.
Yes.
Yeah, I've never been to Spain before. I definitely will be one of those white guys that's going to get killed probably.
Hey, hit me up, Paul. I'm actually heading to Spain in October, so hit me up when you get back.
It's nice knowing you, Paul.
Yeah.
You can try to find him, Chris, when he's lost.
When I go in October. Yeah.
No, I'm going to be posting on Instagram, so there'll be like a good post. Me like
if we don't see you posting like after 2 days,
I may change my plans then.
You should watch Midsommar before you go. You should watch that movie before you go. That'll give you a good crash course on what not to do and not who to follow.
Yeah, don't go off into the hills and be part
Stay
of
in
Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. I missed the suggestion. What movie should I watch?
Midsommar. Watch
about
that before you go.
Midsummer.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just.
Yeah, because
Watch it on the
if
flight.
you end up going off into the country, if you go
Along
off
with
into
the
the
movie
country
Fearless.
where there's a bunch of people wearing like white and a bunch of
Yeah.
Don't-
Listen,
don't-
if
don't
you
go
see
there.
a bunch of people in
I'm-
togas, just assume they're a cult.
Even
Yeah,
if they're good
no.
looking, stay
Yes.
away. You know.
Stay away.
Yeah, luckily I'm pretty much a cartoon character, unless there's an extremely scantily clad woman who's like whistling to me and like doing a
that's the
finger
thing,
and
that's
there's a
how they get
band.
you.
Unless
How they
that,
get you.
I think I'll be fine. I think I'll be all right. So,
All right.
but yeah,
all right.
I'll keep you guys up. Chris,
travel,
I'll hit you up after I get back. I promise.
Yeah.
All
All right.
right, guys.
All right, man.
Good
Yeah.
scene. Oh, the reference is new here. Do I hit the red button to get out of the stream? Leave studio.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
I
the
got it.
button.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
StreamYard fucking changed their shit. I don't know.
Every 2 weeks, there's an
I know.
update.
Yeah.
There's
Yep.
something. Yeah.
All
right.
All right. See you guys.
See you
Take
guys.
care.
See you, Paul.
Yeah. Chris needs
Oh.
that peace of mind before he goes to Spain.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not getting no message back, Chris. That's
No,
the last
he's
we ever
gone.
heard of Paul. Yeah, that's it. It's over.
Absolutely gone.
Too
Yeah.
funny.
Okay, so some of us are kind of thinking. I mean, I always was like, hey, Trinity movie would be great, but yeah, that seems like it's a little too far fetched. And like you said, Phil, like he kind of like poo-pooed that somewhat. So I'm like, yeah, maybe. I mean, a lot of people are really just leaning into, oh, it's going to be Supergirl, Superman, and maybe, I mean, and it could be something else. But at the same time, I mean, I like where your head's at, where it's like maybe he's going to go so crazy with it, and I don't know. It's going to be interesting for sure.
I mean, look at what he did with this movie. Who would have? I don't think the engineer was on anyone's bingo card for a
No.
Superman movie.
Nope.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, neither was Crypto.
That's
And
true too.
and I understand, but in retrospect, like that's one of the things where like, okay, if you're gonna do Crypto, then you better be like well versed in badly behaved dogs,
Which he is.
I mean, she was
So-
a plot device for because of what I guess he was trying to reverse engineer. No pun intended.
That was good.
the the authority, because okay, we have a member of the authority there, so it will make sense when she joins the authority. Because like you take her out of the movie, she serves no purpose.
No,
But
she's a henchman.
No, she's definitely a henchman, and
Yeah.
I guess Planet Watch is like authority light, like it's not
Yeah.
even. I mean,
Yeah.
essentially. So I get that. No, I think whatever it is going to be. I think Phil's right. I don't know if it's going to be Legion of Superheroes, but I think it is going to be something that we're not predicting, something that we're not thinking of.
I think so
Superman
too.
and the Terrifics.
It's gonna be something that you see like, oh, that's something fucking James Gunn would do. I don't mean that in a negative way. I just mean like, oh, like when Creature Commandos was announced, it's like, yeah, that's something James Gunn would want to do. That's what I feel like. Cause yeah, I don't see the Superman Supergirl thing. Obviously, the Trinity's gone. I agree with Phil. They could do something crazy like that, but I wonder how crazy they want to go depending on what his plans for this universe. So I bet it's something that I'm sure someone on the internet with 3 followers guesses it. But I mean, like something we're talking about. I've not seen any pitches where I'm like, oh, that's 100%.
You know what?
The one.
I just thought of something. Justice League Dark would be up his alley.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Oh my god!
That would
You
be
know-
up his alley.
With
At
Superman?
well, here, I think Chris might be onto something because
Uh-oh.
if we're gonna show Superman be impervious to a clone, what else is he impervious to? What else? Is
Magic.
Magic.
Oh.
Yeah, I could buy that.
And the only reason I kind of jumped to that was his statement, like he had a
Plastic
really good
Man.
idea, and he didn't want to put it out there because
Plastic
someone
Man,
might
that's
take
right.
it.
Yeah,
He's posted Plastic Man too.
he has posted.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
shit!
He's also because who originally wrote Justice League Dark? Was that Alan Moore or who did that?
James Day Mateus was did the
Mateus?
first original,
Okay.
yeah.
But like that, but he keeps referencing because Alan Moore, of course, had that Swamp Thing run. He's referenced Alan Moore's work a few times
Yeah.
in the past. So like clearly, like the darker characters and whatnot is something that he
Dead Man,
Grab
Zatanna, Constantine.
He'd have fun
Swamp
with
Thing.
Dead Man.
Etrichan,
He'd
the
have a good
demon.
time with
Oh
that.
my
Yeah,
god,
Demon,
bro.
yeah, Etrigan.
Then you
That's
incorporate
something you wouldn't see
Superman?
coming, and it would fit
Then
with
you
James Gunn's
incorporate
background.
Gods and monsters, baby.
Oh, and then you incorporate. Yeah, you bring in Superman to. Oh fuck! And
Yeah, I
then
like
that's a good
that.
way to introduce. You can introduce Batman in there too.
Yeah,
Oh fuck!
Constantine.
Wow. All right, Chris. I think I'm liking what you're pitching here.
intrigued.
Chris, would they
Yeah.
call it that though? Would they call it Superman and Justice League Dark? Because I
I
feel
don't
like
think
you
it would
wouldn't
be
get the
called Justice
jail
League
name
Dark.
before the
That's too
team,
much.
right? So they'd have to figure out a name for that.
Yeah.
But
Superman After Dark.
well, that
You know, you get
that's,
the OnlyFans.
you can watch
Well,
that on
that's
X videos.
that's something entirely different.
Well,
already got
already
that.
on OnlyFans somewhere.
well,
Yeah,
and I
exactly,
think
yeah.
another thing to just kind of keep in perspective is that whatever it is, Zaslav already knows because they already mapped
course.
out the 10-year
yeah.
plan. So he's being coy, but this has been in the works for the last 3 years. So, like,
Oh, yeah.
once they got hired, so
Wonder
whatever it
Woman
is
was a big
like,
part of Justice League Dark. You don't have to have her in there, but she was a big part of it.
The thing is like having Superman interact with magical characters, that's not been done before.
Yeah.
Having a comic book film take place in the future, that also hasn't been done before. And I feel like he's talked about doing stuff that hasn't been done before. So I could see either one of those things being a strong possibility.
and honestly, Phil, like that's another one of the things that really like helps me enjoy the Superman movie. Not that I don't enjoy it as for what it is, but another thing that I think of like for our conversation and with among our circles is reminding myself that he has to do something new because the company across the street has flooded the marketplace for the last 17 and a half years with almost every fucking thing we can think of.
Yeah.
So he's got to go fresh. He's got to go different. And that's another reason why we were talking earlier about suspension of disbelief. A big part of me is like, well, he had to do that. He had to go that crazy because like at least to a level that we had never seen before, because we have not seen a level like that in the MCU.
Right,
So there's got to be a hook because he hears, and I still have my own thoughts about the phrase superhero fatigue, because I feel like a lot of people apply it lazily to talk about just something that they think they're tired of. But I don't think the genre itself is actually fatigued. I think the real fatigue is the volume. There's too many fucking movies and
TV shows.
Oh yeah. And so when he's reiterated this multiple times, when he said at the beginning 2 movies and 2 shows a year, I said good, because Marvel still hasn't fucking figured that out. They're still doing too many movies a year.
In fairness, they had a backlog that they had to finish out.
After the
That is
strikes
true.
and everything.
That is true.
Yeah.
Yes.
COVID. Yeah, those two
COVID
together.
was the big,
it
COVID was the big one. Yeah.
But even the
100%,
next few years, this year they had a bit more. But if you look at last year, they had Deadpool, Wolverine. As of right now, I'm gonna assume they just have the 2 with Spider-Man and Avengers. I don't think.
And
they're
even
gonna
then,
fit.
technically, Spider-Man isn't even theirs because it's Sony.
Exactly. And so far, the only thing they've announced in 2028 is Secret Wars. I still think they're probably going to put something else in that year.
In
But I
between.
think
27. Secret
Or-
Wars is 27.
Oh yeah,
There's,
so 20,
there's
yeah,
an,
sorry, yeah. So
there's an
27.
untitled film in 28.
Right. So and I think that's a good, especially
Not
right
gonna
now.
be
They're
Blade.
they're going with their. It's gonna be Blade, Chris. Come on, give it to
Not
me.
gonna be Blade.
No, it's gonna be Blade. No, if I had to guess, it's probably like Strange 3 or something. I think it'll be another heavy hitter. It's not gonna be a
Strange
Thunderbolt.
3, yeah. Well, 'cause
It'll
you
be
gotta
Strange 3 or Thor 5.
Well,
They're
'cause
gonna
you gotta
lead with
get-
someone.
who's the one that Charlize Theron is playing that was in the
Clea.
credit scene?
Clea.
Right, yeah.
So, but yeah, I think 1 to 2 years is good right now, so they can land the plane hopefully for Secret Wars, and then from there they can kind of reevaluate. But if Secret Wars and Doomsday suck, then they're gonna.
One
hold
of
it
them
for
just
Canada
had a
for
birthday today. I think it was Joe Russo. His birthday's today. Shared a picture on Instagram, a bunch of Dr. Doom cakes.
Oh,
Oh, watch
Okay.
out. Yeah.
Saw that on my Instagram feed. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah. But so that's the thing is like when it comes to whatever his plan is for the DCU, I think that is something to always remember is that he has to go fresh. He's got to give us something that we haven't seen in the last 20 years of the MCU and whatever we saw in the DCEU. He's got to go. And I guess I kind of primarily say that as a primer for you, Phil, because I feel like you might run into this a couple of times with movies where I know he wants to keep a different tone for each movie, but you may run into more where it's like, okay, this is fucking stupid. Like you're going to think that with certain things. And I'm just prepping you. You may see more things that you think are fucking stupid.
I'm well aware. I've already just kind of accepted the fact that like if he writes and directs something in live action, I'm probably going to be fairly ambivalent towards it. Like there's just no way around it at this point. Like again, I loved Creature Commandos. I think he should stick to that, but he's not even writing it. They've got a writer's room for season 2 and it's like, all right, whatever. But whatever he does next is whatever he does next. I'm excited for Supergirl. I'm excited for Lanterns. I'm excited for Clayface. Whatever he does next, I'm just kind of like, okay, what is it? Like, what is it? Like,
Superman and Batmite. Superman and Batmite.
Oh,
Some
You know, I
point
could
next
see
year
him
we'll
like
see Batman.
throwing Superman in a fifth dimension with Mixie Pit. Like that'd be up his alley
Yeah,
too.
it's just Piddle,
You
like,
got asked
mixed
about
with-
that today.
mixed
Yeah,
with
you got
Piddle,
asked about
You
that.
did get
Yeah,
asked
Yeah,
about
he
that.
said he
Oakland
said he
River.
wasn't. He wouldn't do that. Yeah.
The only one he sounded like he considered was Brainiac, right? That's the only one he like
Yeah.
tempered with.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then, "Nah, I'll
Which
go with that."
everyone is like, hey, when are we gonna get a live action Brainiac? When it comes
Yeah.
I mean,
well, we
I'm-
have, yeah,
what
But
no,
like in big production.
yeah, in
yes,
the
you know,
cinema.
No,
in
but
the
but,
cinema.
but what I was gonna say is like the Blake Ritson's version in Krypton is why I want to see it happen in a movie
Exactly.
because
So
it
good.
was so fucking good.
Freak
Yeah.
the fuck
So-
me. Freak me the fuck
I know
out.
how I would do it, but I'm keeping that close to the chest. That's
Also, nobody can steal your idea.
In case Gunn hits
Pretty
you
much,
up,
yeah.
you got to do it. You know, like Gunn said. So
I like that about Gunn, that he's not sharing what the hell he's doing. So
I love
of
the fact that
course,
he said
they
like
don't
there's
steal his
timeline.
idea. Yeah,
Yeah.
keeping it close to the chest.
There's a timeline that's gonna be happening when it comes to all this, and then it's like, okay, when is this gonna be revealed? Comic-Con, New York Comic-Con.
He's like, nope,
What are we
nope.
doing
when is
here?
New York Comic Con?
October.
October.
Is Peacemaker done by then?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Peacemaker is going to be in San Diego because when is that? Because season
Next
2
weekend.
Next
Yeah.
week.
weekend.
Yeah.
So
They've
I-
already put out their panel.
I think you don't hear about what Gunn's official next thing is until after at least Peacemaker
Oh, yeah.
2's done. Because
Yeah.
I feel like he always talks
Yeah,
about
no.
like this is a good follow up to Superman. And I feel like in the same way, when Peacemaker's going, you keep the conversation still about Superman, whether you can see it in theaters, whether you can stream it. It's that too where the second he announces his new project, all that attention from Superman and Peacemaker kind of shift away a little bit and go to whatever he's doing. So I think after Peacemaker, even because I think it is this year, the way he kind of giggled when he said soon. At first, I thought it would be like you could do something at Comic-Con as like a big surprise thing, like
I
kind
don't
of what
think he's gonna do
Lucasfilm did
anything
at
at
Star
Comic-Con.
Celebration when they're like, oh, we're just talking about Mandalorian and Grogu, and then they talked about a bunch of different stuff. But I don't think so. I think after Peacemaker, we'll find out what he's working on. But
Yeah.
they want to.
Yeah, no. I've seen people in the chat say, "Oh, he could surprise people." Oh, he's fucking
No,
not.
he's not going to
not.
do that.
Look at
He
what he
could.
look
He
at
could.
There's
There's always a
notorious to
chance.
stick into
But,
the.
okay, hear me out though.
Yeah.
Look at what he did at CCXP. All they did was promote Peacemaker. Nothing for Superman.
I agree with you. Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah, he
else.
does that
Yeah.
with every IP that he promotes. He
And
stick
even
to that IP.
in New
But you
York
know what?
last year,
Kinda
they
smart.
had a in New York last year they had a
Well-
Comic-Con panel about Creature Commandos.
And they
Mostly.
all creature commanders.
Well,
Yeah.
and Travis, I'm
But you
glad
know
you
what's
brought
kind
up.
of funny? Sorry. I was
No,
just
no,
gonna say, you know what's kind of funny is just I almost think it's kind of smart because everybody like tunes in and goes, "What's he gonna say? What's that?" And then we go, "Fuck."
Oh,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
So he keeps us on the edge of the seat. So I like that. Anyways, go
Yeah.
ahead, Rob.
No, Travis, I like that you brought up the idea that like with Peacemaker season 2, it's going to reinforce Superman, and this kind of goes back like David. I know we were talking about box office earlier and like potential underperformance. It's one of those things where it's like I know where I see where the analysts are saying and I see what the numbers are at now, but then the other part of me is like it's only been a week, and what I
gotta remember that.
right and so I want to see how long it's in theaters because Lilo and I'm not saying
Oh,
Superman
he's
is
saying
going to
it's
make
gonna
$1
be
billion.
You heard Ray.
I'm not
He said
saying that,
first.
No.
but
Definitely not.
Lilo and Stitch came out like in May, like late May, and just crossed $1 billion. And I don't
Yeah,
say
it
that
took a
because
while.
of the money. I say it because of how long it was in fucking theaters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I want to see how long Superman is going to be in
Well,
theaters.
even look at the weekday, right? You look at the just domestic. I'm not talking international. The weekend, the Batman finished better, but then if you look at its Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Wednesday, it did better than the Batman, right? And you would have thought most movies, okay, it opened below the Batman. It's probably going to be a similar trajectory where it's close but below. But the weekday beat that, and that's where it's like the second weekend we won't know, and even the third weekend. I know people say, "Oh, Fantastic Four," and comes up and swallows a bunch of stuff up. It does, but then it's still interesting to see what does it do, just even in general, with
Yes.
another movie out right now.
I am really, really curious to see what next week is going to be like because
Yeah, the third week,
the foregone conclusion has been, oh, Fantastic Four is just going to cut it off, and Fantastic Four is going to it's going to have a good opening.
Fantastic Four is going to take the #1 spot from it.
Oh, for sure.
That was
There's no question.
If it
doubt.
didn't,
But-
that
but-
would be a
That would,
That would
oh
be-
my goodness, that would be
That
a
would-
crisis.
that
Foggy
would
might
make-
be out of a job. I'm not even.
No, he wouldn't be out of a job, but he would definitely be. He would do a fucking double take blink like one of those
Yeah.
gifts you see.
No,
That's what he would do.
that would mean Fantastic Four would open up like 30 to 40 million. I mean, I have a
Right.
job like, hey,
Oh.
you're gonna stay on till Secret Wars, and then it's
Yeah.
over for you.
No,
That would be
I don't
bad,
know
not only
about
for
that.
Marvel, but that would be horrible
That's a
for
little
comic
hyperbolic.
book genre
Yeah.
in general.
No, if Fantastic Four opened to 30 million, I don't think Foggy would be
Dude,
keeping
that's
around.
so hyperbolic. No.
No,
Kevin
no.
Feige has had that spot for close to 20 years. Fantastic Four doing
while
that at the
winning
box
though,
office
while
is-
winning and all these successes, right? Like if F4 opened at 30 million in the weekend,
So it's not going to do that. It's not
No,
going to
it's
open at
not,
30
no.
million. It's not going to do that. But I'm curious. I'm curious in terms of like this idea that because my comp for this isn't $1 billion movie. I feel like the best case scenario long term for Superman actually is as a comp is Wonder Woman, because remember when Wonder Woman came out, it opened at low. It opened at lower. It opened at like 103 million at like the beginning of June, and then it dealt with a Transformers movie 2-3
And
weeks
Spider-Man.
later, and then Spider-Man, right? And everybody thought, oh well, it. Transformers might hurt it, but it's definitely not getting past Spider-Man. And it stayed in theaters, got to over 800 million even through those. I want to see if there's any potential for this movie to do that.
Well, I mean, they said like it's going to be on digital at the end of August. I think that's what's out
that's
there.
the
like,
rumor. Yeah.
The rumor. It's
think-
a rumor, but at the same time, it's like what 45 days, 44,
Yeah,
45
day
days?
window.
I think
And I think
that the second week for Superman is going to be similar to Wonder Woman's second week. I think there is a chance, a high chance, that its second week will be less than a 50% drop. Not by
Yeah, I
much.
think so
probably,
too.
Probably like
Didn't
Wonder
they
Woman, like
added also
47,
additional
49%.
movie theaters?
They did. They added
They
like
did.
100 more theaters yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, they did.
So yeah. So that's why I'm unwilling. I still think it's too early to say, oh, it underperformed. I mean, I want to see how long because that's the other thing. Like people look at, we're so conditioned. I feel like, especially with people that weaponize box office for bullshit reasons, we're conditioned to look at the opening weekend and go, oh, well, if it's not this big, well, then it's just going to be downhill from there. Forgetting that there is that. And also the other thing about Wonder Woman wasn't just because of how long it was in theaters. It was also one of the cases of a near 50-50 split between domestic and international, which does not happen often. Black Panther did it. Wonder Woman did it. But like other movies, most movies don't. No, Aquaman was like.
Oh, that's true.
Aquaman had a
was
much
30,
larger
it was like 30-70
Yeah,
international.
37, yeah, that's true.
But like, I think Superman's best chances is a 50-50 for a variety of reasons, many of which are not within its control, truthfully. But like, I think that I want to see if it does that before I pass judgment on what it's going to do.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think people just bring that up because the last 3 years that's been the case for so many of these big movies now, right? Where they make a bunch of money the opening weekend, and then it's always a 60+ drop. That it's almost rare to get those 50s. Like even Sinners, that was a big deal when that was dropping like 33% or 25. You know,
that was a massive deal.
Yeah, exactly, right? So, but that's few and far in between since the COVID era of movies that can have those good holds. So I agree with people that if it's below 55, that to me is really, really good. And who knows what the rest of the weeks are? That's a crapshoot. But I think the week shows already good word of
fairness, Sinners also had like nearly a third of the budget all these big budget superhero films had too.
Yeah.
Well, that's why it's looked at differently too.
That's why it's different.
Well, it's right. That's true. But like I remember like the headlines that came out that first week, they were like, oh well, it's an uphill battle, because of that opening. And then it was like it wouldn't die. Like it stayed number one, like for the next 2 weeks.
Yep.
And like I remember I saw it opening weekend, and then the next week Shonda and I saw it, and the theater in the second week that we saw it at was more full than the theater I saw it on opening weekend. I was like, what, more people? It got to the point where, have we all seen it? Have we all seen Sinners?
Yeah.
I saw it like during Easter weekend, so it was appropriate.
Travis, have you seen it?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay. It got to the point where when the credits started, half the theater got up, and I literally yelled out loud, "The movie's not over! Movie's not over!" That's literally, and it's this weird case of we're like, yeah, the mid-credit scene is actually the end of the movie.
Yeah.
It's not a mid-credit scene,
and it's so good. It's so
Yeah.
good.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, I don't like. I mean, the dumbassery of the box office conversation aside, I just don't like passing judgment on what it's going to do 7 days in. Like, let's just wait and see like how long it's in theory. And the 40, you brought up the 45-day thing. Warner Brothers needs to knock that shit off, truthfully, because that's why the Batman didn't make more money. Because
the Batman, you're right.
Because they cut it off with 45 days to put it on HBO Max.
Could have made $1 billion.
I don't know. I mean, it would have at least gotten closer to $1 billion. I don't know that it would have made $1 billion, but it would have got a lot closer than what it did if they hadn't stuck to 45 days before putting it on HBO Max.
They still didn't do that with
Whose
Minecraft.
idea was
Their
that to
biggest
start
year
off
of
with
the
a
year. They still
45-day
did that,
window?
so. I think they just feel there's probably some statistic where it's you get more buys the closer you are to a movie because maybe it's still close to release and it's in people's minds, where if it comes out a couple months later, they might have moved on. But yeah, they did that with Minecraft. Minecraft's their biggest movie, and that still had 45 days, and it was available purchase. And then it wasn't on like HBO Max that much longer after that. So I don't know.
Hey, but they did take off Watchmen from HBO, so that's a smart move. Not.
Did they really?
They took off Watchmen?
They took up the series, yeah.
What?
Oh, I hadn't heard about
Why?
this.
Yeah. Need we ask questions?
Okay.
Yeah.
Zazzy Pants going.
Well, I guess they might try to. Oh, I still got it in Canada, so there you go. I still got the in the Canadian HBO. I still got that.
I have the Steelbook, so I'm covered
same.
either way. But
yeah, I guess I'll go sell it somewhere. There's so much stuff that like I can't remember what I watched. Oh, I watched Once Upon a Time in Hollywood on Paramount Plus.
They put it back on. It was off.
There you go. But there's so many movies now that they're on multiple streaming services or they're renting them out now, and it just doesn't even matter. I can't remember. There's another one too where I had Mission Impossible like on Paramount Plus, and then on another, I think it was Netflix at the same time. So it's kind of a mess. So if you love a movie, just buy it.
A movie.
We're gonna realize too, though, that even like the at-home stuff is also, that's part of the whole thing too. I guess
it is
right. It's not as much at the box office because we can actually look at how many people, look at the fucking money that it made. But yeah, I mean, but when it comes to at home, I mean, I'm sure like once Superman, they're gonna be doing like, all right, let's see how many downloads it gets. I don't think it's gonna go on HBO Max like right on August 26th or whatever the fuck it is. They're gonna have the VOD or whatever the fuck, where you like rent it, and then they're gonna have those numbers, and then it's gonna land on HBO Max sometime in September, and then of course, biggest movie on
I think it'll
HBO
be
Max,
later.
So
The movie's gonna do its money because
it's gonna make its money. It's gonna
VOD syndication, also all the merch that they sold
Crypto
just
dollars
on the IP alone. So they're not only investing on they. I said this on my show, Real Anarchy, every Thursday at 7 o'clock. But I said this because, they've won the film to make, 7+ or 8+, but that's not the only revenue stream that they have when they invest in this IP. They have all these other things that they have lined up, and they know that those things are selling well. So they know that's why probably Zaslav took that little victory lap.
Oh, I'm sure he got all the numbers of like
all the numbers of all the stuff that he already got.
What were the shirt sales? What were the merchandise? They were like, he was probably like
the toys.
Shit,
well, I'll bring this up too, because however you feel about the movie, I got to that marketing campaign is fucking phenomenal.
And it was not 125. Nobody can fucking make me believe that it was only 125 million.
When you got
it was probably 200.
When you have a Daily Planet helicopter flying above the building, the tallest building in the UK,
something like that,
where they've suspended a Superman flying.
I was
over
like, what the F, bro?
No, the marketing for that. This is the best DC marketing I think I've ever seen.
Oh, they went on it. They went on it.
Yeah.
And and again, we talk about an investment, and that's the thing. It's like, okay, so that's why I get what James Gunn was like saying, like when he was like, oh yeah, there's too much writing on the box office. He doesn't. I was like, well, I mean, it kind of does, Jimmy Guns, but at the same time, I get what you're saying, because you're looking at it like when DC Studios got created and Zaslav, probably numerous meetings. I'm sure like there was like discussions of, hey, don't freak out, because that's what's fucked it up in the past.
First time. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. When you start freaking out, that's where shit goes bad. That's why you get. That's when you get your Justice League movie that you guys.
That's why I'm super glad that there's only a DC Studios logo in the movie and not a Warner Brothers logo.
Dude,
Thank
that was
God.
so cool. That was so cool to see that. It was so cool to just see that logo, and then the movie starts. You're like, and then you saw like there's like another production.
Domain Entertainment.
Domain, yeah. So it was like, oh wow, no Warner Brothers fucking tower. I was like, wow.
And he responded to another because somebody asked him today on Threads that they had heard a rumor that Warner Brothers was pushing him to like do more stuff after do more sequels, in particular like after the Superman movie, and they were like, well, I thought Warner Brothers wasn't involved in what you're doing, and he reiterated, yeah, Warner Brothers has no creative control over what we were doing. And he said, but nobody has pressured me for anything, so I have no idea who you're talking about.
You know what the dumbest shit I've heard in regards to that
I think they don't understand the difference between, like, when I see people saying stuff like that, they don't understand that Warner Brothers is run by Pam Abdi and Mike DeLuca, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like saying Pam, like they came into the office. Oh, James Gunn and say, hey, you got to do this. Like, no, bitch, we're doing our own thing.
That's how it used to be. That's not how it is anymore.
That's how it used to be. But now they only, both of them only answer to Zaslav.
Exactly.
Now, if shit comes down from Zaslav, that's a different story.
Completely.
But Warner Brothers has no bearing. Like, I don't think people understand that. Like, they
I think you're right.
They haven't detached those two things. Like, oh wait, this is two different studios.
To add on to that, the dumbest shit I've heard in regards to James Gunn running DC Studios, someone in a Discord, I won't say who, but like they've said, well, Zaslav fucking writes the checks, and I'm just thinking, like, do you really? I was like, do you really think David Zaslav is calling James Gunn every day, telling him how to do his own fucking job?
No, that's so bad.
I saw that that's in the DC Cinematic Reddit. I saw that shit.
I was just like, do you really, for a guy who reviews and has like this like status or whatever, like you really think you understand how a fucking studio works? Evidently not.
Well,
wild shit.
I think it's so performative when I see people doing shit like that.
Superbly performative.
It is, and they're not like because they're used to. I think part of it is that they are used to the DC Films way, and they're not used to looking at it. I mean, the structure is what Marvel Studios is now, where the only person Feige answers to is Iger. It's the same thing, right? It's no longer a division. So the problem that we had before with, fucking Emmerich and, Hamada and everybody, like too many cooks in the kitchen, is not there anymore. It's Zaslav and then Safran and Gunn, and that's it. Like there's no pipeline, and people just aren't. I mean, you're right. There is a performative shit because they just know what buttons to press to get, and that's where a lot of this just is just like, okay, I wish people were better at ignoring that shit.
It's hard though.
Of course not. But we should veer off, the Superman and all the DC talk, and let's finally get into the I Know What You Did Last Summer spoiler talk. All right, you guys ready? Just kidding. Nobody's calling.
Did they find out what they did last summer?
Jesus Christ! I was the only one. I suffered through that.
I was literally about to be like, who else saw that?
Yeah, I know.
Like the hook there, Dave.
I get it. No, I
to
knew you guys.
That was brave of you. Yeah.
Quite the hook, Dave. Quite the hook.
Oh, yeah. Quite the hook. No, we should talk about that Mortal Kombat 2 trailer that came out. Jesus Christ. So obviously they released that little, the Johnny Cage fake trailer version, prior. But I thought, you watch it, you go, Jesus Christ, this is like, so yeah, it's ridiculous and stupid and great. It's so Kung Fury almost type, it's got all the vibes. But yeah, when the trailer came out, I was kind of like, I still don't know, and I want to get your guys' take. I still don't know because, the first one kind of made me a little sour when I was like, oh, we're getting an R-rated, yay! And then I watched it and went, what the fuck?
There's no tournament.
There was no tournament, and then we got a character we're following that. Who the fuck is this guy? And then you watch this one, you go, oh. Wow, they're really okay. I'm seeing backgrounds that I've played, the games on. I'm seeing characters, that are introduced and
fatalities.
Oh, and I'm seeing like Shao Kahn and some I'm seeing the tournament and I'm seeing a lot of Johnny Cage. I'm going, cool. And especially going, I didn't see that Cole character once in the fucking trailer.
He's in there.
He's in there.
I know he is.
Yeah.
I know he's there, but my God, they were like, they listened to people going, who the fuck is this guy? Why is he the main character? We don't care about this guy.
Yeah.
Nothing against Louis Tan, but I'm like, sorry, dude. I mean, you got dealt a bad hand, with the first one. So, but yeah, how are we feeling about the trailer?
I'll go
I
last.
liked it. I thought it was really cool. It was like a callback to the original film where they had the whole tournament and all that shit.
Yeah.
I like the whole thing with I think it was Scorpion who did that. He did a fatality at the end. I was like, yes, this is what.
Oh yeah,
this is what I was expecting from the first one, and I think they're gonna be able to somewhat deliver. Like it still feels cheesy because it's a it's a video game.
Here's
movie.
the problem with Mortal Kombat, and I wanted to bring this up. The problem with Mortal Kombat, and this is like even relevant in the first that 1995 movie. We don't talk about Annihilation, Jesus Christ. But I'm just saying, like, you have these characters, but when you played Mortal Kombat, you just played it, and then whoever you played, if you knew the fatality, you just killed the guy. Oh yeah, we lose.
Chris Scott, we got a fatality.
Up, there we go. Yeah, we got a fatality right there.
We did. Sorry.
Yeah. No, but I'm just saying, like, so you can't just start killing the main characters, right? It's like, because you have to still tell a story. Yeah, they're not all going to survive. So you have to, like, I mean, even like the 1995 version when you had some people get killed. I mean, I think Kano got killed. She broke her neck. He broke his neck. But you had some alternate characters where you just, we got to kill that and show a fatality or something like that. Like you had Sub-Zero, like, we're going to show a demonstration, and Sub-Zero does like a nice thing and like just freezes a guy and he just, shatters. And it was like, oh, okay. But you can't really kill the characters. And I think that's the difficult thing about Mortal Kombat is like, you can't just start offing the main characters real quick. Maybe you can now, like, because I mean, I thought when you see a shot of Baraka, I always loved playing that character in Mortal Kombat 2. Baraka was always great with his fucking, big T, the big, and then there's the fucking blades shooting out. Yeah. And when they showed him, I was like, oh, wow, there's Baraka. He looks really cool, and I'm like, okay. But so, yeah, I think that's the difficult task with a Mortal Kombat movie is like, you have to have, and I think that Cole character, maybe he's going to just show up and get killed. I don't know if he's going to get killed. Like, maybe so. Yeah, I know. Right?
He's going there with Poochie the dog. He goes back to his home
planet. Oh my goodness, Poochie the dog.
One thing they got 100% right. It's the costumes, man. They look so good.
Right.
They look so good.
Katana looks great. I mean, obviously we saw the image of her, and I'm like, and then of course, but I mean, the fact that it's just 100% centered around Johnny Cage. They knew what they were doing because Carl Urban, coming off The Boys fame, they knew they were like, okay, if we're gonna have him be Johnny Cage, he's gonna be the centralized character. And then of course the fact that they're like they created an IMDb page for Johnny Cage, and they're trying to really lean into the character of Johnny Cage. And I'm kind of curious to see what the dynamic is between him and Sonya, obviously, because we know, like, if you the game and even the original movie, there's the flirtation and all that kind of stuff. I did think it was kind of in the trailer when he's just like in a parking garage and Raiden and Sonya just show up. I'm like, Johnny Cage, you have to come. And I was like, oh, fuck, what? Raiden's just showing up as he is, I'm like,
at least it's the same actor this time.
It's the same actor, yeah.
He's a good actor. Not like from Mortal Kombat 1 to Annihilation.
Yeah,
all right. James Remar got put
That's
in
right.
there.
Yeah.
And they cut his hair. Yeah. No, this looked fun. Like the first one was very forgettable. I don't remember much other than I know Goro was like in a fucking parking lot throwing things around
that was
at one
weird.
point. Yeah, and I agree with you on the character points. That's why I know it doesn't mean with everybody. I don't really care if they do a tournament or not because you just can't kill the characters like that and do that continually, or then you do a tournament and there's no fatalities and people won't like that. So this looked like it's going to be more enjoyable, because if Carl Urban is the lead as Johnny Cage, right away you got, again, no disrespect to Louis Tam, but someone has way more charisma. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, like Carl Urban. I think the second the trailer starts shows you why they picked him, because they want someone older that's like almost past their prime, right? It's like, oh, you used to be, you're Johnny Cage, you used to be cool, like they should reboot your movie. So right when I saw those first 10 seconds, I was already fine with Carl Urban, but I was like, okay, this makes complete sense. So I think it'll be a fun time, but I'll see this in the theaters, but I'm not also expecting this to be in my top 10 of the year, maybe even top 20, to be honest. Like if it's more fun than the first one, great. That's all I hope for. If it can be a nice like 7 out of 10, I'm happy with that. Like I don't know what else we're expecting from a Mortal Kombat movie, you know? So
Academy Award winning.
Wouldn't that be something? Yeah.
Cinema.
Yeah.
And the word goes to.
That's what I said. I said absolute cinema in my Instagram post when I shared that poster.
Oh, what? Which poster?
The one with the dragon and the
yeah.
two logo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Clearly, I was being cheeky, but
cool.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and there's like I said, there's a lot there, and I think they realize, okay, we have to, I think they're going all in on this one. When you watch that trailer, you go, oh yeah, there's there's Jade, there's Katana, there's Baraka, there's I think they
Shao
have
Kahn.
Of course Shao Kahn
And
but what's her
Sindel.
name? Sindel, that's who I was thinking, because you see her doing the screaming.
Yep.
The power that she has with screaming.
So, and I'm even more blind going into this than I am like with comic book movies, because I never play the game, because I don't historically. This is a controversial statement. I don't like fighting games.
Okay.
I don't play fighting games. It's just I
No,
don't
no,
like
hey,
button
it's not for
mashers.
everybody.
So
He's a pacifist.
so I didn't see the original. I've never seen the original '90s Mortal Kombat movie, but I did watch the Louis Tan one. Right? What was that, like
2021?
Yeah.
So it was
straight
part
to Max one.
So that was the year that they were doing all of the day and date
for Max,
releases.
yes.
It was
Yeah.
the biggest movie on Max. Don't forget, Mortal
Yeah.
Kombat had the number one slot,
Well,
according to them. Yeah.
And that was honestly, Travis, why I watched it, because we were at home and I said, I wouldn't go see this in the theater, but I'll check it out. And I didn't hate it, but it wasn't like, earth shattering.
No, it was like the first Mortal Kombat was. I mean, I had a little bit of high hopes. I like the Scorpion Sub-Zero stuff. That was great because there's always that whole subplot that happens in the story. But then I like some of the other stuff, but I didn't like the whole thing where they developed their like power. I remember that whole thing where like every character like developed their, I forgot what they called it, their brutality. I don't know what the fuck it was called, but they like developed it. And even Kano, the biggest fucking prick of the whole thing, he gets upset at the dinner table and he develops his red eye little power.
I remember that.
Which the character of Kano, he just has like a robotic kind of like thing over his eye where he could do that. But in this version, he developed his power, and it was like, and apparently somebody told me that, that was in the future. That was in like the, not the future, but like the later games. And I only played like the trilogy. I played a little bit of Mortal Kombat 4, but I was obsessed with the original trilogy, and that was it. And then when it got to further along, I was like, it fell off. So I was like, what the fuck is this? Oh, apparently that was in Mortal Kombat 9 or something. I'm like, okay, it's stupid, whatever that was. I don't like it. So I hope they kind of drop that little thing, because I thought that was really, really dumb. But at the same time, some of the background visuals, I was like, oh, I've seen that. Looks cool. That looks cool. Shao Kahn looks cool. We'll see. But still
again,
nervous.
It's a Mortal Kombat movie.
Yeah.
There's certain things that beats we all have played the games or know about it or seen the movies. Certain things they got to hit, and they hit it well. Okay, it's fine, but it's Mortal Kombat. Come on.
It is.
What I'm really excited for is Captain Planet.
That's right. That got announced.
So Scott and I
Enters the combat arena.
When Scott and I were at Full Circle, this movie came up, the first Mortal Kombat, because we were talking about Power Rangers and just stuff from our childhood that we had grown up with and had been adapted. He'd mentioned he had watched the 2017 Power Rangers movie. I mentioned I had not seen it, and then we landed on the topic of Mortal Kombat. And I think it was either I asked him or he asked me, like, which one did you prefer between the 95 and the 2021? And I told Scott, I said, I think they both do things well, and I think they both do things not well. Because by this point, we had all seen, you know, the Mortal Kombat film, and we were waiting to see the Snyder Cut and whatnot. Yeah. And so when the conversation of the online discourse surrounding the film came up, I was like, I don't understand what people really wanted out of a movie called Mortal Kombat, because a lot of people are under this impression that the movie needed to be a tournament right out the gate. And Grant, I'm also coming from the perspective of I've played a lot of the games, and there is a lot of really deep lore between some of these characters. For instance, the 95 movie completely shafts Scorpion and Sub-Zero. This movie, they are front and center. Their conflict is front and center, and it is fucking centuries long. And it was great. It was really well done. You could argue that is the best thing about the 2021 film. In the 95 film, Liu Kang, Sonya Blade, and Johnny Cage are front and center. They're the main focus. They're who we follow. And Liu Kang is effectively the main character. And he is also effectively the main character throughout a majority of the Mortal Kombat games. But to Dave's point, saying you can't kill main characters, I'm going to push back on that, because Mortal Kombat notoriously kills main characters. For instance, Sub-Zero in the first 2021 movie, Bi-Han, he dies. That is also a thing that happens in Mortal Kombat. I think it's 2 or 3, maybe even the first game. But I think it is Scorpion who kills him. You find out that Sub-Zero, Bi-Han, dies. He becomes Noob Saibot. That's a thing. That's in this movie. He has a brother who becomes the next Sub-Zero. Liu Kang, also, I believe it's Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance. Shang Tsung gets a fast one in on Liu Kang, snaps his fucking neck right at the beginning of the game, kills him. And Liu Kang comes back as a zombified fucking lunatic with a bunch of chains. It's a crazy character gimmick. And on the point of Cole Turner or Cole Young, whatever the fuck, like, I get it. Like, yeah, they made an original character for the movie, and a lot of people were like, well, what the fuck? To that, I would say, Mortal Kombat notoriously makes new characters for each games, and people continuously go, fuck this, I'm going to play with my favorite, be it Ermac, be it Scorpion, be it whoever. Now, granted, there are few and far between where some people will pick up some of the new characters and be like, oh, that one's cool. Like, there's in one of the games, there's a dynamic duo kind of character where it's like a little guy and a big fucking Titan kind of character. In another game, after Goro is killed, there's another like 4-arm beast with wings. I forget that character's name, but there have been a couple popular ones that have come up in later games that have stuck through the franchise. As far as this movie's concerned, I think having Johnny Cage be the main focus and be like the audience in is a smart idea, because that's something you can do with each installment, provided they get future installments. I don't know that this one will do the tournament, but it wouldn't surprise me if they did. However, I could see a situation where if they are banking on a third and possible final film, because, you know, Hollywood loves trilogies, I could see that film possibly being the tournament. But at the same time, at the end of the day, like, the movie's called fucking Mortal Kombat. Like, this is a movie about people beating the fucking dog shit out of each other and killing them brutally. And I would also say that, like, should there be some element of character development? Sure, in terms of storytelling. And I would also say that the first 2021 film really leans heavily into a lot of the lore for a lot of these characters, like Kung Lao and Liu Kang being trained under Raiden. That's a thing. That's absolutely a thing. They are protectors of Earthrealm. And also, Liu Kang, or not Liu Kang, but Kung Lao is coming back for this film, but they're being very, very secretive of how. And I find that very interesting.
First one, right?
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. So overall, like, I'm really excited for the second film. I loved everything that I saw. I think Carl Urban's going to fucking knock it out of the park as Johnny Cage. Will they, won't they do the Sonya Blade Johnny Cage thing? I think that if they are doing it, they're
with her for sure.
I certainly hope so.
Yeah.
I think that's cool. And even like Kano's coming back in this too, and we see him use his eye again, but his power transferred over to Sonya Blade after she bested him in Mortal Kombat. I'm thinking he's probably got a metal implant, and that gives him the fucking laser eye.
Interesting.
I think we're going to get that, and they're holding off on that too. because again, this is only just the teaser trailer. The movie doesn't come out till October. But yeah, I think while the first film is flawed in a lot of respects, from a technical standpoint, like I don't disagree that some of the editing and some of the fight choreography is cut very quickly and it's a little sloppy. But even still, like those ending fights in the last act of that film, pretty fucking cool. IMO. There's a lot of cool shit and a lot of fatalities from the games that make it into those final fights, and I did appreciate that. But overall, just for this new film, you had me at Johnny Cage and Baraka. I was like, and you have Shao Kahn and Katana. Sign me the fuck up. I'm there day one. But yeah, that's my long-winded.
I'll be there too. I mean, I love it. I mean, it's interesting when it comes to these movies, and we got a Street Fighter movie that's gonna start being and they've been casting that.
Yeah, David Dismulchen is gonna be fucking M. Bison.
Yeah.
When I saw that, I was like, "What the fuck again? Why can't we get a big brooding?"
He's not going to pounds, but he's going to bring it performance-wise. He's going to act as big as the character looks. He's really good. So, yeah, I will unfortunately see that movie because I got wrestlers.
Of course, I will. I'm gonna see. I saw
so.
the fucking what was it? The Secret Life of Chun-Li or whatever the fuck the last one.
I didn't see that.
It's the Legend of Chun-Li.
Legend of Chun-Li. I watched that and I was like, "Wow, this fucking sucked."
Did watch it for the plot?
Neil McDonough as M. Bison and fucking Michael Clark Duncan as Balrog. I was like,
that was good casting as Michael Clark.
I was like, these are really great castings in a really shitty movie.
Yeah, and even what's her name playing Chun-Li?
Kirsten Kuick.
Yeah, who was Lana in Smallville.
Yes.
No, I mean, I was like, I'll give it a shot. But I watched it. I was like, okay. I was like, that didn't work. I appreciate the casting, but this fucking story sucks. Yeah, it was not good at all. But I'm like, and some people are like, why can't they cast a proper M. Bison? Because we had Raul Julia as the first live action.
Right, yeah.
M. Bison. Even though I will, he holds a special place in my heart with his game over. I mean, he sold it. Motherfucker sold it.
For me, it was Tuesday.
Yeah. That line, that was a truly evil line that he says to Chun-Li right there. To me, to you, it was like that. To me, it was a Tuesday. It was like, oh shit.
You know what the crazy thing about that is, and I'm hardly a Street Fighter fan, but I have seen that movie. But like just the realization of, that's not the first thing I saw, or like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't the first thing I saw Ming Na win in. It was Street Fighter.
Yeah.
All these years had no clue that was her.
Or Jean-Claude Van Damme as Guile.
That was so bad.
French guy.
Shit.
Yeah.
That rallying cry speech. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
But we had to go home. Yeah, he's supposed to be like an American soldier. But we had to go home.
There was a scene in that movie when he was going on the on that speedboat, and then he took out a VCR tape. And he just plugged it in to see his time with Blanca, and then I was like, "What the fuck is this shit about?"
Oh, I saw a video. I was scrolling through, and these guys on a podcast were talking about that Street Fighter movie. They're like, "What the fuck was up with the design of Blanca? It looked like Carrot Top hulked out."
Interestingly enough, Carrot Top did hulk out.
Yeah.
It
was like, I was like, and they showed the image. I'm like, wow, that does look like Carrot Top kind of hulked out a little bit.
I want to see what Jason Momoa looks like to Blanca.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty solid pick.
That's pretty good. It's pretty good. I mean,
he's just having fun in these back half years.
But
okay.
Oh, he don't
Correct
care.
me if
He's
I'm
having
wrong.
fun. He's making money.
The kid who played Adam Smasher and Black Adam, he's Ken, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's gonna be interesting seeing that guy in a blonde wig.
It's gonna be a little rough. I think the guy who's playing Ryu, who is in that Warrior series,
it's
that's
perfect.
good.
But I've seen clips.
That's
seen
good.
clips, and I'm like, oh, dude can do some choreography. So
well, like that guy, Adam Smasher, like he doesn't have naturally long hair.
Yeah,
true. Yeah,
so that'll be.
It's gonna be interesting how they do the Ken character, and then of course we have that wrestler dude who's playing
fucking
Guile.
Roman Reigns is a
wrestler
Kuma.
Dude.
Yeah.
Don't say about the tribal chief. My God.
I can't believe he's gonna be fucking a Kuma. Oh man, I'm like I'd have to imagine he's gonna have the what is it? The fucking upward ponytail thing.
I think that's
Doing
a
man
detail
bun.
that,
The
just
The man bun.
I
That.
honestly think that's how the movie is more successful if you go all out and make these people look super
Yep.
zany. Because if you try to do the thing where, oh, there's like a little tribute, or it's like, oh, that's what I look like. Remember, like in Logan, when they're like, oh, this is just comic books, and it was him in the costume, and we eventually got it. Like if they do that stuff where it's like, oh, well, his color is the same as the costume, but like that's about it. Like they should just go all out, make it ridiculous. Because that's why, to me, I think would actually stand out. People are like, oh, this is kind of funny. You could have like look at Minecraft. Like again, not just because Momoa's in there. Minecraft just is like, look at Momoa in that movie. I know he's like a former like video game guy or whatever, but they make him like loud and outlandish. Like they just made that movie bright and saturated and tons of CGI. And I'm not saying, don't get me wrong, Street Fighter's not even going $500 million. I'm not saying that, but I just mean like make it pop, make it stand out. So it's like, oh, this looks like a good popcorn movie, even if it's.
But that's the point. It's Street Fighter. Have fun with it. It's a freaking Street Fighter movie. It's like we're talking about Mortal Kombat. Just go.
Yeah, and they're doing it with Mortal Kombat. Shao Kahn looks like he walked.
No,
right
but that's what I'm saying. Like, just
yeah. That's
let
what I'm
go
getting at
and
too.
just accept what you are.
And it's also not like these are hard characters to make look like their video game counterparts. I mean, Ryu and Ken is super fucking easy. Like this shouldn't be difficult, but you know,
he'll be Ken enough. So
They should play on that. They should be cheesy and not like steal it, but do one poster that's a nudge and a wink. So
sure, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and they got like some singer dude to play, or I think he's a singer. I don't know if or a wrestler. I don't know. Oh well, first off, they got who's the guy who's playing Guile? That's some wrestler guy. What's his name?
Is that the one that's Cody Rhodes? There's three. Cody Rhodes. There's Roman Reigns.
That's what it is.
There's Roman Reigns. There's Cody Rhodes. And
Cody Rhodes is playing Guile. And I look at him like, that fits. But then I'm going, can he act though? But I'm like,
he's a Naked Gun in 2 weeks, so we'll get to see.
He's in that. He's also an Arrow.
He is an Arrow, right? He is an Arrow. Yeah.
Thank you, Jonathan R. Make a Tekken movie. I know when is Tekken gonna happen?
Oh yeah, I'll say that wrestler Davis. His greatest strength is like his promo, like his interviews. So I think they picked two wrestlers that have a bit more of the cinematic appeal than some guys that like I just
Do they put the flat top on him?
They should. He already kind of has he has a mini flat top, so that means maybe just smaller though. Maybe a bit.
They don't make it. They don't make it that big. You don't think
to jump on to Travis's point. Having Cody Rhodes play Guile makes more sense than having The Miz play Johnny Cage in Mortal Kombat.
Oh yeah, I never liked that.
Never wasn't a fan of that either. When people were like, "Oh, The Miz is rumored to be Johnny Cage," I was like, "That's fucking dumb."
And imagine that now. At least Carl Urban has some star power. He's going to come off The Boys. Yeah, like
that's
Miz,
why it's front and center.
Yeah, Miz could have never done that. That should be dead in the water.
That is crazy. Like of all things, because Carl Urban has so many credits to his name. He's been in like multiple. I mean, the dude was in a Riddick movie. He's been in Lord of the Rings. He's McCoy in Star Trek, and yet it's Billy. It's
Xena, Warrior Princess.
The Boys, right?
In there too, yeah.
But he was in massive franchise, but it took The Boys and one of those guys that popped when he was older, right? Like that, he's the most popular now than he's ever. And you list all those roles too. That's the great thing about him. He's a quietly versatile actor. Like none of those characters, like he's not like who he is in Star Trek and The Boys. Complete polar opposites acting wise. It's not like he's a typecast guy. Right?
One of my favorite roles that he's in, he doesn't even say a whole lot, is the Bourne Supremacy.
Oh yeah,
he's just quietly this like cold-blooded assassin that's framing Bourne. You don't even see him that much in the movie.
So funny. He was in one of the Thor movies too, wasn't he?
He was in Ragnarok.
He was in Ragnarok.
The Executioner. My stuff. Right. I forgot about that.
Gun.
And he has that terrible subplot where like he's helping genocide a whole planet, but because he like goes to attack a beast, he's redeemed. It's not great. It's not.
In the early days of Flightcast, I wrote a blog piece because when they started casting for Ragnarok, they're like Cate Blanchett, Carl Urban, Jeff Goldblum, and so I wrote a piece about whether like is Marvel trying to win an Oscar. I could not have been more wrong.
Hey, at the same point though, that guy like a year later.
Hey, your head
two,
was in the right place.
Yeah, he does go on to win an Oscar. It's just not for Thor. Like Taika 2 years later wins an Oscar, right?
Right.
So like
True.
he was just different movies. So.
It's true. But Ben, I know you got to take off. Yeah.
Thank you for having me. It was fun,
Obviously,
guys.
man, always
Good
great
to see you, Ben.
Have a good
Good
weekend.
to see you, man. Good to see you, Ray. All right, guys.
All right.
See ya.
And everybody else too.
Yeah.
Except
Real
Phil.
anarchy, guys.
Just us.
Subscribe.
Yeah, fuck you
check
too,
it
Ben.
out.
Good night.
Fuck you, Phil.
Yeah, fuck you too, dude. Good
Bye,
night.
guys.
They got like a Peacemaker. What's the guy? Who did Idris Elba play in Suicide Squad? What's his name? again?
Bloodsport.
Bloodsport.
Yeah.
They got that going on. Right
Okay,
now,
so
yeah.
thank you for bringing that up because here's a random question back into a little bit of the DC thing
Yeah.
because this is always a conversation that comes up and it's been like years since I've been here, right? Like since we've had a conversation on Vodka Stream.
I don't
So
know.
I'll ask-
Years? Maybe
Like-
like a year and a half, maybe.
Year and a half,
Okay.
something like that.
Yeah. I don't know.
So as far as characters that have worked in a James Gunn project that you want to see him bring over into the DCU, and I'm not suggesting Idris because I don't think that'll happen, but there's one in particular that like it might be a dark horse, but it's like please do it, please bring them over for me personally. And
Do they have to have the same continuity though? Because I would love more Polka Dot Man, but unfortunately
He
met
dies.
his demise. Yeah. So
Yeah, I
Yeah.
would say no because
Yeah.
we already. I mean, the Suicide Squad I think would certainly count under like DCEU. Would be part of season 1 Peacemaker, which isn't canon. Season 2 is, but like one of the things that came up was one of the, and I didn't know this until the second viewing of Superman, but the one senator or official that Lex is like trying to lobby for his Planet Watch plan apparently was a prison guard in Bel Rev or like a prison, or she worked at Bel Rev like in Suicide Squad. She's the same character. She's just now, or the same name, but she's just now like an official, like a government official with flag and everybody in Superman. And I didn't realize it's the same actress and it's the same name. Crowley, I think her name is in the movie. So that's that's like the first instance of like, okay, here's somebody that was clearly in a DCEU project that he worked on that is now in the DCU. So that's an idea kind of, in a smaller sense of how you can change the continuity.
Well, technically, Michaela Hoover was in the Suicide Squad as one character. Now she's Cat Grant in Superman.
right.
Who is she in
She was
Suicide Squad?
the
Bouncy. She was the bouncy secretary. That. Yeah.
And now she's
Oh.
the bouncy Cat Grant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To answer your question more specifically, for me it would be Bloodsport. He was my favorite character.
I think he was great. Yeah, I wish he would come.
Okay.
Him for
But
sure.
then they would have to do the whole he shot Superman.
Well,
No, Gunn already said that didn't
No,
happen.
he already said that was.
He did already say that it didn't
Not
happen.
He
yes.
says,
I
my
think-
Superman has been shot by a kryptonite ball.
I think in terms of like the continuity of it all, I think I kind of look at it from like a Greg Weisman parallel Earth perspective in that I think certain events that transpired in the Suicide Squad movie can be considered canon, i.e. the death of Rick Flag. However,
Right.
the how it happened, you could interpret differently.
Okay.
Hence, Bloodsport hasn't shot Superman yet.
Yeah,
Or whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
it's gonna happen.
Okay.
maybe.
So Bloodsport is your pick.
Bloodsport would be my pick. I mean, I wouldn't mind
He was a great
maybe,
character.
like maybe Ratcatcher, Harley Quinn. I mean, I could take her. Leave it.
That's
It's
my
fine.
pick. My pick is
Of course.
I've heard you
Brandon
talk about it. I
Margot
figured that was your pick.
because and
Yeah.
part of it is also because I still really dig Birds of Prey and like what that movie
Oh, I'm
did.
wearing the Birds of Prey tank top.
I know. I
right
was
now,
about to
Ray.
say. I
I'm
was
with
like,
you, yeah.
Travis,
But
you're
This is a
wearing
woman's tank top, but I still bought it. I don't care. I saw her wearing that in the shirt, and I got the F-rated one. I'm like, I want that one, but I don't know what she will do because the other thing is now she's producing a lot more now, right?
She
So that's the
is.
thing where she,
But
and
that
she
was
just had
also
a kid too.
but
So
she did, but that was also part of because like Lucky Chap, like her production company, that was part of like she
Yeah.
got involved in
True.
producing like Harley Quinn as a role, and it was just one of those things where like when she really got into doing it, especially between Birds of Prey and the Suicide Squad, I had this feeling of like, well, she could totally be to that role what Hugh Jackman did with Wolverine and
Sure,
play it for
sure.
like that long and like be that emotionally invested into it. And look, maybe that's all changed after Barbie. maybe her entire trajectory is completely different now. I don't know, but like that's my like hope.
Yeah, I mean, I hope it. It just seems like anytime, like with all 3 movies she's been in, she just had so much fun with that role. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to be like something where she goes, yeah. I mean, obviously she's been asked, like, are you going to be in jail? She just kind of whatever. But at the same time, it's like, man, you have Margot Robbie. I mean, she's an A-lister. If you can like get her back as that role, in the fact that she had so much fun. In those 3 movies,
Gunn's been name dropping Greta Gerwig a lot this week, and I'm just saying, got Lucky Chap, you got Greta, you got Margot. There could be like a recipe there for something.
He's been name dropping Greta, and he's this is twice, is like 2 or 3 times now. He's name dropped Coogler, and I'm like, don't fucking threaten me with a good time. You bring in Ryan fucking Coogler.
Yeah, he just casually goes, I was just talking to Ryan Coogler about.
He also mentioned fucking Kathleen Kennedy.
Oh yeah,
he did.
That was
her.
So
Horowitz.
Like
she apparently hit him up about that she liked Superman or something.
You know what part of that? Cool. You know what part of that might also be, Phil? Though, is like, remember that like, I mean, we're into year 3 of DC Studios. Remember, this is his first time being like a studio head.
That's
true.
So
he might just be picking the brains of other studio, especially her. She's like one of the longest running studio heads.
Oh, my thought process of it, like, I don't disagree with any of that, but also like, she was around when that first Superman movie came out too.
Yeah.
So she probably saw this new movie and went, dude, you fucking did it.
Probably.
Like, kudos. But yeah, to your point, like, studio heads fucking probably talk all the time. I mean, hell, he told Kevin Feige, the first person he told when he got this DC Studios job. He kind of had to because he was still technically employed. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure he's probably more excited for Fantastic Four.
Feige wants Bizarro.
So weird.
Feige's still giving him notes. He's still like, I like Superman, but do you think we could get Bizarro on the next movie?
Feige was like, they got you. I'm going to take Henry Cavill since you don't need him anymore.
Deadpool, but then, Gunn did say that definitely I would have Cavill back. And I
did like that.
I was like,
that was nice.
Me, I'm always been like make him Vandal Savage if you're gonna do it.
Dude, I'm right there with you.
I just loved his attitude, like with his answer. He was just like, because Horowitz phrased it as like, would that be confusing? He's like, not at all. No. Like,
I'm surprised in the interview he didn't mention Momoa. He always got Momoa doing that when he's like, Momoa.
No, they mentioned Momoa.
They did mention
in that interview though, when he was saying
in that question.
He's like, would it be weird to have a DCU actor play someone? It's like Momoa's right there.
Well, I think I think it was phrased because, like, I mean, there's a difference between Aquaman and Superman.
Absolutely, and he's global, right? He's caked in makeup and prosthetics and CGI. So, only reason I don't want him in is just because I want a 15-year No Way Home scenario where you get Cavill back playing Superman. That's why I'm like, no, don't cast him. Wait for till we get there. Hopefully one day.
So I've heard, obviously people have brought up Kingdom Come, and then others have brought. Somebody today brought up Crisis, like as opportunities to do that, and obviously nothing like that is even remotely happening anytime soon. But if it's even in the works,
and that whole recast Cavill thing, it might not be the best comparison, but hey, Brandon Routh played Ray Palmer and came back for Superman.
That's true.
In that universe, I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility that Henry Cavill could, in a theory, do the same thing.
No, it's not out of the realm of possibility, and I don't know how long it would take for them to get to that, to do it. But no, I also don't think, just from the mind of a creative, I don't think that Gunn is opposed to that. But at this point in time, he's like, long term, he's not opposed to it. But like, he's hit the ground running, and now it's just like, get the wheels turning for everything to start off.
I think if there's one person who probably is not going to come back anytime soon, if at all, is probably Ben Affleck,
without question,
without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
And I'd say Ray Fisher. I feel like I'm safe in saying that one.
Well,
at the beginning when Gunn took over, there was like the little bit of that tension there.
There a little, I probably, and I mean, and then there are those that we know are not coming back for certain.
I don't think Gal Gadot's coming back.
Well, neither is Ezra.
That's true.
No.
Very true.
Yeah. But no,
You know
I
what would be
agree.
fine though in the DCU Batman if they actually recast J.K. Simmons, and I'd actually like to see him play Gordon because I always thought that was a great casting. And unfortunately, there's a movie where he's Gordon sitting somewhere. So if there's someone that carries over that we saw 2 scenes of, give me J.K. Simmons. I would love to see a full Gordon.
I can kind of
in
see
him.
that. I'm kind of just on the camp of like, just bring back fucking Bryan Cranston from year 1. That'd be great.
That'd be good too.
Bryan Cranston would be an excellent Gordon, for sure.
Oh,
Yeah.
But at the same time, remember we were all hearing about Josh Brolin being
Hal Jordan.
Yeah, there
Hal
was
Jordan.
like that whole thing, and then it was like, oh yeah, I might be playing another character, and then I started like doing like, oh, what if he's Gordon? Ooh, and I was like,
What
I
if
actually
he's-
kind of like that.
What if he's
Put a mustache on him and then fucking trench coat and a hat. You know?
How much do we think that rumor? Because you guys already were dunking on him earlier, but the script of Deathstroke and Bane being submitted.
Oh, yeah,
yeah. And I wonder because I was wondering when Gunn was talking about the Authority, and he was like, "Well, that writer's off that, but he's doing something else in DCU and killing it." And Josh smartly asked for what, and he kind of just said, "Oh, a movie." But I wondered if that. I don't think they're the exact same, but it's a kind of more gray area characters teaming up. I don't know if Brolin would do that as well too, because I feel like it's almost close to Cable, not close to Cable in the sense of the character, but just sort of
Pretty
the
close.
persona he
I've
would
seen
put
so
off.
I've seen so many people like fan cast him as Deathstroke. And I'm
Have
like,
they?
no,
Okay, he has the
no.
look, right? He's great and he's
He kinda
jacked
does,
and stuff.
but I'm like, I don't see. I still
I don't
go,
want it either.
I don't
no.
want
I think
Yeah.
the attitude is almost too similar to Cable.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah,
But
it's
you never
pretty-
know. They could do that, right? You could be, yeah, sure. It's a easy casting, and
I
to me,
don't-
I want to see who they'd get for Bane. I'm more curious if that movie happens, who would be Bane's.
Well, I see.
Ooh.
I
Who
feel
play-
like that's Dave Bautista.
Not
yeah,
anymore, I
but
don't think.
not anymore. I
Not
think
anymore?
Because he lost all that
He
weight.
doesn't want to
Yeah.
put on.
Oh
weight
yeah,
again.
I keep forgetting
Some
about
people were saying who's the guy who plays Mother's Milk and The Boys.
Laz
Oh,
Alonso.
Yeah.
Laz Alonso.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People have
As
fan
Bane?
cast him
That's-
as Bane, and I was like,
Hmm.
interesting.
I don't.
Yeah.
Bane's
But
a
I
tough
mean,
one. That's
it's gonna be a tough one to
yeah.
cast Bane.
Yeah.
That's for damn sure.
Well, they also because if we're following and granted, again, we're not treating the entire DCU as though they're going to have the same tone
Mhm.
as Superman. But if we're
No.
talking about how to fill out this universe, then they're clearly not going to go the Tom Hardy, Chris Nolan version of Bane.
No.
They're clearly going to he's going to have the luchador mask, which means we're probably looking at something closer to Batman the Animated Series.
yes.
But then how do you do that with like when he powers up? Is it like
gotta be
Juggernaut from
CGI.
Deadpool 2 where it's
I mean,
So
Yeah.
I think it's
No,
got
you
to
go absolute and just make him.
I was just going to bring that up
Gigantic
because Absolute Bane,
can't see him.
when it comes to Absolute Bane, Scott Snyder read all of Nightfall and went, okay, hold my beer. Because his version of Bane is a fucking monster.
Okay,
If you
let me-
thought, if you
let
thought
me look at
Absolute
this.
Batman, if you thought Absolute Batman looked like a fucking unit because he is, Bane is fucking twice his size, and it is scary.
Jesus Christ.
Okay,
Yeah.
check this shit out, Ray. He doesn't even need to brutally beat the fuck out of this version of Batman. He does it without even fucking
He
trying.
looks like a muscle version of Baron Harkonnen from
Yes.
fucking Dune.
Yeah, and he's intelligent like Tom Hardy's Bane too.
How
It's
does he even
spooky.
stand? Jesus.
Dude. Absolute Batman
comic
issue.
physics. Comic
Yeah.
physics.
Comic book science. There you go.
Absolute Batman number 9 is a fucking mind fuck of an issue, and it's all because of Bane.
But like I said, comic book science is that's where it's going to lead into. But I mean, that immediately. I mean, I kind of forgot about it until I saw the rumor. I was like, oh yeah, I almost forgot about this. And I'm just kind of going, fuck. I mean, Deathstroke probably is going to be easy to cast, but I mean, but when it comes to Bane, yeah, I mean, I think there's got to be CGI added to. There's
I
got to be
think
a
so.
mocap cost, cost.
Based on and because the one thing that we can say, like with respect to what they've started off with, is like everything's open.
Yeah.
Like there really isn't a direction they necessarily can't go in. Everything is like you started from the beginning, like, okay, no, we have everything. We can do whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So if they want to really do a Bane that is like larger than life, yeah, I think they are going to have to go that route.
Yeah.
The question is, who's the actor that plays like who's going to do the voice, who's going to have the intelligent, like convey the intelligence in the brawn.
Yeah, because I mean, there's always been the Javier Bardem casting.
10 years ago, I think it would have worked. But
10 years ago,
perfect,
I think the voice is perfect, especially if you're matching it to the animated series.
I think now, if you can't get Henry Cavill to play Vandal Savage, I think Javier Bardem would be a next in line contestant for that.
That's a good one.
I thought you were going to pitch Cavill for Bane.
No,
I don't think Cavill's taking Bane.
No. I mean, I've seen people say Orion. I've seen people say a bunch of other stuff for Henry Cavill, and at this point, I'm just like, let Henry Cavill do whatever the fuck he wants, man. He's earned it.
Orion?
Yeah, well, he's there to start Highlander, right? Too. He's busy.
Yeah, he's doing Highlander.
Him
and Celeste are getting ready for that.
So speaking of Orion, okay, how long do you think it'll be, or do you think we will get to any Fourth World stuff?
So very soon, because they're doing an animated series based on Big Barda and Mr. Miracle.
Yeah.
Okay, but I don't know whether or not it's DCU. I couldn't tell you, but they are doing Fourth World stuff in the immediate future.
So let's say live action to be fun. Let's say live action.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I meant to say. Live action.
I mean, to be fair, the first chapter is called Gods and Monsters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like the end of whatever, because I don't know what they're going to say. Like at some point, I imagine James going to say, hey, this is the end of chapter 1. I feel like it's like the last or second last movie. I feel like it's near the very back half. I don't know if that's the crescendo where you lead to something, but that's what I think is they're still going to do a lot of, not that Superman's small, but you get my drift, right? It's more singular. It's Superman, Lex. Like I think they still want to keep it pretty cohesive right now. Supergirl, we know that story. Clayface is going to be pretty to itself. So that's why I think more near the end when they are comfortable and they can start maybe doing a bit more grander ideas. So I'm saying the end of chapter 1.
I had a really, really goofy thought. It was last week we were talking about like, how Mr. Terrific and Jimmy Olsen are like, rumored to get their own projects or whatever. And it's like, well, Darkseid was
considering it or whatever. Yeah.
Right. The point I'm getting at is like in the event, hypothetically speaking, if there was like this Jimmy Olsen-esque Daily Planet thing, Darkseid technically was introduced in an issue of
good old Turtle Man.
And we have seen GBS in Superman, and G. Gordon Godfrey has ties to the New Gods. I would not be shocked if you wanted to really fuck with people. Last episode of a Daily Planet series, Jimmy Olsen walks away from a TV and then you just see Darkseid's face.
So for a second, I thought Michael Ian Black was G. Gordon Godfrey. For a second,
that's what I thought too.
But
he's not. I don't think.
No, he isn't. I forget what his name is, but he's got a totally different name. But but yeah, like knowing how much of a comic lorist Gunn is, I would not put that past him. I wouldn't put it past him at all.
That's the thing. That's the thing about James Gunn is like you wouldn't put anything past anything. Like
he did
everything's on the fucking wall.
That's what I'm saying.
Look at the Peacemaker finale.
I didn't know. Like I don't know who knew about hypnoglasses before this because I did not.
Yeah. I did not either.
Like he did an interview a couple weeks before. He did an interview a couple weeks before the release where he said he brought up the hypnoglasses and he said Tom King told him about it. So my brain is like, okay, is he putting that in the movie? And then sure enough, yes, it's in the movie.
That's what's so funny is the fact that it's like he's all about these outlandish characters in this fantasy type world. But the glasses bothered him so much that he needed a solution. And Tom King was like, hey, well, in 1978, we did have something where we did.
I feel like the hypnoglasses is something.
Spectre, started with an S. Started the something I forgot.
I don't remember. I feel like this was something I read in passing when I was just doing a bunch of like deep dive on Superman. Like in passing, like
Spellbinder. Spellbinder. It was the Spellbinder that made the glasses. Yes.
Yeah, but like I'm kind of right there with you guys. I would not put it past James Gunn to do some very comic booky shit in a universe that is supposed to be very comic book centric.
Fantastical.
Yeah. That word. The word Nolan fans really hate hearing.
Yeah, fantastic.
Did you see that bullshit headline earlier today about like some opinion columnist, New York Post or whatever, said that like Superman was like I'm paraphrasing, but it was like it's beginning to heal the damage that Christopher Nolan started.
Oh,
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
There was so
some
much
people feel
damage
that
around
way.
it.
Yeah.
Right. Just but that was the first time I'd seen somebody blame Nolan for, because
Yeah,
usually
they
it's
didn't blame Zach.
right. It's usually Zach like is public enemy number one for that, but this one actually was tying it all the way back to Nolan and saying, well, it was his Dark Knight trilogy that started this.
I know. See, that's the thing.
Yeah.
The whole thing of like, I was fearing that when Superman, the reviews are going to come out that, best film since Dark Knight, that whole thing.
Oh yeah.
I didn't see any of that. I think the romanticism of, Dark Knight is no longer, it's not there in 2025. It's not there now.
Well,
as it
you're
was.
right.
Or I can say the hot take, and it's not as good as a bunch of other DC movies that have come out since the Dark Knight. Like I'm saying, people say that when it's top tier DC, and I don't think Superman's top tier DC. So that's the other route I could go with that.
Yeah.
Just saying.
So I mean, it is interesting that and I think that's where Gunn is going to like thrive. It's like, and I think that's where this is kind of thriving. I mean, it's funny too, because the third time I watched it, when I took my mom, the third time I saw it, I had the most reaction in a theater, like other people, than I've heard. Like there was somebody like a few seats down. God damn, they were having a good time. I was like, I want to sit next to you. I was like, almost like, I want to sit next. It was some woman that was laughing at everything and going, oh, and it was like, my God, I was like, man, you were having a good time with this movie. But I'm like, I'm just kind of going like, yeah, I think Gunn is kind of going, all right, we had this, we had this, we had this. Now it's time for like something like this. And like I said, I like it. I don't love it. I looked at it as, okay, this is like an episode of Superman the Animated Series, a long episode wrapped in flesh. Although, and Scott and I talked about this. I'm like, because obviously we talk about Superman the Animated Series a lot. It wasn't like I was going, oh yeah, this Superman is like Tim Daly's Superman and Superman Animated. No, it's not. Like, it totally not. I would say that Dana Delaney's Lois and Rachel Brosnahan are closer,
yeah.
Close to being like each other. Corn Sweat and Daly, not so much.
Also, Bitsy aligns
Yeah.
also with Bitsy.
Yes, no, I'll agree with that.
Yeah.
Bitsy's a little has a bit of an advantage because she's
Older.
married Lois. Like she's been it's
Right.
like Man of Steel. It's Man of Steel year 20 basically
But-
for that
but yeah.
show. But
Good
yeah,
reporter like.
yes.
And to even
Yes.
like add to that too, I think Nicholas Hoult is far removed from Clancy Brown's Lex Luthor,
Yes.
but
Yes.
I would say Michael Cudlitz is very close to Clancy Brown's in some certain respects.
Yeah.
I didn't care for Cudlitz that much, but I would agree with that. I like Clancy's better personally. But,
Oh, for me, Clancy Brown is like the bar for Lex Luthor.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's my bar. And is
Clancy's
that
the
really fair?
closest- Well, Clancy's closest to how modern Lex is.
Sure. Yeah,
Mhm.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Try-
But I mean, and then I was just like, okay, that's why I kind of looked at it. But at the same time, I was like, well, Corn Sweat's not playing Tim Daly, which I'm fine with. I'm like, no, Tim Daly is like one of the, again, Conroy and Daly. When I read a comic book of Superman and Batman, I'm hearing their voices, But at the same time, I'm like, but it still felt like a 2-hour episode of like an animated, episode.
You mean a cartoon?
Yeah, of course. I mean, and you know what? It's funny because, like I said, there's people that give me shit like, oh, what are you doing? I'm like, yeah, but that's what I've said that from the beginning. I'm like, if you could find, I was like going, find the balance between Snyder and Donner. He didn't, because it was very opposite of Snyder. It was like so opposite of Snyder that I was like, oh yeah, you didn't find that. But I was like, if you give me like an episode of Superman the Animated Series where I feel it's like that wrapped in flesh, I'll be okay with it, because we haven't really seen that. And he did. And that's why I've enjoyed it. And I've watched it 3 times and enjoyed it 3 times. And we'll enjoy it many more times when it comes out.
Well, and Travis, what I would say is it may not be top tier DC among fans,
Yeah.
but I think it is top tier DC among the general audience.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like the people writing those reviews aren't the general audience.
The reviews,
right?
no,
Yeah.
right? But as
Yeah.
far as like as far as the reception, like the guy Dave's talking about that was just having an incredible time at
it's
the theater. Like,
really, it's really funny. Like you guys just mentioned like reviews and critics and shit, and I've seen people reference that now and try and use it as like a battering ram for the quality of films, and I for the first time after all these years, I looked at like the exact number of like review critics. That number doesn't even reach 1,000.
No.
It's very, very low. And I'm just like, well, okay, you're agreeing with, less than 500 people that you feel about this movie about a fucking cape shit or whatever the fuck. And I'm just like, that's great. I'm glad you want to join in on a hive mind mentality. You can't think for your fucking self.
You know what? You bring up a good point. You really like I never really thought about that when because obviously Rotten Tomatoes is always like, hey, you look at that
aggregator,
Yeah, but then you look at it and you go, oh yeah, like because I use it just to hey, what are the critics are saying, and then even like this past week, oh yeah, Smurfs has 36 reviews. I'm like, literally just 36 people. Like, wow, that is such a fucking 0.00000, and it's like, wow, I didn't really think about that. I mean, it's always like a thing, but at the same time, I'm like, yeah, there's always it's a very small percentage.
Because the thing I've been kind of just like running into is like just things I've just been thinking about more in terms of just like superhero films and even just film going in general, like blanket statements. And one blanket statement I'm sick of hearing is like, oh, Superman's a corny character. And I'm like, that's a blanket statement, number one. Number two, Superman is not inherently a corny character all the time. There are corny things about him. He says some corny things, but he is not inherently a corny character. And so when people tell me, well, the critics are saying, at that point, I don't give a fuck what you have to say if you're just going to align with less than 1,000 people talking about one single fucking movie because you are incapable of coming up with your own fucking opinion about a movie you may not have even watched yet.
Well, and again, like anybody that would say, "Oh, Superman is just a corny character," well, that's somebody that for years has bought into the whole he's boring, he's unrelatable, and all that shit, right? And so that to me is somebody that's like, "Well, you're not even willing to give the new movie a shot." The fuck's, I mean, really? Like, so, and these are people. This is also like you get into a single track mind where like whatever you thought originally, you're just going to stick with that. And we see that all the time. People like try to, like, you can't change your mind about anything these days. Like, oh, we've got receipts. Didn't you say this? Yes. And I fucking changed my mind. So what?
Yep.
Like I have the ability to do that. You are trying to, I don't know why you think being consistent with where you thought 20 years ago is a good idea. So what, you're not evolving as a person? I mean, that's on you if that's what you want to do. But no, I think like for Superman, it's like what, 350, 360 reviewers, like as far as critics. I feel like that's the number. And of course they're going to put that smaller than the 83%. I only look at the hell site. That's what I call it. The hell site. I only look at that just to see where the discussion is going to go. That was my thought. I was like, okay,
sure. Yeah.
How are we all going to end up talking about this? And then when it became clear that it was like certified fresh, I was like, okay, now I know it, because it's either going to be, it's either going to be Man of Steel people piling on that being lower, or it's going to be them piling on Man of Steel because that's higher. It was the latter. It's like, okay.
And the thing that really made me really start thinking about it was like, Ray, you and I have like talked to people in the real world in regards to Batman versus Superman. People online always like to say, well, the critics fucking hated it. And it's like, okay, that's great. Everyone I've talked to outside of the internet has been like, oh yeah, I thought it was fine. I want to see where it's going.
Yeah, I did not, like, I've yet to find a person in real life that like hated it.
Right.
Or and even the people that didn't like it still don't really know or care who Zack Snyder is.
Right.
Like they have no like anger or angst or bile to like aim.
Yeah, they see his name and they break a pencil or something like that.
Right. Yeah. And I've also run into people in real life that were like, yeah, the HBO Max version of Justice League was way better than the one in theaters. I run into more than a few people that have
Yep.
said that, and I was like, oh well, that's
I've
and
had conversations. Yeah,
yeah. So
it's all crazy. But yeah, well, cool. I mean, it's just that's the way things are, and I think this is a good spot to wrap up this stream. And like I said, next week we got another big movie coming out to wrap up July. My God. But yeah,
Phil, how excited are you? You got a shirt for that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I bought my shirt for this last year when I went to
yeah.
Comic-Con and stood in Hall H and watched Robert Downey Jr. get announced as Doctor Doom.
Oh,
Of course
yeah.
I'm excited for this fucking movie. I can't fucking wait for
Yeah,
this.
this is Phil's. Yeah, how many of the anticipation many of us were feeling last week. This is now Phil's week is coming.
Yeah.
Phil's week is approaching.
Yeah,
and he's going to be traveling.
God help us if it goes horribly wrong. God help us.
Don't put that in ether. Please don't put that in
No,
ether.
I think you'll be fine.
I am supremely confident that this is going to be the best Fantastic Four movie made.
Well, I
I'm
can agree
supremely
with that.
confident.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I have confidence in that too, for sure. But yeah, this has been a lot of fun. Of course, thank you to Ben who was on here. And hey, man, Ray, glad to have you back, man.
Thank you.
Glad. Hopefully we
Good
can,
to
you
be
know,
back.
hopefully you have Fridays open and you could just come back because I miss talking to you, man. This has been fantastic, and we'll go around the horn, of course, and promote what we have to promote before we wrap this up. Phil, you go first.
As always, my friend, thank you for having me on, Ray. It's a blast to get chat with you face to face for the first time. Fuck knows how long.
Shit. Been a minute.
It's been a minute. It's been a minute, man.
You and I were on a panel together, I think. You know, my Friday show, Friday Phil, every Friday at 4:00 Pacific Standard Time, 4:05 technically. The Eternal Night, I think, is kind of on the back burner for the moment because there's just really not a lot of Batman stuff going on. And, you know, I'm putting the Pokemon stuff on hold because I'm just knee deep in Final Fantasy X because I need a break from Pokemon, frankly. I know, wild thing for me to say. Yeah, and I'll be in Los Angeles in the Southern California area next weekend. I will probably be around the San Diego area on Friday watching Fantastic Four with a friend or a few friends, hopefully. One friend for sure because we're coordinating, but we're trying to get a couple of other friends to go see it, but they have yet to respond to the message in Discord. So it's like, all right, fine, fuck you. We'll just go see it ourselves. I'm going to try and hang out with Dave on Saturday, get some lunch or something. We'll see what happens. I'm definitely going to be down and about in the Los Angeles area. Got a couple places to visit, couple people, other people to see. But yeah, guys, that's pretty much it. And you can catch me on Vero, Threads, Instagram, and Blue Sky, not Twitter, because William loves reminding me that I am not on Twitter.
He does. Yeah. He does.
That's
all right, Ray, promote. What do you got?
Theflightcast.com. Let's see. There's the main show on Tuesdays. I had been doing Thursday's becoming kind of a catch-all. I had been doing episodes of Flightbox where I was talking TV. I got caught up on a lot of Marvel TV in preparation for Ironheart. I finally watched like She-Hulk and Echo and finished Hawkeye, and then I did talk about Ironheart. It's kind of in a holding pattern, but there's going to be a rotation of shows on Thursdays, and then weekends is when I do Flight Chat, which is a listener feedback. So the email that Phil sent, that will get read. We'll see if it's Dorsey sized. We have a regular listener, Anthony Dorsey, who sent very long email missives, and now everything that is sent that is close to that long is just considered Dorsey sized. So yeah, it could be long feedback sessions, but it's a lot of fun and a lot of good discussion. I'm very eager to dive into a lot more Superman spoiler talk this weekend at theflightcast.com or wherever you get your podcasts. It's on Apple Podcasts. I have my own YouTube page, Flightcast YouTube page, that the podcast gets posted to. It's also on Pandora and Spotify as well. And I think that's everything so far. Yeah. And then the blog. Yeah, I've started writing the blog again too. Oh, and keep an eye on TikTok. I did post a TikTok video earlier today after I left the theater. So it's it was the first TikTok video I posted. I was thinking about doing some thoughts, and yeah, so I posted some thoughts about that. So yeah, stay tuned for that.
All right, Chris, what do you got?
Yep, as always, thank you for having me. Good seeing you, Ray. Glad our conversation actually last week produced this.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Dave said I made the listeners think that you're dead for a moment, so that's good that you came on this week.
Well, glad I could rise from the dead.
Yeah, dude. You
He is
did.
risen.
Yes,
Yeah.
risen,
Oh.
yes.
You have risen. All right.
But yeah, you can catch me. Not this week. We were off this week. Marvel News, they're waiting for the little movie next week in SDCC. So we were off this week. For
What
Marvel
movie?
Alliance.
Oh.
Fantastic Four. A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit movie. But we'll be back next Friday at a different time, just because we're doing our movie review. So 9:10 Eastern Standard Time on the Geekverse Podcast YouTube channel, and every Saturday on the Brave and the Boys channel for the Organic Price Books Weekly Buyer's Guide.
There you go. Travis.
Travis B. Snail doing the same usual things, talking all this stuff. Busy weeks next little bit because we got our 10th anniversary coming up. So lots of stuff. We've been doing lots of throwback shows and lots of episodes. Kind of just I'm excited for August 10th because we're doing a lot of stuff and we're very busy, but we're having lots of fun. So yeah, just follow us there. We'll be doing Fantastic Four and talking about whatever stuff there is in the ether webs and having a good time. So trying to, at least.
Sweet. Love it. It's been awesome. Again, great to have you back, Ray. Hopefully we can keep this going too. Always great talking to you. Great talking to everybody. Thank you, Ben and Paul, for, of course, being on here. And thank you, everybody who spent time with us with this long stream, which we love doing. And, of course, yeah, like I said, next week, Fantastic Four, we'll be doing a full-on spoiler discussion when it comes to that. So make sure you guys watch the Vox stream next week, and yeah, we'll have fun talking about that and picking that movie apart. Full on spoilers. So yeah, good times. All right, guys, we love you, and thank you, Phil. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Travis. Thank you, Chris. Of course, thank you, Ben and Paul, for joining. We will talk to you guys later.